Damon clicked his tongue in disappointment and collected the loot. It was fine. Even his overpowered ability had to pay the dues for RNGesus. There was simply no one above it. Nothing that could not be solved by running the raid dungeon a couple more times. He was getting that rebirth ability one way or the other. Besides, raising his fire resistance to B rank was pretty straightforward. However, raising it any higher was also going to be a grind. This dungeon was a must farm on his list anyway, and he could farm these multiple things at the same time. Damon decided to put this matter away for the time being and check the loot. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. Jackpot! We nabbed an epic item! Item: Kael'Zaroth's Flame Heart Mantle. Type: Cloak. Grade: Epic. Level requirement 35. Attributes: Defense plus 80. Fire resistance plus 10%. Mana regeneration plus 5 per second in heat zones. Special passive: Ashen Rebirth. Upon receiving fatal damage, grants a brief invulnerability phase, 1 second, and leaves behind a decoy flame body that explodes for AoE fire damage. Cooldown 10 minutes. Durability 100 out of 100. Description: Woven from the lingering soul fire of Kael'Zaroth's rebirth cycle, this cloak hums with the promise of vengeance and the inevitability of return. Only those with true fire affinity can unlock its full potential. Ashen Rebirth was definitely going to come in handy. It was an absolutely broken ability that can be used for many strategic tactics. Damon quickly equipped the cloak. He then checked the next item. Item: Ember Vein Signet. Type: Accessory, Ring. Grade: Rare. Level requirement 30. Attributes: Intelligence plus 15, fire spell damage plus 12%, reduces mana cost of fire skills by 10%. Special, slight chance, 5%, to apply Scorch debuff on casting fire spells, reducing enemy healing by 30% for 6 seconds. Durability, infinite. Description: A molten band etched with flickering runes. The heat never fades. Not too bad. A rare grade item. Damon knew that they would be getting good drops for clearing the dungeon for the very first time, but these items were simply too good. He had now upgraded many of his items. Kate peeked over his shoulder. You're getting decked out in a whole damn volcano set. I can't do anything about it. Yeah, funny how that worked out, Kate pouted playfully. Mark just chuckled and did not say anything. In reality, neither of them cared anyway. It really didn't matter who among the three got the loot. Kate smirked and lightly elbowed Damon. You keep hoarding all the fire gear, and soon people are going to start calling you the Flame God instead. Damon mock tilted his head, cloak flaring behind him like a molten banner. Blood God? Flame God? Nah, Blood God sounds cooler. Kate rolled her eyes and made a dramatic puking action. A deep groaning sound interrupted their banter as the huge final gate slowly opened. A deep, resonating pulse of heat breathed out from beyond the corridor, washing over them like a furnace exhaling. Do you think this last die is going to be worse than the Phoenix Freak? Kate raised a brow. Yep, Damon smiled. The last fight was the most horrible fight of all, and the boss was practically impossible to put down. However, there was a secret method to achieve it. In fact, he had chosen this dungeon especially because of the secret method. Otherwise, he would have waited until Arya could brew some fire resistance potions, or perhaps he himself might have tried making some first. Kate, Mark, and Damon entered the final room, and a wave of heat swept past them. On the other end of the room, there was a man sitting on a throne. His skin shimmered like cracked lava stone, and his eyes burned with twin suns that radiated searing intensity without blinking. All of a sudden, he moved. He opened his eyes slowly, almost lazily, and exhaled a thin stream of smoke that coiled into the air like a dragon. 3 embers flicker into my domain and dare to challenge me, the great lord. Ding! Final boss encounter initiated. Igneros, the great lord of the end times, level 39. He looked up and started muttering something in a different language. Damon immediately cast Blessed Healing on all three of them. Blessed Healing was a skill that gave 1,000 health points over 10 seconds, and right now it was undoing the instant damage from the intense heat of the chamber. "Run, now!" Damon blinked to the right side of the big chamber and hid himself behind one of the cracked stone monoliths of the temple ruins. Mark and Kate didn't need to be told twice. The moment Damon appeared on the other side, they had already started dashing towards the right side. With their raw stats, they were able to get there in a couple of seconds. It was good that they did, because the next moment, the floor became lava, and all access to the left side and right side of the chamber was cut off. Basically, if anyone was in the center, they essentially became trapped there. The whole floor turned into lava, save for the rock platforms that occasionally broke off from the ceiling and fell, floating on the lava pool. These also only remained stable for a couple of seconds before sinking into the lava pool. For those who got caught in the center, this meant that they had to constantly keep moving around, just trying to survive. Because of the lava around, the heat in the center was also extremely intense. Health would start plummeting, and no matter how many potions and skills were used, it would be impossible to keep up with the health drain. On the other hand, those who made it to the side had things a lot easier. They were in a sort of safe zone and only had to endure the normal intense heat and not the hellish intense heat. However, there was once again a time deadline. The three of them had exactly 30 seconds to bring down the boss's health before all hell started to break loose. "Go all out! Only long-range attacks!" Damon shouted, and then began. Kate didn't hesitate. All 6 blood orbs snapped into orbit, flaring like many red stars. One by one, they shot toward the big boss with insane power and speed and smacked him right on his face. The blood magic hissed as it hit his flaming body, disrupting his molten aura every time they struck. Kate knew that she was the primary long-range, and ultimately, this fight outcome would come to rest on her shoulders. She did not want to disappoint Damon or her brother, so she used her utmost focus and concentration and put everything she had into this fight, conjuring more and more blood orbs as soon as the last ones shot forward. However, the next second she realized she was sorely mistaken. Mark slammed his fists together, triggering a ripple of force. Runes along his arms ignited, and he directly used his raw strength to tear off a chunk of the stone wall from behind him. With a grunt, he hurled it like a boulder toward the throne. The rock caught fire mid-flight, but still struck Ignorus squarely, making the boss grunt and stumble back a step. Kate grinned at her stupidly awesome brother. But she was not about to be outdone. Her blood magic was a lot stronger than these dumb rocks, so she made her blood orbs extra juicy to deal more damage. But just as she did that, another attack zoomed past her blood orb, a ball of fire. But unlike the normal balls of fire, this one packed a hell of a lot more. It was almost like the ones the Fire Witch cast, maybe even more powerful than hers. What the hell? She turned around to see Damon grinning like a lunatic as he had another big ball of fire prepped and ready to go. With his new gear, added stats, and improved fire affinity, it would be a crime if he did not use fire magic attacks. It was time to fight fire with fire. Kate's jaw dropped. You're casting fireballs now?" Damon didn't answer right away. Instead, he lobbed the second one with a smooth, underhanded motion. It arced high, then detonated against Ignorus's chest like a miniature sun, sending a ripple of heat and molten fragments outward. The boss staggered again. "Damn! So you can use fire, shadow, and blood magic?" Kate stared in awe. "He also used a divine-type healing skill on us. You did not notice it?" Mark grinned as he threw another chunk of rock at the boss. Kate's eyes widened as she processed that. "Wait, what? Blood, shadow, fire, and now divine? That's 4 elements. Wait, you were a vampire. How could you even use divine energy? Shouldn't it be incompatible or something?"
Damon chuckled as he launched another spell, this time a chained volley of Infernal Pulse and Fireball, detonating one after another in rhythmic bursts along Ignaris's legs and torso, driving the boss further back toward the edge of the lava ring. Let's just say I'm, versatile. Versatile my ass, Kate muttered, sending out a volley of blood orbs that looked particularly nasty. A fire resistance that seems to increase with the number of enemies you face, a versatile skill set for you to play with, insane stats, and an unbelievable mana pool? Just what the hell is your class? Damon smiled as Mark answered on his behalf. He has the bloodline of a primordial god. What else did you expect, little sis? I know you are competitive as hell, but this time it's best if you just compete with me and not with him. Kate shook her head. No way. She pumped up her blood orbs and made them more deadly. Mark let out a helpless sigh, and Damon just chuckled. Both of them were used to this side of hers anyway. Your girlfriend is very intense, Bloodrain chimed in. Ugh, she is not my girlfriend. Then why don't you tell her about your little engagement? Bloodrain giggled. Damon's face changed for an instant before he awkwardly cleared his throat and continued hurling attacks at the big boss. Stop disturbing me. I am very busy. I will fill them in sooner or later, obviously. Ignaris let out a deafening roar, his molten body flaring like a dying star trying to reignite. Flames surged around him in retaliation, but even that couldn't drown out the quiet mental laughter echoing in Damon's head. Sure, Lord Blood God, you are indeed very busy now, Bloodrain said with another infuriatingly gleeful giggle. Don't worry, I'll make sure to remind you another time. Damon gritted his teeth and continued his assault. Soon the boss's health dropped to 10%. At this point, there were no longer any safe zones. Keep moving, otherwise you will die, Damon shouted as he summoned his shadow clone. Between the three of them, the last phase was also not much of a trouble. In the next few seconds, the boss's health already reached the last 2%. The fight was just about to get done when suddenly the boss stopped chanting. Damon paused. This was not supposed to happen. The next second, the lava on the ground started sploshing and something huge popped up from under the lava pool. A big lava serpent. Huh? Isn't this the hidden boss? Damon was confused. The hidden boss, the lava serpent, should only come out after the final boss was down. Why was it out now when the fight was still going on? Were the guides and information forums on this dungeon from my last life wrong? Or perhaps this anomaly was something that happened in the very first run. Either way, this serpent added a wrench in his plans, and it needed to be taken care of ASAP. A sickening hiss echoed through the chamber as the massive serpent coiled above the lava, its body dripping molten scales and its eyes glowing with the fury of a sun trapped beneath the earth. It reared up, towering even above Ignaris, who had stopped moving, his molten body flickering as if struggling to maintain form. Ding, 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 ding. Hidden world boss awakened. Vorthrix, the eternal flame serpent, level 39. Damon did not wait any longer and immediately shadow-stepped next to the boss. Long range was simply not going to cut it any longer. If they did not wipe out the boss within the next couple of seconds, he was going to get an insane regenerative buff, which might as well be the rebirth skill of the other guy. If that happened, with both the snake and the boss still in play, and the insane heat of the environment, they were simply going to get wiped out despite their overwhelming advantage. At the end of the day, a 30-player raid party required at least 20 players. However, Damon was not anxious just yet. He had a backup plan. Well, he did not have a backup plan when they started, but now a plan sort of formed in his head. As soon as he appeared behind the boss, Damon used his axe to strike a blow at the Great Lord. The Emberbrand axe ignited mid-swing, trailing a blazing arc as Damon brought it down with all the momentum he could muster. The edge met Ignaris's back in a brutal clash of power. Flames, blood, and raw force exploding on impact. A chunk of molten armor shattered off, exposing burning flames underneath. The boss shrieked, body trembling, as another chunk of his health disappeared. But it was nowhere near enough to end it right then and there. Damon decided to go with the plan. The next moment, he put away the axe. Instead, he summoned a blood lance in his right hand, and at the same time, he summoned a ball of fire in his left hand. Let's see if this works. Damon then slammed both his hands forward simultaneously, thrusting the blood lance into the exposed boss's back while hurling the empowered fireball directly into the same point. The two spells struck in perfect sync. The result was detonation. A violent elemental rupture exploded outward as the fire spell fed off the blood magic, and the blood magic fed off the ambient heat and fire affinity Damon had accumulated. The convergence wasn't neat, but it worked. A brief system error flickered in his vision. Ding! You have learned a new skill. Damon ignored it and continued with the attack. He poured mana, blood energy, and rage into back-to-back attacks, and finally, crack! A massive fissure ripped through Ignaris's chest. His body erupted in gouts of uncontrollable flame. The twin suns in his eyes dimmed. His hands trembled as he reached toward the serpent that was now half rising from the lava. "No!" Ignaris groaned. "I am the end." "Shut it!" Damon immediately grabbed the guy and sucked in his blood essence, not wasting a single drop. The serpent roared in anger and lunged towards him, but before it could reach him, Mark arrived like an insurmountable mountain, standing between the serpent and Damon. As the colossal serpent lunged with a hiss that could shatter bones and stone, Mark met it head-on. The veins of light pulsing through his arms blazed like lightning trapped inside a living forge, and his right fist shot forward like a hammer thrown by a god. Boom! The impact didn't stop the serpent, but it did stagger it. A wave of force rippled out, knocking chunks of molten debris loose from the cavern ceiling and causing the lava pool to ripple as if startled. The serpent reared back with a hiss of fury, coils surging high into the chamber, but Mark held firm, defiant, a singular wall between the dying boss and the rising monster. Behind him, Damon's eyes glowed red as the final threads of Ignaris's essence flowed into him like liquid fire. Ding! Bloodline extraction successful. Ding! You have gained +3 intelligence points. Ding! Fire affinity +3. Ding! You have gained experience points. Notifications flickered at the edges of his vision, but he tuned them out. He dropped the corpse as soon as he was done with the extraction and charged ahead to the serpent. Together, Mark and Damon made quick work of it, and the serpent couldn't bring out its full fighting power without Ignaris. In the end, with another combined shot of blood lance and fireball, Damon finished the serpent, absorbing all of its blood essence. Damon stumbled a step backward, finally exhaling. Every single monster in the dungeon had been dealt with, and the dungeon was finally finished. Ding! You have defeated the hidden boss, Vorthrix, the Eternal Flame Serpent. Ding! Bloodline extraction successful. Ding! You have skill acquired, Molten Blood, passive, B rank. Your blood now carries a latent fire element, grants minor fire damage reflection, and slightly enhances the potency of all fire-imbued blood spells. Ding! Fire affinity +2. Ding! You have leveled up. Ding! You have unlocked a new trait, Lava-Born Resilience, passive. Reduces environmental fire damage by an additional 10%. Grants immunity to terrain-based lava hazards. Kate finally caught up, landing on top of one of the remaining stable pillars. She looked down at the smoking remains of the serpent, and then at Damon and Mark, both breathing heavily but standing tall amidst the carnage. "Okay, now it's over, right?" Damon gave her a tired thumbs up. "Dungeon cleared. No more bonus bosses hiding in the lava, I promise." Kate slumped against her staff and smiled. That was fun. A few more notifications rolled in, but Damon swiftly ignored everything and clicked on Log Out. There were only 10 minutes before the server shut down, and he was completely exhausted after fighting back for so long. Kate and Mark followed his example and did the same. They were both tired as well after finishing the trials and now the long dungeon. The fiery remnants of the dungeon dissolved around them into pitch-black nothingness. Damon was the first to wake up in the real world. He exhaled long and slow, blinking into the low light of his apartment. He removed his helmet and stood up to stretch his stiff body. His gaze then landed on his two friends. Were they both going to wake up? Or... Just as he wondered, one pair of eyes flashed open.
Meanwhile, minutes before the server shut down, a group of players emerged from the dungeon portal. They were all wearing Azure Serpent's Guild tabards, but they were not part of the main roster. "What happened?" one of the guys waiting outside asked. "Full wipe." The two quickly became quiet as the last man of the raid party emerged from the dungeon. Thorn's face looked extremely unsightly. His health was barely there, and he was injured in multiple places. "Tell the rest of the team to get back here fast. We are running this damn dungeon again. If we were wiped out, then there is no way those three managed to complete the run. We just have to try it a couple more times and we should get it." He silently muttered. "Is Bertram here yet?" "No, guild leader, he is not here yet." "Tell him to get his ass over here fast. When those three get out, I want eyes on them immediately. No excuses," Thorn growled, spitting blood to the side. "That fucking blood god is done today. Fuck the dungeon. As long as we take him down, it should be more than enough. How many men do we have here?" "About 50, but I can call for more. The game shutdown is in 5 minutes. I don't think they will be out of the dungeon before then." Thorn shook his head. "Don't underestimate Blood God. He is a conniving bastard. He will do everything to save his hide." "But guild leader, what about the wager?" Thorn laughed. "What do you think is going on here? Why would any of us care about some petty wager? Did you see me publicize this wager? That bastard has a legendary item. Obviously, he's going to clear the dungeon a lot faster than we are. What is there to wager about in this?" The guild member looked shocked. "The real challenge is for him to escape from here. I don't know why that bastard came out in the open even after seeing us, but there is no way he's walking out of here alive. He dared to underestimate us, and now he has to pay the price." Seeing the vein on Thorn's forehead seethe in anger, the guild member hurriedly nodded his head. "Everyone is hunting for him right now, and we are the ones to find him. We should not miss this opportunity. Go, get started with the preparations. He could be here any second now. I want that fucker trapped today, like the bloody rat he is. And tell Bertram to get his ass over here right this second." Thus, the next few minutes became extremely hectic as the entire guild started assembling around the dungeon portal. In the span of a few minutes, about 100 players arrived at the spot, fully surrounding the area. The Azure Serpent Guild was in full attendance. The entire guild was decked in items from top to bottom, most of them rare grade level 20 items. These drops needed to be farmed in dungeons or tough quests. Even if they were purchased from an auction house, several thousand gold coins would have gone into building such a force. This wasn't a casual hunting party, it was a military blockade. Thorn wasn't taking chances anymore. Spellcasters stood at the rear with charged AoEs flanked by archers whose arrows shimmered with elemental tips.
Warriors and tanks closed the circle, forming solid barricades with raised shields and ready skills, their health bars already buffed to max. If the blood god logged out inside the dungeon, fine, but if he so much as set foot out here, he was going to be torn to shreds. And sooner or later, he had to come out of the dungeon. Thorn stood in the center, arms folded, his cold gaze locked onto the still glowing portal. Every few seconds, a low growl escaped his throat. "Blood god," he muttered again, grinding his teeth. Time ticked by slowly, and the last few minutes might as well have been hours. Everyone waited with bated breath. In the end, the game shutdown prompt flashed in front of him, and there was still no sign of Blood God, or the two others with him. He logged out from inside the dungeon? Thorn's voice dripped with disbelief, then fury. His clenched fist trembled at his side as the shutdown screen overtook his interface. "Fine, it's tomorrow then. Let me see how long you are staying inside that damn dungeon." But right as the logout commenced, a new mail arrived in his inbox. Thorn managed to get a glimpse of the mail. His eyes instantly widened in shock and disbelief, but as he appeared in the real world, his lips curled up into a maniacal smile. "Blood God, you are dead. You are fucking dead." Meanwhile, achoo! Damon sneezed loudly, startling Kate, who had just opened her eyes. Then he followed it up with another few sneezes. "What the hell, Damon? Is someone thinking about you or what?" Kate rubbed her temples as she groaned and moaned, trying to stand up. "I think that's what they say for hiccups," Damon randomly blurted, rushing forward to support her. "You're awake! You're actually awake! Damn it, you numbskull! You scared us both, do you know?" Kate blinked slowly, still groggy from the disorientation of logging out after such an intense run. Her muscles ached, her back hurt, and her brain felt like someone had sat on it for a long time. But Damon did not care. He pulled the woman into a bear hug and held her firmly there. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." In his last life, Damon thought that this idiot had abandoned him, but in the end, it was he who had abandoned her. He was so immersed in his self-pity that he had no idea that she had gone through something so horrible. Just thinking about all that made his emotions all messy. He hugged her even tighter when Kate wheezed dramatically into his shoulder. "Are you trying to break my ribs, you crazy dude?" Damon chuckled, but he didn't loosen his grip. Kate snorted and finally wriggled free enough to bop him on the head. "Stop it, you big doofus! I am right here, okay?" She leaned forward and pecked his cheek, again hugging him. "I am right here, and I am not going anywhere." She put her arms around Damon's neck and looked into his eyes. The crimson eyes might be new, but they were also the same pair of warm and kind eyes that she had known all her life. Her lips parted to say something, when Mark stirred awake with a loud groan. Kate instantly pushed away from Damon, faster than a cat on caffeine. She spun around so quickly that she nearly tripped over her own feet. Mark, still groggy, sat up and squinted at both of them. His voice was hoarse. "I feel so damn weak and tired. Can we just go back to sleep?" Kate laughed in a weird, high-pitched way. "Maybe we need some blood," she joked. Damon nodded. "You are probably correct." "Huh? What?" Kate snapped to look at him. "You don't mean you are serious?" "Yep, I am damn serious." Damon told her about how he had almost killed someone when he had first woken up as a vampire. Kate's eyes widened as she listened. "Ugh, so where am I going to find blood now? This is going to become tricky very fast. The three of us are going to end up in some government lab as lab rats if we're not careful." Damon was about to say something when Mark suddenly spoke up. His voice was serious now, and there was no longer any sign of weakness or tiredness in him. "I know exactly who can give us some blood. That woman is back. Guess what? She brought her latest sleaze bag along." Mark tossed the phone to Kate, who went through all the messages their mother had sent them in the last couple of days. Kate's face twisted with a mix of annoyance and dread as she scrolled through the messages. Ugh, her again? I thought she said she was going on a retreat somewhere with no reception, preferably forever. Nope, Mark said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. She's back, in town, and she's apparently very eager for a family dinner. Tomorrow. Kate's expression soured. Of course she is. Probably wants to introduce us to boyfriend number, 16? 17, Mark muttered darkly. He's a lawyer this time, a defense attorney, from some sort of hotshot family. She made sure to mention that like 5 times. Damon decided to give the two some space and started on coffee. As the scent of rich, dark roast began to fill the kitchen, Damon leaned against the counter, listening quietly to some songs in his headphones while the siblings vented. However, the 2 new vampires sure enough caught the scent of coffee and arrived next to him in a jiffy. Why does this smell so good? Kate directly kidnapped the mug from Damon's hand. She took a sip and her eyes went wide. This is freaking unbelievable! Looking at her reaction, Mark poured one for himself as well. He took a cautious sip, then froze. Holy crap, he muttered, staring at the mug like it had just revealed the secrets of the universe. Damon chuckled and made a new one for himself. The 3 of them then continued to drink their cup in silence when suddenly Mark lowered his mug and glanced at Damon with a serious expression on his face. I think I'm going to make a mistake. What do you mean? Damon raised a brow. That woman, I don't want to meet her, but I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and go to that dinner. If I do that, then I might end up doing something I regret for the rest of my life. I don't want to let you down, and I don't want to betray your trust, but I don't know how to deal with her. Damon did not say anything. Kate spoke on his behalf. Block her, brother. She doesn't deserve to have us in her life. We cannot keep falling for her act every single time. We're not going to drag Damon into this now. Just block her already. Kate stormed away into the bathroom, but Damon definitely caught the tears in her eyes. Mark was not doing all that good either. It was their mother who behaved like this. He didn't know how to console the 2 of them. In the end, he could only do what he could. Hey, if you want to go and meet her, just go. I'm sure you can keep everything under control. You can try wearing some sunglasses for the crimson eyes. Mark gave a soft, bitter laugh. She didn't come back when her own daughter was sick and was laying on her deathbed. I don't need to see her anymore. I thought I needed some sort of closure, but maybe that will never happen. Leave it. I'm done with her. It's best to just block her already. The sound of running water stopped. Kate returned, her eyes puffy but dry, wrapped in one of Damon's oversized hoodies like it was a suit of armor. Shall we go somewhere out or back to our old apartment? I need some clothes for Pete's sake. Right, I forgot about that. Let's go. Damon, are you coming with us? Damon thought about it for a moment. He could probably go, as he had nothing better to do. Maybe he could practice some magic or do some workout to condition his body, but he was damn tired at the moment. Actually, I think I'm going to crash for a bit. You both go ahead. Sleep won over, and he collapsed on his bed, lazily waving the duo goodbye. Both of their bloodlust were in control for now, and they should be good for a few more hours. He set an alarm after 3 hours just to be safe and closed his eyes, waving goodbye. Kate shook her head helplessly at the guy and smiled as she pulled a blanket over him. She and Mark then left the apartment together. Mark fumbled with the keys to the old apartment, his movements stiff. He hadn't been back here since Kate collapsed. Everything felt like it had happened a lifetime ago, even though it had only been days. Kate stood beside him, unusually quiet, her hood pulled up, sunglasses hiding her crimson eyes despite the overcast afternoon. When the door creaked open, both of them stopped. Their mother was already inside. She sat on the couch like she owned the place, legs crossed, a wine glass in one hand, and her favorite overly sweet perfume clinging to every inch of the air. A middle-aged man sat beside her, sharp suit,
fake tan, eyes like a hawk with dollar signs in his pupils. "There you two are," their mother exclaimed, getting up with a grin that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I was starting to think you weren't going to show. You didn't answer my texts, Mark." Mark's jaw tightened. Kate instinctively stepped forward and muttered, "We've been busy." Their mother pouted theatrically, walking over and cupping Kate's face. "Busy? Don't be silly. I've barely seen you in weeks. You look tired. Are you eating enough?" Kate forced a stiff smile. "I'm fine, Mom." She had gone through a whole life-and-death ordeal in these few days, but the women knew nothing about that. Mark cleared his throat, tone clipped. "Why are you here?" "Because," she said sweetly, "I missed my children, and I wanted to introduce you both to Hector." She gestured to the man behind her. Hector stood, offering a smile that was too polished. "Pleasure. Heard a lot about you." "Sure," Mark muttered, deadpan. "I'm sure you did." Their mother continued without missing a beat. "We're all going out for dinner today. I already booked a reservation. No excuses, okay? It's a family night." Mark opened his mouth to protest, but Kate cut in. "Okay." He stared at her. "Kate!" Mark looked at her with disbelief, but she refused to meet his eyes. Her mother was smiling now, victorious, already talking about the restaurant's wine list. After a few more forced pleasantries, their mother urged them to change into new clothes that she had gotten for them. The dinner reservation was for 7. Kate wore the dress her mother brought, too tight, too red. Mark ditched the suit jacket, but still looked like someone crammed into a life that didn't fit anymore. "Wow, my 2 children look perfect, don't they, Hector? Even I almost don't recognize them." Their mother beamed like she was the queen of some picture-perfect fantasy. Hector just smiled, but the man's eyes never left Kate. After her transformation, she had changed a lot more than Mark. Perhaps because Mark was turned inside the game while she was turned outside the game, Kate's changes were a lot more noticeable. She had become taller, her complexion had improved, and her body had matured more than before, accentuating her curves a lot more. There was a subtle, impossible-to-miss allure to her now, as if she did not belong to this mundane world. Kate sat through the car ride to the restaurant in stiff silence, her hands folded in her lap like a doll posed for display. Mark glared at the back of Hector's head the whole ride. Their mother made small talk, completely oblivious or willfully ignorant. The restaurant was classy. White tablecloths, crystal glasses, a waiter who looked like he judged every outfit with surgical precision. Kate drew eyes even in the dim lighting, and Hector noticed that too. Dinner began as a tense parade of pretenses. Their mother bragged about Hector's career. Hector bragged about himself. Kate nodded politely. Mark didn't speak at all. Then Hector leaned over the table and placed a hand over Kate's. "You know, you really should let your hair down. Show off that beautiful neck of yours." Kate froze. Mark's chair screeched against the floor as he stood up. "Get your fucking hand off her." "Mark," her mother hissed, through a frozen smile, "what are you doing? Don't behave so childishly. Hector is just being nice. What is wrong with you?" Hector laughed like it was a joke. "Just a compliment, no need to get so defensive." Kate pulled her hand back, her jaw clenched. The waiter came and served some more food and drinks. Mark sat back down reluctantly, but his fists remained clenched, resting on the table like loaded weapons. Kate stared at her plate, her appetite ruined, her shoulders tight with tension. Her mother continued sipping wine like nothing had happened, gushing about some charity gala Hector was sponsoring. No one else at the table was listening. Hector no longer even bothered to hide the fact that his eyes were on Kate. Coincidentally, when the waiter appeared again, he poured a glass of wine on Kate's dress.
The wine splashed across Kate's chest, deep red seeping into the already too red fabric, clinging to her in a way that made her instantly uncomfortable. Hector's smile widened as his eyes were now plastered to her chest where a little more of her snow-white skin was revealed. Kate gritted her teeth and shot up from her chair with a startled breath, napkin in hand, dabbing at the soaked fabric. "Oh dear," her mother gasped, far too dramatically. "How clumsy! That must be freezing. Hector, be a gentleman and help her dry off, won't you?" "My pleasure." The man revealed a vicious grin as he moved closer to Kate. "No, it's fine. I'll handle it." Kate turned and started toward the restroom. Hector also rose as if to follow her. Mark's hand shot across the table and gripped Hector's wrist. "Sit down." The words were low, almost conversational, but his grip was anything but. "Easy," he said, trying to play it off with a chuckle, though his tone faltered. "You help by staying the fuck away from her." "Mark," her mother snapped again, cheeks flushing, "don't act like a thug in public. Hector knows the owner of this restaurant. He could probably find a room where your sister can change her dress. He just wants to help. Why are you behaving like this?" Mark didn't budge. His fingers tightened on Hector's wrist just enough to make the man wince and stop pretending. "Are you that naive? Or are you ready to finally sell your own daughter for money?" Their mother froze. The air at the table turned razor sharp. "What did you just say to me?" she hissed, her voice low but full of venom. You heard me." Her face twisted with wounded outrage, but it was all performance. "How dare you accuse me of something so disgusting? I raised you. I sacrificed everything." "You sacrificed nothing," Mark cut her off, his voice icy. "You ran off to Bali while Kate was in the ICU. You didn't even call." Her wineglass trembled in her grip. "Don't you dare guilt me." "I'm not guilting you," he said flatly. "I'm done with you." Hector, sensing the rising storm, stood and tried to speak. "Okay, I think we're all being a bit dramatic here. Maybe we need to all sit down, breathe, and—" Mark's fist clenched again, knuckles whitening. "Touch her again, and I swear to God, I won't stop at your wrist." Hector smiled and sat down. At the same time, 5 of his men walked over behind him. They all had their concealed weapons that were not too concealed. Mark gritted his teeth. It looked like his mom had landed herself in bigger shit this time around and was now trying to drag them down along with her, just like she always does. If he just killed them both right here and now? "Hey there!" A cheerful, almost lazy voice cut through the tension like a blade through butter. Everyone turned. Damon was standing by the entrance of the private dining room, hands in his pockets, hoodie slung low, and a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He strolled forward casually. "There you both are. I was starting to wonder what was taking you both so long. Why don't you guys come out already? Our whole college batch is waiting for us outside. Let's go. Auntie, sorry, but we planned this a long time ago. Mind if I steal Mark and Kate?" Hector raised a brow. "And you are—" Damon tilted his head. "Does it matter?" One of the men behind Hector moved slightly. Damon's eyes flicked in his direction, but Hector stopped the man. The man lowered his head, and Hector whispered in his ears, "Not here. It's too public. Let them leave. Follow them and get that bitch for me. I want her no matter what." Damon continued smiling at the man without any change in his expression. Kate arrived a moment later, and her dress was still ruined. Damon quietly removed his hoodie and handed it to her. "All right, Auntie, take care. We will be leaving now." Damon ended the conversation and walked out of the private booth with Kate in tow. Mark stood up and followed them in silence, no longer bothering with either his mother or Hector. As the 3 of them left the room, they could clearly hear the woman profusely apologizing to Hector. She called them rude and mannerless brats and talked about how they needed to be taught manners. Hector laughed. "Don't worry, my dear. I will definitely teach both your kids a lesson they will not forget. Especially your daughter." Their mother simply laughed. "Yeah, young girls need to be brought up strictly. I'm afraid I have been too lenient with her." Mark paused, but Damon shook his head. "Let's go." They took a cab back to their apartment, and Kate's face was wilted the entire time. She silently sobbed as she leaned on Damon's shoulder. Damon paid the cab driver and held the door as Kate stepped out first, her head lowered. Mark followed, fists clenched, jaw tight. As soon as they entered the apartment, Kate went straight to the bathroom without saying a word. The door clicked shut behind her. Mark paced for a full minute before slamming a fist into the wall, leaving a small dent in the plaster. Damon didn't flinch. He just leaned against the kitchen counter, eyes calm but cold. "She laughed," Mark muttered. "She fucking laughed. Did you hear her?" "I did," Damon said evenly. "I remember every word." Mark spun around. "I should have killed him and her right there." "And then what?" Damon let out a sigh. "Are you going to go to jail?" Mark gnashed his teeth and remained silent. "Tell me something," Damon continued. "Now that both of you have turned into vampires in real life, have you thought about using your magic in real life, too?" "What?" Mark looked up in shock. "Wait, do you mean—" Damon smiled. "Why don't you sit here and think about that? I have some errands to run." Mark looked at him, eyes narrowing. "What are you planning?" Damon's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Nothing rash, just tying up loose ends." "You're not going after him," Mark said flatly. "Damon, don't do that. I was hasty just now. I was just venting to you. I would never have risked our lives. We are fine now, aren't we? You don't have to do anything." Damon walked to the door and paused with his hand on the knob. "It's not over yet. That man will never let this go. Things will only become messier if this is not dealt with today." Mark stood up, tense. "If you go after him and something happens to you, no, I am coming with you." Damon turned slightly, eyes gleaming crimson in the dim light. "No, you are not." "Damon! You are not coming because you cannot do this yet." Then, right in front of Mark's eyes, Damon's figure disappeared into a puff of shadows. Mark stood frozen, the last tendrils of Damon's shadow mist curling near the door like smoke with a will of its own. Then he sat down heavily, muttering to himself, "Once again, you took my burden willingly," he sighed. "You better come back."
Damon stepped out of the apartment complex, appearing silently in a nearby alleyway. He still did not have absolute control over Shadow Step in real life and appeared in front of the guy instead of behind him. "Oops," Damon grinned. "Hi there. Did not mean to startle you." The muscular man revealed a shocked expression, but he instinctively reached for his gun. But Damon was faster than him. Before he could draw his weapon, blood splattered from his neck, and Damon made sure not to waste any of it. Fresh blood energy filling his body was a wonderful feeling after all. The man dropped without a sound, eyes wide in disbelief, as his life drained away in seconds. Damon caught him by the collar before his body hit the ground and eased him silently to the pavement. Then he thought of the next problem: disposing of this body. So tedious, Damon clicked his tongue. He had already checked that there were no cameras in or around their street, so he did not have to worry about being caught on camera, but the dead body was still going to be a pain in the ass. Damon's gaze then fell on the car, which was parked out by the alleyway. Of course, the guy had probably followed them to their apartment in this car. All right, I should put the trash where it belongs. He lugged the body into the back of the car and then closed it shut. He took a minute to make sure no one else was around in the area. Damon's eyes narrowed as he scanned the quiet street. No pedestrians, no dog walkers, no drunks stumbling home. Just the hum of a few parked cars and the rustle of wind in the trees. He opened the driver's door, slid in, and checked the dashboard. The keys were still in the ignition, and the air inside smelled faintly of sweat, coffee, and gunwale. Typical goon scent.
The center console had a burner phone and a half-eaten protein bar. He started the car and checked the map. Thankfully, the recent routes were still there. And one of the marked locations immediately stood out. Wexley Heights. Damon's eyes narrowed. That was the name of a posh, gated community on the outskirts of the city, a place with iron-wrought gates, security patrols, and cameras at every corner. It also happened to be the last destination this car had visited, just an hour before dinner. Hector's den, huh? Damon's muttered, a slow grin stretching across his face. How considerate of you to leave me a direct trail. He pocketed the burner phone after taking a quick glance at its messages. Most of it was random chatter, check-ins, times, but the last one read, "Confirmed, girl identified, secure her after extraction." Damon's fingers clenched the phone until the screen cracked. He dropped it onto the passenger seat and pulled the car out into the quiet street, keeping his posture relaxed but his senses sharply tuned. He didn't blast music or drive erratically. Instead, he melted into the traffic like any late-night driver heading out of town. Wexley Heights wasn't too far, an hour 15 minutes if the lights stayed green. The city lights slowly thinned out as the roads led him farther from the noise, from the chaos, from the warmth of Kate's trembling body leaning against his shoulder. The car's tires crunched onto the asphalt shoulder as he slowed at the next intersection. The sky had darkened into a stretch of cold velvet, clouds rolling low overhead. A few minutes later, the digital security signs of Wexley Heights began to peek through the trees. He had always thought that this was a fortress for the rich and rotten, and Hector fit in perfectly. Damon slowed the car down, planning to park it outside, but surprisingly, the gates opened up for him without any issue at all. Damon's eyes narrowed. It looked like they recognized Hector's vehicle and let him in without any questions. He drove the car past a couple of mansions until he arrived at the one where the car had started. Several cars were parked out on the driveway, and it looked like Hector was home. Damon quietly parked the car, and his silhouette then disappeared from the front seat. His face was covered by a piece of fabric torn from the other guy's shirt, and only his crimson eyes were visible. The next second, he silently appeared behind a security guard. All it took him was a second to end his life and steal his blood energy. There were a total of 10 security guards in the outer area, patrolling the garden and perimeter, but to Damon, they were little more than fuel stops. Each time he reappeared behind a guard, his movements were clean, clinical, and silent. One hand clamped over a mouth, the other pierced the vital artery. One by one, they dropped, their blood siphoned out completely. He left no trail. When the 10th guard fell, Damon crouched by the garden wall, surveying the mansion's interior through the grand arched windows. The lights were on. Chatter echoed faintly, men laughing, probably drinking, likely guards or Hector's personal crew. He listened in closely. His eyes widened in shock. Hector was standing with his men and watching someone getting slapped around. Damon's fists clenched when he caught a glimpse of who it was. "Bitch, I am telling you to message your daughter and bring her here, and you are continuing to disobey me. Do you think that I can't reach her if you don't lure her here? I need to teach you a lesson first." Hector laughed wildly and kicked the poor woman lying on the ground. "Did you really think I was going to marry you? I would have ditched you 3 hours ago if I hadn't seen your daughter. God knows how such a beauty was born to your crappy shit face." He kicked her again. Damon was about to make a move when he suddenly heard a whimper. Please do whatever you want with me. Just leave my kids alone. I am sorry. Just leave us. We will never come in front of you again." Damon let out a sigh of relief after hearing the woman's words. Both in his last life and this life, Mark had told him again and again, repeatedly, that he had given up on his mother and wanted nothing to do with her. Kate was the same. Both of them had said the same thing, and yet there was always pain that came along with those statements. Even if it was the worst woman in the whole world, when it came to a mother, it was impossible for the heart to fully shut that door. No matter how much betrayal, how much absence, how many wounds had piled up, there was a quiet ache that lingered behind every word, a child's instinctive hope that maybe, just maybe, this time would be different. But now, hearing her plead like that, Damon understood the truth. Their mom hadn't given up on them completely. She was naive and stupid and probably gullible enough to believe men like Hector, but at the end of the day, at least she was suffering in silence rather than trapping her own daughter to get out of this hell. And that changed everything. Damon exhaled slowly, eyes locked on the sight of her trembling form on the floor. She was bruised, humiliated, and completely powerless, but still begging for her children's safety instead of her own. Maybe it wasn't redemption. Maybe it wasn't even love in the way Kate and Mark needed it. But it was something. A line she hadn't crossed. That was enough for Damon. Damon had never planned to interfere with this woman or save her from anything, but right now he made a decision for the sake of his friends. If he left her here like this, Mark or Kate would probably not hold it against him, but it would always leave a deep scar in their relationship and also in their own heart. He did not want that for them. Maybe there was a second chance waiting for everyone. He immediately disappeared and appeared again, this time right behind Hector. "Shut up, you slut. Shut your whining cockhole and call your cock-sucking daughter. I am getting impatient. How about this? After I have sex with your daughter a couple of times, I will send you both home. I will give you plenty of money and drugs. You don't have to worry about anything ever again. I can take care of—" Hector did not complete the sentence as he suddenly felt something warm dripping. His eyes, wide with a mixture of terror and confusion, darted down. Blood! His lips parted in confusion, the smirk sneer frozen halfway through an unspoken word. He turned his head ever so slightly and finally noticed the hand. Damon's hand. It was thrust straight through his side like a spear. "You talk too much," Damon whispered coldly into his ear. Hector tried to say something, but all that came out was a gurgled breath. Damon yanked his arm back without ceremony, sending the man stumbling forward into a table, knocking over bottles of liquor. Shattered glass scattered across the floor as his goons jumped up, drawing weapons with yells that never reached full volume, because Damon moved like a storm. One blink, and he was already gone. Another, and one of the men collapsed with a bloodless gasp, neck slashed open. A third turned to run and slammed into a wall, except it wasn't the wall, it was Damon, emerging from the shadows like death itself. In less than 20 seconds, the entire room was drenched in silence and fear. Only Hector remained conscious, wheezing on the floor, trying to crawl away. Damon crouched beside him, crimson eyes glowing like twin embers in the dim light. Damon said softly, "You thought you could touch what I protect." He leaned closer. "You should have run when you had the chance." Not leaving a single person alive, Damon sucked everyone dry. He did not have to worry about Mark's mother seeing anything, as she was already completely out of it and near unconscious. Damon silently carried her outside. He then collected all the corpses in a single spot and summoned his shadow daggers. In the next few minutes, the pile of corpses became an unrecognizable meat mountain, just devoid of blood. It was an extremely gory scene. Hoping that it would all lose like some sort of gang fight and not a vampire feast, he quietly left the place with the mother. He covered both their faces and also wrapped her up in a cloth bundle, making it look like he was carrying some material things and not a human being. In the end, he knew none of these measures would probably be enough, and that this whole incident was going to cause a huge, crazy mess, but still linking it all back to them would be very difficult. Either way, Damon knew he had to take some measures now. He moved steadily and soon reached the outside of the gated community. Wexley Heights stood still and soon to be swarming with sirens. He had left the scene purposefully messy but chaotic enough that no one would be able to piece together the truth. The bodies looked like they'd torn into each other. Blades had been shoved into the hands of the dead. One of them even had a gun still clenched in a rigor-stiff fist. No cameras, no witnesses, just horror. As he rounded the edge of a sleeping street, Damon finally stopped behind an abandoned warehouse. Here, at least, he could breathe. He laid the unconscious woman down gently and checked her pulse. Still alive, still shallow. Her breathing was erratic, but she would survive. Barely. He once again continued his run. It was convenient that he could take her with him through the shadow step skill, but there was a limit to how much he could move like this. He was drawing on his blood energy a little every time he activated the skill. Lack of mana in the outside world was a pain to deal with. Also, Damon did not plan to take her home. He had another destination in his mind. He took out his phone and called Mark, filling him in on everything.
After Damon made the call, Mark arrived there soon enough. He took the nameplate off the car and drove here, hoping that he would not be caught by a cop. Thankfully, luck was on their side tonight. Damon had already moved quite a distance away from the scene of the crime, and the chances of this car's video surveillance on the streets being linked to that brutal slaughter were slim. Or at least he wanted to think so. Damon knew it was a fool's errand to try and hide after all of this. The only thing that he could now realistically hope for was time. In fact, ever since he broke Kate out of the hospital, he knew this day was going to come sooner or later, and now, because of these circumstances, they were here already. They needed to run. Tonight. They needed to disappear to some corrupt little third-world country where they could peacefully blend in and hide for a while at least, until the damned doomsday begins. Several thoughts crossed Damon's mind, and several plans unfolded in quick succession, each more desperate than the last. He weighed identities, borders, cash reserves, and connections, most of which were laughably thin. The moment he'd spilled that much blood, there was no returning to a quiet life, not in this city. Ultimately, everything was going to change drastically. Their lives were going to become a lot more complicated now. Someone like Hector didn't just vanish without consequence. There'd be syndicates, maybe even politicians digging through ashes. Mark stopped the car and opened the trunk wordlessly. Damon helped him move the unconscious woman into the back seat, gently, like she might shatter at any sudden jolt. Her breathing was shallow but stable. She hadn't stirred once. "She really didn't sell us out," Mark muttered, eyes fixed ahead. "I know," Damon replied. Mark gripped the wheel tighter. "I still don't forgive her." "You don't have to," Damon said quietly. "Just don't let that be your chain. I did not do all of this for her. I did it for you both." Silence fell again as the car rolled back onto the street. The city was calm, deceptively so, but Damon knew this peace was thin, fragile, fake. Their lives as they knew it had already ended. Now they had to move before the world caught on. "We'll need cash, new names, somewhere off-grid but with electricity," Mark muttered. Mark nodded. "How fast can we leave?" Damon exhaled. "Right this second." The two silently sat in the car as Mark quietly drove through the streets. They finally arrived at a destination, a government rehab center. Damon didn't say a word as they gently set her down on the cold concrete steps outside the government rehab center's emergency intake wing. It wasn't glamorous, but it was functional. They dropped her outside and left the area immediately. "Are you sure about this again?" Damon asked Mark. After all, it did not feel good leaving her alone, helpless and vulnerable like this, beaten so much that barely an inch of her life was left. "Yes," Mark nodded. "You have already done above and beyond for me.
Even if you wanted to risk more than this for her sake, I don't want to. Our lives have already become complicated thanks to her. Now, this is self-preservation. I have Kate to think about, and you have your parents to think about. Let's leave. If she survives, she survives. Otherwise—" Damon nodded. He did not force him anymore. "Let's go and get Kate. She is already packing bags." As Mark replaced the nameplate on the car and drove back to the apartment complex, meanwhile, Damon had other headaches. How the hell was he going to pack up his family? His mother would probably be the easiest. She was always ready to pack a bag for vacation in some place, and the timing couldn't be any more perfect. He quickly opened his phone to check, and voila! The announcement of exchanging in-game coins to dollars was only just made a few hours ago. The entire internet was in an uproar because of this, and the game's popularity was skyrocketing through the roof. Damon's lips twitched. Well, talk about timing. If he converted a bunch of gold coins and showed his parents his new bank account balance, they would jump in joy and come for what bullshit vacation he names. He could then break the news to them slowly. The real problem was his holier-than-thou elder brother and his almighty wife. His brother had never supported him all his life, and even in his last life when he had lost everything, he had only blamed him and yelled at him for being so foolish in his life decisions. And that woman was worse. She used every chance to put him down and literally cursed him for being a freeloader and eating his parents' wealth. Damon had explained to her many times that he never received a big handout from his parents, but the woman was convinced that he was only able to succeed because of the family money he used. Damon sighed. He did not want to think about these unpleasant things right now. Many bitter conversations and memories were there in their history, but that did not mean he hated them. Once upon a time, he and his brother had been close when growing up. He was pretty close to his niece, who was a jolly little kid. He wouldn't be so petty to hold a grudge because of the past and let that little girl suffer for her parents' stupidity. Such small issues in the family were quite common. Which family did not have issues? He was not ready to disown his brother and his brother's family just for this. It was not like he stabbed him in the back. He just kicked him a little when he was down. Damon bitterly smiled, shaking his head. He was also human, so he was feeling a little emotional right now. However, he quickly put it all aside. No, now was not the time to calculate the plus and minus of every relationship in his life. They were family, and fuck it. He decided to be the bigger person here. He knew convincing that bastard was going to be very difficult, but he was going to try his damnedest best. Maybe if he mentioned an all-inclusive and all-fully paid trip, his sister-in-law might jump on the opportunity. Scratch that. Actually, there was a really good chance of that happening. Mark was already turning the street corner, and their apartment should be here in the next few minutes. It was time to start running. Damon knew it would all come to this sometime in the future, but he thought it would be sometime in the future. Not in the first week of the damn game opening. And now, D-Day was already here. They had to vanish. Tonight. No time for reflection, no space for hesitation. They needed to disappear into some corrupt little country where the rules were flexible and cash spoke louder than truth. Somewhere quiet, remote, and forgettable, at least until the damned doomsday begins. Mark parked the car downstairs. No more words were exchanged. Both of them knew what had to be done. They ran up the stairs in silence. Inside the apartment, Kate sat by the window, 2 duffel bags by her feet, and 1 more at her side. Damon's. She had packed it for him. Her hoodie was zipped all the way up. Her knees were pulled to her chest, and though she tried to look composed, her red eyes told a different story. "How is she?" Kate asked softly, not rising from the chair. She's fine now. Damon got her. Kate turned her head to Damon. Their eyes met, and she simply nodded. Damon stepped forward, picked up the bag, and slung it over his shoulder. He didn't ask how she was doing. They didn't have the luxury of reflection right now. What mattered was that she was standing, that she had packed, that she was ready. Mark locked the door behind them as they stepped out. Not that it mattered anymore. Everything was behind them now. Their lives as they knew it had already ended tonight when none of them were expecting it. Only his mother, that woman, was capable of doing something like this. Mark clenched his fists. He still had so much anger in him. That woman would never allow an ounce of stability in their lives. He hated her so much. Damon looked up at the dark sky above. It was quiet, too quiet for a night like this. Somewhere out there, police would soon find bodies. There's soon going to be a manhunt for them. Let's go. Damon let out a sigh and opened his door. It was going to be a long day today. The game had already started, and most of the people in the world would be logged in right now. But here I was, running for my life. With various conflicting thoughts swirling in my mind, I opened the door when suddenly a familiar face stood in front of me, a face that one could hardly forget if they see it once, a face I knew very well, a face I never thought I would see again. Damon! The ice-cold beauty, his old neighbor, was standing right at my doorstep with her long, gorgeous blonde hair. Her clear blue eyes were bluer than before, if that was even possible, and her immaculate beauty was as stunning as always. I stood jaw-dropped as I stared at the beautiful face in a daze and confusion. However, all of it cleared right up when an old figure quietly appeared beside her. "Where are you planning to go? India? Thailand? Philippines?" The old man groomed his Dumbledore beard and chuckled in amusement. "You are powerful, blood god. You really are. But there are some things that are beyond the current level of your power. Some things that are beyond your imagination. I am here because I don't want to see you defeated by these hidden forces before your story truly begins." The old man's voice wasn't mocking, though it carried the tone of someone who had seen far too many plans fall apart. His eyes, however, were ancient in a way that made Damon feel like a teenager playing at being dangerous. There was weight behind those words, gravity, like this man had watched empires fall and knew exactly what was coming next. Damon didn't move. His body remained still, but inside his mind spun. This old man knew that he was blood god. He actually knew his identity. How could something like that be possible? More than that, he couldn't sense the presence of the old man at all. Even with his super-heightened senses and perception, he could neither sense the old man nor the cold beauty. Who the hell were these people? Since the day his vampiric powers materialized in real life, Damon knew he would have to run eventually. Even now, he thought he was ahead of everything and had made a move before anyone could uncover his identity. But in the end, it looked like he was still too late. There were too many questions and mysteries about these two. However, they were still not enough to hold him back. Not if he truly wanted to go all out. He did not know why he wasn't able to sense the woman. He was probably too occupied with his escape plan and getting to his family. But when it came to combat, there was no way she could stand in his path. It was the old man he needed to worry about more. He still couldn't sense any mana from the guy, but his gut feelings told him that he was very powerful and dangerous. If he could just take him down with a surprise attack, then... Blood God, calm down. You are thinking too much. You don't have to plot so much to take me down. I am here for peaceful negotiations. The old man smiled knowingly, eyes twinkling with a kind of mischievous serenity.
If I wanted to harm you, Damon, you'd already be ashes dancing on this stairwell. But that's not why I'm here. You're still raw. Fierce, yes, but too loud, too wild. You think you're hunting in shadows, but you've already lit a signal fire for older things watching from above. Damon didn't respond immediately. His blood pulsed with tension, every instinct begging him to grab Kate and Mark and vanish again, to melt into the night before more ghosts came knocking. But the calm certainty in the man's tone, it was as if they knew many things that he did not. The blonde woman finally spoke. Her voice was smooth, sharp as cut glass. You're standing at the edge of something much larger than you know. Earth Online is not a game, not anymore. It's a proving ground, a filter, a beacon. A beacon for what? Damon asked slowly. For war. For the future. The old man stepped forward, his tone turning grave. The world is changing faster than you think. The factions inside the game, they're just reflections of the real ones. Ancient factions, hidden empires, gods who've forgotten their names. You've drawn their attention, Blood God. That means you don't have time to run anymore. He paused, eyes locking with Damon's. You have only two paths. Rise now and gain the strength to stand, or fall soon and become a cautionary tale. The old man let out a sigh. I can see it in your eyes. No matter what I say, you will never trust me. You will never believe me. So how about I start with an offering? This is a small gift from our side. The old man tossed a crystal toward Damon. It was a small green crystal, and as soon as Damon saw it, he knew what it was. He had seen crystals like these before in the game, skill crystals. But how could these skill crystals appear outside the game? Did this mean items could now be taken out of the game? Use it and you will know what it is. You do know how to use it, right? The old man smiled. Before Damon could respond, Mark stepped forward, interrupting the conversation. Damon, whatever it is, test it on me first. Willing to die for your friend? Another good seed, indeed. The old man laughed. It doesn't matter. If you want to give it to your friend, that's fine too. Anyone can use the skill crystal. However, Damon firmly shook his head. It's okay, Mark. Step back. Are you sure? Mark asked again, and Damon nodded. He was never going to let Mark take the fall for him. A skill crystal should not contain anything insidious, but in case it does, then it would be his risk and his alone. He needed to do this to see if indeed items could be taken out of the game. If that were the case, then truly everything would change. This doesn't mean I'm agreeing to anything, Damon indifferently said, and crushed the crystal. Of course, the old man replied. The next second, Damon's eyes widened in shock, and the old man appeared to be even more amused. Damon, what happened? Are you okay? Mark asked in a panic. Damon only nodded as he slowly raised his right hand. He turned to check his wrist, and there it was, a new tattoo, warm and pulsing with power. Go ahead, touch the tattoo and see what happens. The old man smiled knowingly, revealing a similar tattoo on his wrist. Damon did not do as the old man told him. Instead, he willed for the tattoo to activate. The next second, his body disappeared from the real world. What a stubborn brat, the old man laughed. On the other hand, both Kate and Mark began to panic. What did you do to him? Mark stepped forward, the crimson in his eyes glowing stronger. No need to worry. He should be back in a minute, the old man laughed. Both Mark and Kate were still clearly unconvinced, but at this time there was nothing they could do except wait for Damon. As for Damon, he was standing at the moment in the familiar landscape of the Flame Lord dungeon. The sizzling heat abundantly made it clear that he was not dreaming, and everything was real. This, Damon could not believe his eyes. He looked around. All the drops they did not bother collecting were still littered around. It was the same dungeon instance they had run. There was no mistake about it. And yet, he was now able to access it with just this tattoo. He did not need electricity or the gaming gear any longer. Did this also mean that he had access to unlimited game time? He would have to confirm this tomorrow, because right now it was already late, and the game should be running on its usual time. Damon bitterly smiled at this thought. It has come to this point, so why was he calling this a game again and again? Wasn't this just another world he was teleporting to and forth? Even so, how did this old guy get access to this skill crystal and the teleportation tattoo? Did that mean all the super guilds had unlimited access like this? His fingers clenched and unclenched as he processed what this meant. Who created that crystal? Where had that power originated from? And most disturbingly, how many others had it too? If this kind of unrestricted access had already fallen into the hands of the old man and possibly entire factions, then Damon wasn't just fighting players anymore. He was fighting against those blessed by the so-called gods, and maybe the gods themselves. And gods do not play around. He would be a naive fool if he believed he could stand up against a god in his current condition. No. He needed more training. He needed to devour more of his enemies. Most of all, he needed time. "I need to get stronger," he whispered, eyes narrowing, much stronger. Then, just as instinctively as he had activated it, he touched the tattoo once more and willed himself back. He vanished from the dungeon in a ripple of red smoke. Outside, in the real world, Kate gasped as Damon reappeared with a low grunt. He was back, alive, and his crimson eyes glowed brighter than before. Mark stepped forward, relief washing over his face, while the old man smiled, satisfied. "Well?" the elder asked. Damon met his gaze, not blinking. "I'm listening now. Start talking." The old man shook his head. "This is neither the place nor the time. There could be more guests arriving soon. We should head over to someplace safe before sitting down and having a proper conversation." Damon did not reply immediately. His crimson eyes flicked once toward the hallway, then toward the windows. A slow exhale left his lips. "I could be walking right into a trap." "You could always go into the game world," the old man chuckled. "I could, but then I would be leaving my friends and family vulnerable." The cold beauty's face darkened. "You—" she started, but the old man stopped her. "Brat, don't be so petty. Are you asking me for a skill crystal for everyone you care about just to sit down and talk with us? You should not push it too much." "It is what it is. What can I do?" Damon refused to budge. "If you did not think that I am worth the trouble, then you would have never come all the way over here." A thin silence followed. Then the old man sighed. He scratched at his beard, muttering something about youth and stubbornness under his breath, before finally raising a hand in a peaceable gesture. "Fair enough," he said. "I can give you 10 token skill crystals. That is my limit. And for these 10, I'm going to need something from you in return," the old man immediately added. Damon's eyes narrowed. "Of course you do," he said flatly. "What is it?" The old man's smile faded into something more serious. "We can talk about it when we reach someplace safe." "Fine," Damon agreed this time. Though he wasn't keen on forming any alliances, he also did not want to let this chance go. From the looks of it, there were a lot of things that he did not know. He needed some answers. It was time to get the full story. "Let's go."
The old man and the cold beauty led the three of them to the black Mercedes waiting downstairs. Damon said nothing as they stepped into the car. The doors shut with a quiet thud, sealing them in leather and shadow. The old man gave a short nod to the driver, who didn't speak a word. The car just pulled away from the curb and merged into the late-night traffic like a ghost. Kate clutched Damon's hand tightly, her fingers cold but steady. Mark kept glancing between the two strangers and the city lights blurring past outside. 15 minutes later, the car came to a smooth stop in front of a glass-paneled skyscraper, one of those anonymous towers in the financial district that looked like every other. Damon frowned. "This is your safe house?" The old man did not reply. He simply exited the car, motioning for them to follow. Inside, the lobby was deserted. No receptionist, no lights beyond the security panels that blinked faintly with green approval as they passed. They took a private elevator straight up to the roof. When the doors slid open, cold wind immediately rushed in, whipping around them as the night sky stretched above, and waiting there, perched on the edge of the roof, was a sleek black helicopter. "This way," the old man said, climbing in like it was a daily commute. As they lifted off into the night, Damon leaned slightly toward the old man and asked, "Where are we going?" The man's eyes glinted. "To the edge of the veil, blood god, where real power sleeps, and where our future truly begins."
The helicopter ride was short. Damon didn't speak, neither Mark nor Kate. The cold beauty had her eyes closed the entire flight, like a statue carved out of frost. The old man simply stared out the side window. They landed inside a vast, dimly lit hangar in the middle of nowhere. A long runway stretched out beyond the heavy blast doors, and snow crunched under their boots the moment they stepped out. The air was sharp, dry, biting, each breath like swallowing shards of ice. Damon's enhanced body helped a little, but even he winced at the wind chill. "This way," the old man said again. A private jet was already prepped and waiting for them, sleek, matte black, with no markings, no flag, no registration number. It didn't need any. They boarded quickly, the warmth inside a stark contrast that made the chill even more memorable. Kate shivered violently, pulling Damon's coat tighter around her. Mark looked equally miserable. Damon, on the other hand, just sat down quietly, eyes closed, mind spinning like a turbine. He had a feeling things were about to escalate far past anything he was prepared for. 2 hours later, they touched down again, this time in Greenland, not the touristy, glacier trekking, selfie-snapping part of Greenland. No, this place was raw, wild, and abandoned. There was nothing for miles but jagged peaks and ice-crusted ground stretching under a sky so clear it looked like it had never known clouds. Damon stepped off the plane and immediately grimaced. The cold here wasn't just biting, it was invasive. It seeped into his bones, laughed at his vampiric resistance, and reminded him that even monsters weren't immune to nature's cruelty. "What the hell could be in a place like this?" Mark muttered, teeth chattering. The old man simply pointed. Far across the snowy plain, nestled against a cliffside like a sleeping leviathan, was a dome. Not metallic, not concrete, something older. The outer layer looked like obsidian fused with ice, slick and seamless, with glowing blue runes that pulsed softly beneath its shell. Kate's breath caught in her throat. "What is that?" The old man smiled. "That would be my humble abode. Welcome, Blood God and his 2 friends." Damon didn't reply. His eyes were fixed on the dome, watching how the runes reacted to the old man's presence as he walked ahead. Snow crunched underfoot as they followed. The cold felt heavier. By the time they reached the dome's entrance, a jagged split down the center that slowly peeled open, they were shivering, breath clouding in front of their faces like ghosts.
Thankfully, the moment they stepped through the threshold, warmth engulfed them. It was still extremely cold and uncomfortable, but at least now they would be okay with their best winter gear. Damon narrowed his eyes. "So this is where you wanted to bring me?" The old man chuckled. "Come, let's have something to drink and have a chat." He then looked at Kate and Mark. "You both are welcome to join us, but you should know that I have already brought your mother to our facility. You can meet her now if you want to." Mark was about to say something when Damon shook his head. "Where is she?" he asked flatly. "In the East Wing, resting. Under heavy monitoring, of course. She was in poor condition, but she's stable now. One of our best doctors worked on her. She will recover just fine. You can see her now or later. Up to you." Damon nodded. "Thanks. Mark, how about you both go and find her? I will come to meet you guys in a bit." "You really don't have to be so cautious." The old man let out a sigh and continued walking. The cold beauty silently followed him. Damon looked at Mark for a moment before squeezing his shoulder briefly. "Take Kate and go. Make sure she's okay. I'll handle the old man." Mark didn't look thrilled, but he nodded. Kate gave Damon a long glance. Worried, thoughtful, but said nothing. She took Mark's hand, and the two of them headed down the eastern hallway, guided by one of the silent attendants who had been waiting by the inner arch. Damon turned and followed the old man and the cold beauty deeper into the heart of the dome. They entered a wide circular room lined with shelves of books. A low fire crackled in a sunken pit at the center. Blue flame, eerily cold-looking but radiating warmth. The old man took a seat beside it, motioning for Damon to do the same. The cold beauty remained standing, her eyes never straying from Damon for more than a heartbeat. "I'm not a fan of games," Damon said, "so let's get to the point. What do you want from me?" An attendant came and served 2 cups of tea, one for the old man and one for Damon. The old man took a long sip. Then, finally, he said, "I want to offer you sanctuary, resources, knowledge, allies, in exchange for some help with certain matters." Damon's expression didn't change. "That's vague as hell." The old man smiled. "My name is Artemius. I am the guild leader of the Frozen Throne. This here is my granddaughter, Silvara, and also one of our strongest assets," the old man continued, gesturing to the cold beauty who stood like a silent warden beside him. "I take it you already know her." Damon awkwardly cleared his throat and nodded. "Yes, of course." It looked like the small matter of him almost draining her to death was still not revealed. Artemius leaned forward, setting the cup down with a soft clink. "So there you go. This is what I need from you. I need you to join our guild, and I need you to contribute significantly to its rise and its growth. You will be given the position of an elder, the highest position in the guild, only answerable to me. And in return, we will shield your identity from all prying eyes, both mortal and divine," Artemius said, his tone calm. "We will provide you with resources others would kill for, access to forbidden knowledge, skill crystals, real-world support, game-world support, whatever you need. All you have to do is ask. You will have unlimited gold coins to work with, potions, gear, whatever you need. Become a pillar of my guild, and together we can forge a path in this new world." Damon didn't answer immediately. "Let me guess," he said at last. "There's a war coming. A real one, not just inside the game, but outside. And you want me to be your executioner." Artemius smiled faintly. "No, I want you to be our spear." Damon remained silent for a long time. He took a sip of the tea, and shockingly, it had a calming effect on him, as if he had consumed from within the game. Damon smiled. "What a nice tea." "I am happy that you are able to appreciate it." The old man winked. Damon hummed. He took his time to savor the drink, and then placed the cup down.
Just like this tea, your offer is also too good. He chuckled a little. Unlimited resources, knowledge, power, safety, you are giving me everything I need. Yes, the old man narrowed his eyes. The full resources of my family will be at your disposal. You can also marry one of my descendants, any one of your choice, and become an official part of our family. Damon nodded with an impressed expression on your face. That is an unnecessary but interesting bonus. Even your granddaughter? He raised a brow when the cold beauty's face instantly changed. Silvara's gaze turned frosty, her fists clenched, and the temperature in the room visibly dropped. Artemius, however, did not look offended. He only laughed, as if he were thoroughly amused. "It is interesting that you would say that." "Why not?" The old man laughed some more. "If both of you are willing, then you have my blessings." "Grandfather!" Silvara couldn't stay silent anymore and glared at Artemius. "Relax, I am just joking. Just like how you both are. Me joining your guild, huh?" Silvara didn't look amused. Her icy stare locked onto Damon like a blade half drawn from its sheath, daring him to joke again. "Do you really think this is funny?" she asked, her voice so cold it could freeze fire. Damon, however, leaned back slightly, utterly unbothered. "I think it's your grandfather who doesn't know what he's asking of me. How about we stop wasting time and talk about what you really want from me?" Silvara looked even more outraged. "Damon, do you even understand what our family has offered you? How can you—" "That's enough," Artemius cut her short. "It's fine. I didn't think you would take this deal, but this old man had to try anyways. No hard feelings." The old guy just laughed. Damon looked indifferent, but inside he was sweating profusely. The old man was as conniving as a fox. He needed to be extremely careful when dealing with him. Just now he had proposed an outrageous deal as tempting as hell, but he just as easily accepted the rejection. What did he really want? "Let's not beat around the bush anymore. You do not have to join my guild, but how about becoming my ally? From time to time you would be helping us with some missions, and in return you will be paid fairly for your contribution. All I ask is that you do not raise your sword against my family without a just reason." Artemius leaned forward, and this time it was clear that he was not joking. Damon paused again, becoming silent for a while, but he eventually nodded. This was something he could work with. There was no point in making the entire world your enemy. It shouldn't hurt to have a few allies. "I don't work for free," Damon added coolly. "And I don't take orders." "You won't have to," Artemius smiled. "We'll call it collaboration, project-based cooperation. You do the job, you get paid. And should anything more evolve from this, we'll revisit the terms." Damon gave a small nod. "Then it's a deal, for now." "Excellent." Artemius rose from his seat, hands clasped behind his back, as he paced toward the door. "Your first mission opportunity," the old man said, "can wait until you've had time to settle. Rest, recover, and greet your family." Damon almost jumped out of his seat. "My family?" "Of course," Artemius laughed. "Your entire family is here. You might want to talk to them. Your brother in particular is paranoid about getting kidnapped by aliens." Damon blinked. "Wait, what?" Artemius just kept laughing as he walked toward the inner corridor, his laughter echoing faintly against the obsidian and ice walls. Silvara, now clearly trying to maintain her composure, rolled her eyes and followed, though her expression remained somewhere between offended and annoyed. Damon remained frozen in place. Ah, shit. His entire family was here. Not just his mother, but his brother, too. His sister-in-law? This was not going to go well. He exhaled slowly, tension crawling down his spine like cold water. "Of course he's paranoid," Damon muttered to himself. "I'd be worried too if I suddenly woke up in a frozen death dome."
The thought of seeing them again and explaining everything to them made his head hurt. Right on cue, Mark entered the room. "Damon, everything good?" Damon's face instantly brightened. "Bro, you are a savior!" Yep, this could work. After all, his parents had always liked Mark more than him. Something about being more responsible and reliable. "Hey dude, I saved your sister, got into a whole bunch of trouble for your mother. You know, the whole shebang. I want to collect for all those good deeds." Mark blinked. What is he talking about? Of course. Anything you want me to do. You know I am ready to give my life." Damon interrupted. "Keep your life, dude. How about you come with me to meet my family? You're going to explain some things to them. For now, let's not tell them we are vampires or that we might be hunted by various world governments. Otherwise, I give you full creative license. Please, feel free to tell whatever story you want." Mark's face twitched. "You're seriously pushing this onto me?" "Yep." Damon grinned, absolutely shameless. "Remember, I saved your sister and mother and all that." "Ah, you are such a bastard." "That I am. All right, get going. I am going to take a stroll and maybe join you later when everyone has had time to calm down. Good luck, bro." Mark threw him a glare over his shoulder, but Damon was already walking the other way with an exaggerated stretch and yawn, like he hadn't just dropped a grenade on the poor guy's lap. "You owe me 10 lifetimes of favors," Mark called after him. Damon waved a lazy hand. "Put it on my tab." As the echoes of Mark's muttering faded down the corridor, Damon smiled and let out a sigh. Now that he had successfully guilt-tripped his friend into taking care of some troublesome things, he had time to focus on other things. The most important one being why the hell he had never heard of a frozen throne or empire, or whatever their guild name was, in his last life. It was not that the guild had not been famous or had crumbled early in the game. He simply had never heard of this guild at all. Something must have gone disastrously wrong for them. That was the only conclusion Damon could come to. It was not that he cared about them. In fact, he did not trust the old guy one bit. But it is true that they had helped him quite a bit right now. And if they do end up sticking to their word about procuring these entry token skill crystals for the rest of his family, then that would in itself be a huge favor to him. "I wonder what they want from me," Damon mused. He absent-mindedly thought about many things as he walked along the long corridor. The entire dome was extremely big, almost as big as a gated community apartment complex. However, the whole thing was cold as hell. From the name of the guild and this whole ambiance, it was not too hard to guess the elemental affinity of these guys. But how the hell did so many people manage to awaken the same type of elemental affinity? Some shady shit probably went down here. I call incest. Damon shrugged. He was not one to judge. Whatever works for them. The corridor curved again, and this time he found himself in a long series of rooms like college dorm rooms. Surely people cannot be living here. He was about to open one such room when he stopped. "I know you're there," he said aloud. A moment passed. Then a figure stepped from the shadow of a decorative arch, a tall, lean, wrapped in a white fur-lined coat. A young man, pale skin, silver blue eyes, and a scar across his cheek that looked fresh. "Friend of Silvara?" Damon asked casually. He had a feeling that this was her work. "How does it matter who I am? I just came here to get you. Everyone is waiting for you at the arena. My grandfather might think that you are all that, but most of us are not convinced. We don't like the fact that an outsider, least of all a bloodsucker, is here." Damon raised an eyebrow. He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, utterly relaxed despite the venom in the young man's words. "Ah, so this is that part where my skills are to be tested." The silver-eyed man didn't flinch. "This isn't a test, it's a warning. You may have fooled the old man with your flashy titles and outsider tricks, but in the Frozen Throne, power isn't given, it's earned or taken." Damon gave a lazy smile, though his eyes turned just a shade darker. Yes, I am sure I fooled the old man, and what is happening here right now has nothing to do with him." The young man's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Damon pushed off the wall, strolling forward slowly. "I'm sure you're all that, but unfortunately right now I don't have the time. The game's next day has begun, and I am yet to log in." He stopped barely a foot from the silver-eyed youth, who tensed instinctively. "Also, don't come at me without proper preparation, because if you do, I might just drain every single drop of your damn blood." Damon decided to play the part of a big, bad vampire. He really did not have time for their flashy arena theatrics, but he would be lying if he said he was not curious about the abilities of these people. Now, a bait had dragged itself to Damon. It would be a total waste to let this opportunity go. "How about we spar right here and now?" Damon did not wait for an answer and instantly made his move. His hand shot forward, claws aimed for the guy's throat. A straight-up, critical attack. The young man reacted fast, faster than Damon expected. Ice flared to life along his coat, a barrier of crystalline frost erupting up between them like a reflexive shield. Damon's claws struck the surface with a sharp crack, webbing fractures dancing out across the thin wall of ice, but it held, barely. "You bastard!" the young man growled, leaping back with surprising grace as the ice shattered into sparkling dust. He landed lightly, his right arm now fully encased in ice that spiraled into the shape of a jagged gauntlet. "You think this is a game?" "I know it's not a game. But you see," Damon's smile widened, but his eyes turned just a shade darker, "I don't play fair." The next second, Damon disappeared and reappeared behind the young man, with one hand already extended, claws glinting inches from the young man's neck. The young man twisted just in time, summoning another burst of icy mana that exploded around him like a winter nova. Damon flicked back with a blur of motion, narrowly avoiding the freezing pulse. Frost clung to the edges of his coat, crackling faintly as it was burned away by the heat of his own blood mana. "You are fast," Damon said, clearly amused now. "You've got decent reflexes, too. But tell me," his eyes flared crimson again, "can you handle a real predator?" Before the youth could respond, Damon surged forward, faster than before, every movement powered by a burst of shadow step and blood-enhanced strength. The young man blocked again, barely, his gauntlet of ice meeting Damon's clawed hand with a shattering impact, but the pressure kept building. Each exchange was faster than the last, claw against frost, blood against ice. He held his ground, sweat breaking across his brow now as his gauntlet cracked under the relentless assault. He was strong, too strong to be a rookie. This wasn't just some brat with a chip on his shoulder. He was trained, hardened, and dangerous. But Damon was something else entirely. The noob might have had some sort of physical training and combat training, perhaps even from a young age, but that was different from what Damon had gone through and experienced. 3 years of life and death battles were nothing to scoff at. Mere training cannot come close to actual combat experience under the threat of pain that every death brought. With a low growl, Damon finally shifted his stance and swept low, a wide arc of blood-infused energy crashing into the young man's midsection. The force sent him flying down the hall, tumbling through a decorative arch and skidding to a stop. Silence. Then the youth coughed, ice climbing up his ribs to form a half-shield around his torso. He didn't get up. Damon walked over, his footsteps echoing ominously. Next time, try to figure out your opponent's weakness first before attacking. Also, how the hell are you guys using mana? Did you learn some technique to convert your internal energy to mana? The youth looked away, gritting his teeth. Fine, I get it. Family secret and everything. Damon didn't care. He stood, brushing the ice particle dust off his coat. Tell your people I'll come to the arena later, when I'm good and ready. Just as Damon disappeared, Artemius silently appeared in the same spot. The silver-eyed young man stiffened like a statue. Panic flashed across his face. Patriarch! Artemius's expression was unreadable as he slowly walked forward, hands behind his back. His eyes scanned the ice-stained hallway and settled on the fractured remains of the Manafrost gauntlet still twitching on the youth's arm. Quite the performance, Artemius said quietly. The young man swallowed hard. He attacked first. No. Artemius's tone didn't rise, but it cut sharper than any blade. You provoked him. You approached him alone and escalated a confrontation we both know you were not prepared for. But grandfather, he's dangerous. You saw what he did? I did, Artemius replied. And that is precisely why I warned you not to treat him like one of your training dummies. The old man stepped closer, his presence weighing down the air itself. Do you know what would have happened if Damon had truly intended to kill you? The youth lowered his head, the answer already clear. Artemius let out a long, weary sigh and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, not gently. Do not mistake calm for weakness. That young man may be unstable, but he is not foolish. You think you've trained in battle? He is a lot stronger than you. I can see it in his eyes. He has walked through slaughter and carnage lot longer than you have, perhaps even I have. The old man stepped back and turned. Report to the infirmary, then to the council hall. I want your official statement recorded. The young man hesitated, and
Damon? Artemius smiled faintly, his back still turned. Damon just gave this entire family a gift. He showed us exactly where we stand, and where he stands.
Damon once again found himself in the familiar scorched halls of the Flame Lord dungeon. The oppressive heat pressed against his skin like a weighted blanket, but it no longer bothered him.
Fuck, this is so convenient, he muttered, grinning despite himself.
He raised his wrist and examined the pulsing tattoo, the strange green-black sigil etched into his skin. It was like a swirl, and if he stared at it closely, it seemed as if it had no end. He clicked his tongue. If I had this in my last life... He picked up the remaining loot from the ground and tossed it into his inventory. The only notable drop was a snakeskin shirt that boosted his fire resistance, and he quickly donned it under his armor. Now that everything was taken care of, he opened his system notifications. There was a whole bunch of notifications waiting for him. He selected yes for everything, and finally the system-wide announcements started rolling in one after the other. Ding! Dungeon cleared. Ding! Your party is the first to complete this dungeon. You have set the record time 005523. Ding! First clear bonus rewards. Ding! You have acquired a silver rank treasure chest. Ding! You have acquired a key fragment to the Golden Throne. Ding! Key fragment acquired. 2 of 3. Golden Throne access. Collect all 3 to unlock the Path of Sovereigns. Ding! You have obtained a unique title, Ashwalker of the Flame Lords. One who treads where even fire dares not linger. Effect: plus 15% fire resistance, plus 5% movement speed in volcanic or scorched terrain. Passive intimidation against fire-based enemies. Ding! You have obtained 100 gold coins. Ding! You have obtained the item Bracers of the Great Lord. Item acquired. Bracers of the Great Lord, rare. Once worn by a flame-wielding warlord who scorched entire cities into glass. Stats: plus 12 strength, plus 10 intelligence, plus 10% fire spell damage. Passive: flame rebound, reflects 10% of all fire-based damage back to the attacker. Active: 1 per day, infernal grasp, pulls an enemy within 10 meters to the wearer, stunning them for 1 second. Damon whistled low as he equipped the bracers, flexing his fingers as the red-gold weave of flame runes etched themselves into his forearms. Now we're talking. With this, his fire resistance was stacking high. Combined with Ashwalker of the Flame Lords, the snakeskin shirt, and the gear he was already wearing, he could walk through lava and barely get singed. He almost got the whole set. Though this set would probably become useless by the time he gains 5 more levels, it was going to be very useful for the next run. Damon then quickly took the main item he was most curious about, the key fragment to the Golden Throne. The first time he had no clue what it was, but this time around the system had given him more clues. It looked like he had to gather 1 more of these to truly figure out what this whole thing was. Damon then clicked his last notification. Ding! Do you wish to make your dungeon record public? Publicizing this record will reveal your username system-wide. Rewards include reputation points and a bonus system gift. Yes or no? Damon grinned. Yes, of course. Meanwhile, outside the Temple of Flame Lord's dungeon, the 200 players who were waiting patiently for several hours now were finally starting to get a little impatient. Boss Thorn, it doesn't look like they're going to come out anytime soon. How long do we have to continue waiting? So all he has to do to escape from our grand plan is to simply log in a couple of hours late? What are you talking about? You foolish idiot! Get lost if you want to and get the fuck out of the guild. This blood god was completely ruining our lives. While other guilds were working hard to make progress, they were stuck here waiting for him without any end in sight. What kind of bullshit bad luck is this? If anyone spotted the damned blood god, bad luck instantly follows. Thorn snorted, his heavy armored shoulder plates clinking as he turned back towards the smoldering dungeon entrance. His jaw worked side to side, grinding his teeth in frustration. The Temple of Flame Lords was supposed to be their trap, but this guy simply did not bother to log in. How could he take such an approach? Wasn't he afraid of lagging behind in the game? Every second they were waiting here idly, they were losing dozens of gold coins. Just like the others, Thorn was also equally impatient and anxious. He was the one suffering the most loss, after all. But even in this condition, there was still a silver lining. Because once Blood God finally shows his face here, there was no way he was getting out of here alive. Their new friend saw to that. Patience, patience. He will come here. He has to come here. When he comes, that legendary weapon will be ours. Then this much wasted time would mean nothing. With a legendary weapon in hand, we can overtake everyone else in the blink of an eye. Thorn's words boosted everyone's morale, and the group once again started waiting patiently. To prevent others from discovering and taking advantage of their secret, they even made a whole drama about farming for beasts in the area and azure serpents taking control of the dungeon and the surrounding areas. Only the guild members knew the truth, and every single one of them was waiting for their prey calmly. The next second, all the guild members, including the vice guild leader Thorn, stared in shock as a new system-wide announcement flashed in front of them. Ding! System-wide announcement. Players Blood God, K8, and Zero have achieved the first clear of the Temple of the Flame Lords dungeon.
The surrounding forest seemed to fall deathly silent. Players stared at the notification like deer caught in headlights. Thorn's jaw dropped. What the fuck? He cleared it? Someone mumbled. Just the three of them? No way. He was inside this whole time. When did he even... Right at this moment, a figure shrouded by shadows stepped out. Damon casually looked at the 200 players surrounding the dungeon portal, trapping him from all sides. Oh, that's right. I forgot about you and your group. Are you guys still hanging around? Huh. To everyone's shock, Damon laughed, and right after laughing, he once again dove straight back into the dungeon. Unlike the lower-level Twilight Hollows dungeon, this dungeon had multiple difficulty levels that unlocked after the first run. Since Damon was already here, he decided to farm some more fire affinity, fire resistance, and fire element skills. Besides, there was also the skill combo that he wanted to try once again. Damon appeared and disappeared in a second, leaving everyone else utterly dumbfounded. The entire guild stared in stunned silence at this outrageous reaction. Did he just wave goodbye? Finally someone spoke. Yeah, another replied, voice hollow, and then walked straight back into that fucking hell as if he owns the place. He does own the place now, someone else muttered. Did you not see the record time? Thorn's eye twitched. His grip on his sword tightened until his knuckles turned white. He's mocking us. He doesn't think we can do anything to him. That bastard! No one spoke after that. The atmosphere was no longer tense with anticipation. It was simply humiliating. However, no one dared to move. Looking at the unsightly expression on their vice guild leader's face, no one dared to make even a sound. Damon had clearly just logged back into the game. Considering he cleared the normal level in under an hour, the higher difficulty should take maybe 2 or 3 hours. But there was still a high possibility for him to die and respawn, or simply run out of the dungeon in defeat. If either of those happens... He is online now, let's get ready for him. Today he will not get out of here alive, Thorn shouted. Get in formation, stay alert. Time went by rather slowly, and finally, at the end of an hour, Thorn stood up in attention. He had a feeling the unbelievable was about to happen. And just like he expected, a notification flashed in front of him, and Damon once again appeared from the dungeon portal. Blood God! Thorn shouted, this time ready for him. But Damon once again casually waved him away. Give me a couple of more hours, sorry. He again went right back inside. The dungeon had 4 levels in total. The normal level, the difficult level, the hard level, and the nightmare level. Thorn hurriedly checked the current notification that flashed in front of him. Damon had this time cleared the difficult level. Moreover, the other 2 names were missing from the announcement. This meant that the bastard had actually cleared a 30-player raid dungeon on difficult level all by himself. From the looks of it, he had plans to do the same for the next 2 modes. Thorn's heart beat quickened. For the first time, he was starting to feel a little nervous, and his confidence wavered. However, right at this time, another figure appeared. Bertram, what took you so long? Thorn shook in anger and frustration. Bertram, on the other hand, only smiled. Yes, I am late, but look who I brought with me. Huh? Thorn looked at the person standing next to Bertram in confusion. Who was he? Was he supposed to know him? Seeing that the idiot might actually disrespect the guest, Bertram quickly hurried to explain. Thorn, don't play dumb. This is Magica, the top mage in the Dominion Guild. They have 10 first clears in dungeon records, and his firepower alone was enough to burn hundreds of players in the first guild war that happened yesterday. What are you doing? Haven't you paid any attention to anything? 10 dungeon records. Thorn opened and closed his mouth speechlessly. They couldn't even clear 1 single dungeon, but this person had cleared 10 dungeons. His face turned pale as his gaze flicked to the mage again. The man was unimpressive at first, but when he took a closer look at his items, Thorn finally understood how outrageously powerful he was. All his items had a slight golden tint, which meant they were at least epic grade.
The firepower of this guy should simply be insane. "Are you the one trying to trap the blood god?" Magica asked calmly, his voice smooth and slightly amused. "I hope you have something better than basic ambush squads." Thorn clenched his fists but bowed slightly in deference. "We're doing everything we can. He's just slippery." "Slippery is good, means he's worth hunting." His eyes shifted toward the dungeon entrance, still glowing faintly from recent use. "I'm curious now. Let's see if the legend matches the rumors." Bertram grinned and patted Thorn on the shoulder. "Don't worry, with him here, even a cockroach like the blood god won't crawl out." Thorn then took out 2 scrolls from his inventory. "Mr. Magica, I have also managed to procure these 2 items." There was pride in his eyes when he displayed the item for everyone to see. Magica's brows rose slightly. "Is that?" "Yes," Thorn replied with a grin. "A space lock seal and an equipment lock seal. It temporarily suppresses special effects of equipment and teleportation skills within a 500-meter radius for up to 10 minutes after activation. He won't be able to teleport out the moment he finishes, and he won't be able to use his legendary item. It'll trap him inside just long enough for us to take him down. We have the graveyard covered too. Once he resurrects, we can get him again. It is almost guaranteed for his legendary item to drop." Bertram let out a low whistle. "That's one hell of a catch, Thorn." Thorn's grin widened, pride flickering in his eyes. "I managed to make the right connections," he answered vaguely, not revealing who sent him the 2 items. Magica was also equally impressed. "This will indeed be extremely effective." 10 minutes, huh? More than enough. Just make sure your people don't get in my way." Thorn nodded, the corners of his mouth twitching in restrained excitement. "Understood. The moment he steps out, we activate the seal. He's not getting away this time." Magica's eyes gleamed beneath his hood. "Good," he said simply. Then he turned away, summoning a swirling ring of fire in his palm that slowly expanded and then dissipated, as if he were stretching a muscle. Let's see what kind of monster the blood god really is. The rest of the players began rearranging their formation under Thorn's barking orders. Traps were planted, mages prepped barriers, archers took elevated positions. It looked like a flawless ambush from all directions, optimized for control and suppression. There will be no way out for the blood god this time. Damon happily blasted through the dungeon without holding anything back. His new full gear set took care of the toasty environment around him, and without any care he slaughtered his way through the dungeon, clearing out every single monster, even the ones hiding in the nooks and corners. So many things were happening right now, and most of them seemed to be beyond his control. Even though the old man had given him some semblance of control in their deal, Damon could see that if he truly wanted to, he could take it all back. Heck, his family was now at the mercy of these unknown people. Damon could not accept such a thing. It made him very restless and uneasy. He needed to become a lot stronger and powerful, and he needed to do this ASAP. With the Golden Throne event and his quest for the hidden alchemy lab, maybe it was best he focused on dungeon clears for the next few days. This also would help him amass a boatload of stat points and skills. Making a mental plan of which dungeons to hit next, he executed his new attack, Crimson Fire Lance. The lance formed from a fusion of Blood Lance and a tiered fire spell, tore through the dungeon's elite mini-boss like it was made of paper. The impact detonated on the far wall in a bloom of crimson fire and molten rock, leaving a charred crater where 5 enemies had once stood. "Damn," Damon muttered, a grin spreading across his face. "Now that's what I'm talking about." His fusion skill was a success. His new ability didn't just combine 2 effects, it amplified both, borrowing the penetration and health drain from Blood Lance and the firepower and insane damage ability from his fire spells.
The results were devastating, and more importantly, repeatable. He tore through the dungeon's remaining mobs by trying out various combinations of his lesser blood magic and lesser fire magic. He knew the two were somewhat compatible, as he had seen fire vampire mages in his last life, but they were not nearly as powerful as he currently was. His skills seemed to merge a lot better, and his blood energy inherently had some sort of synergy with the fire element. What Damon now wanted to know was if his other element skills could also be combined in this way. Since there seemed to be no restriction on what skills he could use, does this mean he could probably combine multiple skills and bring out bigger effects? There was a lot Damon wanted to test out. There was more than one way of getting powerful. While gaining stats and farming for more skills seemed to give the result, but ultimately if his skills were all low-leveled, Damon knew he would definitely lag behind others. Or he would have to wait until other players progress in their class evolution and acquire stronger skills before he steals those skills from them. Naturally, he planned to do this as well, but at this moment he wanted to build some skills on his own, thereby gaining a greater understanding, possibly getting some sort of bonus titles or quests. In his last life, he had heard rumors about getting special quests for creating his own skills, but he had no idea if this was true or not. He hadn't gotten anything until now. Perhaps he needed to figure out a stronger skill combo. Creating a new skill was easier said than done, so Damon did not worry about it too much. If only I could fight someone who has at least an A-rank class, he let out a sigh. Targeting top players would naturally reap the most benefits for him, but he neither had the time nor the patience to go hunt down these players. It would simply take too much time and resources. He would be better off farming more monsters. Forget it. For now, I'm happy burning all this shit down. Damon laughed and continued to play with his fire magic. Both his fire affinity and fire resistance were now B rank, which was well above average. Increasing it any further would take a lot more effort, so he was satisfied with this progress for now. Perhaps if he ran the same dungeon a few more times, he might even crack that threshold and step into the A rank. Damon quickly finished the current run, which was on hard mode. Except for the temperature being hotter, the rest of the dynamics did not change much. He was able to bring down all the bosses with just brute power and finish the dungeon. The true terror of this dungeon was nightmare mode, and it was impossible to finish the run without an actual 30-player raid party. Damon decided to leave this for the time being, as there was no point in forcing things unnecessarily and dying. Ding, ding, ding! The dungeon run is complete. Ding, ding, ding! Congratulations! You are the first player to complete the dungeon run on hard mode. A bunch of notifications popped up in front of him. Damon once again chose his name to be publicized worldwide and took a quick peek at the rewards. He had already stayed for a while in the game. He didn't even want to think about Mark's condition at this moment. He didn't want to break the poor guy by throwing him to the wolves. Well, it was better him than Damon. Damon grinned as he thought about the plight of his best friend. Unfortunately, he did have to show up at some point and face his parents, his wonderful niece, his brother, and his fucking sister-in-law. With his mood soured, he kicked around the loot, which was just a pile of a special type of ash that could be used in alchemy. He collected the whole damn thing and prepared to leave when he suddenly stopped and stared at the shiny thing at the corner of the dungeon. Huh, what is this? Damon's eyes went wide. Ding! System-wide announcement. Player Blood God has achieved the first clear of the Temple of the Flame Lords dungeon on hard mode. A new system notification flashed in front of everyone's eyes, and immediately Thorn stood up. Magica! He is coming out! Magica closed the notification, though a strange look could be seen in his eyes. He is just using the legendary weapon to blast through the dungeon. Our guess is that it gives him some amount of elemental resistance.
Thorn quickly added, hoping that the top-class mage wouldn't change his mind about helping them. Magica, on the other hand, calmly replied, "Your hypothesis might not necessarily be true. It is actually not a big deal to solo clear these dungeons. He should have cracked the shortcut behind clearing the dungeon. Every dungeon has this type of hidden shortcut. If done right, then dealing with the dungeon would be as easy as taking down a few elites." After hearing the calm analysis, Thorn immediately felt a lot better. In the end, top-class players were indeed top-class players. Their state of mind in itself was vastly superior when compared to his. "Listen to Magica, dude. He knows what he's talking about," Bertram added, prompting Thorn to give him an eye roll. As the three of them were talking, all of a sudden, a figure walked out of the dungeon portal. The figure was decked in flashy red and gold gear from top to bottom, and he held a big axe in his hand. The appearance was completely different from that of the player who had gone in the first time. Just from the looks of it, many items he was wearing were at least epic grade, and everyone couldn't help but drool. Clearly, the drop rate has been generous for the first clear achievement. Even Thorn and Bertram hadn't actually expected the guy to casually show up like this. While everyone stared in yearning and awe, finally a voice shouted out loud, "Blood God is here!" Thorn did not waste time and immediately activated both the seals. Ding! The area is now affected by Space Lock Seal and Equipment Lock Seal. Teleportation, flight, escape skills, and active item abilities are restricted for 10 minutes within a 500-meter radius. A blue dome shimmered into place around the dungeon portal, and all eyes zeroed in on the newly emerged figure. Damon blinked once, then twice. He tilted his head and looked at the glowing dome like it were a mildly interesting inconvenience. His crimson eyes shimmered with amusement, not panic. "What? I can't use my awesome new set? Frock! I worked hard to get this set, guys! Come on!" Damon groaned dramatically. Thorn gritted his teeth in anger. Even after seeing everything, the guy still did not care about shit. He instantly revved up, unleashing his best and most powerful attack. "Everybody, get the hell in formation and start blasting this asshole!" Magica stood at the rear, hands lazily twirling a crimson spell circle that pulsed like a heartbeat. Thorn's voice cut through the silence like a whip. "Blood God, you're surrounded. You can't teleport. Your gear's suppressed. No legendary tricks this time." Thorn dashed forward, wielding the strongest skill of a warrior-type class, Judgment Breaker, a high-level gap closer that locked on to the target's vitals and came with a temporary armor-shredding debuff. The skill roared to life, his greatsword crackling with energy as he charged straight for Damon like a human siege engine. Damon, however, didn't move, not even an inch. His axe rested across his shoulders, one hand loosely curled around the hilt, his crimson eyes calm and faintly glowing, almost like he was bored. Thorn roared and brought the blade down like a guillotine, just as Damon tilted his head slightly to the side. The sword missed by a breath, slamming into the ground and sending a shockwave of dust and cracked stone outward. That's when Damon moved. With a simple flex of his fingers, he slashed upward with a bare hand glowing with blood mana. The impact hit Thorn square in the gut, lifting him up off the ground and sending him crashing into his own front line like a meteor. Several players were knocked down just by the force of the impact. "Legendary tricks?" Damon said with a smirk, stepping forward as blood began to swirl like mist around his body. A wave of bloodlust slammed into the players around him like a physical wall. Lower-level players instantly dropped to their knees, hands clutching at their chests as fear swallowed them whole. They froze in place, cold sweat beating down their necks. Damon raised a brow. He knew he was strong, but he wasn't this strong. Not yet. Right at this moment, Bloodrain quickly chimed in. Blood God, you might be in trouble. This asshole inadvertently did something that could actually harm you. The seal has blocked my abilities. I'm unable to hide your aura while you are still in this area. Get out! Get out now! Break that seal somehow! Otherwise, someone powerful might sniff us out and get to us. Run! Now! It might already be too late. You gotta be kidding me, Damon muttered. He needed to frickin' speed things up. 10 minutes was too long. Just like Bloodrain reminded him, if he stayed in here, other things might get complicated. But seals were not completely unbreakable. Perhaps if he tried his best attack, pumping all of his mana and boosting it with his innate strength. Just as he prepared the attack, several attacks flew over to him, disrupting him mid-cast. This was going to get tedious. But Damon had a new card up his sleeve. You guys are lucky. I didn't plan to introduce my new friend just yet, but it looks like I have to let her out after all. Please welcome Elena, my little snake. The next second, everyone froze in shock as a huge 20-foot-long snake appeared out of thin air. The sudden appearance of the massive serpent brought chaos to a screeching halt. Elena unfurled with grace and elegance, her scales a shifting mosaic of yellow and ember red, glinting like gold in the sunlight. Her eyes were vertical slits of liquid gold, radiating a chilling sentience that made everyone hold their breaths. "That's little to him?" someone whispered in horror. The snake's presence warped the air around her. Heat waves shimmered unnaturally, and the scent of scorched earth filled the air despite no fire being cast. As she hissed, her tongue forked out with a flick that crackled faint sparks. Her sheer presence alone was suffocating. "Elena," Damon called casually, lifting a finger toward the seal-domed sky. "Break that for me, would you?" With a terrifying rumble, the snake coiled back, muscles tightening like a loaded spring. Then she launched upward, crashing her fanged maw into the ceiling of the dome. The impact was deafening. Magic lines flared in the sky-blue barrier like a spiderweb snapping in slow motion. Ding, warning, space lock seal integrity compromised, system recalibrating. Thorn panicked. "No, not yet. Stop her." Magicow's eyes widened. How powerful is that snake? However, his expression immediately changed. Without any hesitation, he made his move. With a flick of his hand, the crimson spell circle beneath his feet expanded, igniting the very air with runes of burning gold. "You're not the only one with a snake," he murmured coldly. The flames erupted upward, twisting and coiling into shape, a blazing serpent of pure fire, easily the same size as Elena. Its eyes burned with molten fury, and its tongue lashed like a whip of lava. The summoned beast let out a shrill screech that melted the ground beneath it as it launched itself toward Elena in a flash of fury. The two titanic reptiles collided midair. The impact coincidentally shook the barrier. Damon saw his opportunity. He shot forward towards the small hole at top speed. Bertram, Thorn, and Magicow also saw what was happening, but Magicow was simply not fast enough. Thorn and Bertram rushed to Damon, but it was already too late. The crimson fire lance blazed to life in Damon's hand, its molten tip screaming through the air like a meteor on a mission. He hurled it toward the shimmering tear in the collapsing dome, and the moment it struck, boom! The entire dome exploded in a fiery cascade of mana. Blue shards of sealing magic rained down like glassy hail, disintegrating before they could even touch the ground. The space lock seal shattered, its structured matrix unraveling violently. The equipment lock seal followed moments later, unable to sustain itself under the assault of Alina's might and Damon's devastating timing. Ding, space lock seal has been destroyed. Ding, equipment lock seal has been dispelled. Freedom surged back into the environment like a tide breaking a dam. Thorne screamed in frustration, eyes bloodshot. "No! Stop him!" Bertram was still mid-dash, but Damon had already vanished in a flicker of shadow and crimson flame, teleportation returning the moment the seal dropped. Alina slammed her body down like a divine hammer, coiling the fiery summon in mid-air and snapping it with a thunderous hiss. The summoned beast shattered into embers that scattered harmlessly in the air. She slithered down slowly, her golden gaze sweeping across the shell-shocked players. Then she unleashed a torrent of hell. Fire and lava spewed out everywhere. At the same time, Damon's figure again reappeared. He was now standing right behind Magicow. "Hey, I know you. You're the fire guy, aren't you?" Damon grinned. Here he was hoping for a strong player to fall into his lap, and his prayer had instantly been answered. "Damon," Blood Rain urged in his mind, "I have already redone the seal around you, but just to be safe, it is better we get out of here as soon as possible. Don't fuck around." Damon nodded. Naturally, he did not plan to stay around, but at the same time, he just couldn't let this golden opportunity go. Without wasting another second, he slashed the guy's throat and absorbed his blood essence like there was no tomorrow. Magicow looked completely lost. When faced with a close-range attack and overwhelming on-your-face power, the mage couldn't fight back at all. He could only gasp in disbelief as Damon's hand ripped through the protective runes of his robe like tissue. Blood sprayed in a fine arc, steam rising as it hit the superheated ground. The glow vanished from Magicow's eyes as his throat opened wide, and he crumpled, collapsing like a puppet with its strings cut. Ding, blood extraction is successful. Ding, you have acquired the skill Ember Serpent Invocation, B rank, active. Ember Serpent Invocation summons a fire elemental serpent composed of living flame. Damon wiped the blood on his hand and turned just in time to see Alina unleashing another molten breath over the battlefield. The few remaining players were either running or screaming. Thorne was nowhere to be seen, probably fled, probably shitting himself. Time to go. He dismissed the snake and got the hell out of there. Within a few breaths, he reached the nearest city and took the teleportation portal to head back to Nieria. Only after reaching the underground vampire lair, he finally let out a breath of relief. Damon had actually sensed it. Right as he was using the teleportation portals, he could sense several powerful auras descending down on the forest outskirts near the dungeon. He had just narrowly escaped a big mess. They were not normal NPCs, he could tell. His hands were still shaking. Whatever they were, Damon knew one thing. If he had delayed even 5 more seconds, he would have been annihilated. He needs to pull it together fast. Even idiots can sometimes use the right trap, and he would be done for. Still thinking about the close call, Damon walked over to the Blood Hall rebuilding panel and submitted the last of the monocores needed. With the 3 runs of the Fire Temple dungeon, he had more than enough normal monocores and elite monocores.
Quest: Rebuilding the Blood Hall. The Vampire Race Hall lies in ruins. Do you wish to contribute towards its restoration and become its founding pillar? Objective: pledge yourself to the Blood Hall. Donate mana cores and wealth to aid in its reconstruction. Reward: reputation points. Blood Hall Restoration Panel. Contributions: gold coins 10,000 of 10,000. Mana cores 500 of 500. Elite mana cores, 100 of 100. Current status, Crumbling Ruins, Tier 0. Next stage, Shattered Sanctuary, Tier 1. Ding! Quest update, Rebuilding the Blood Hall, stage completed. The moment Damon submitted the final core, the altar's crimson glow deepened to a richer hue, like molten rubies bleeding light into the cracked stone walls. Blood Hall advancement, Tier 0 to Tier 1. Shattered Sanctuary activated. The building advancement is now in progress. Thick mana surged through the underground lair like blood through ancient veins. Crumbling pillars rebuilt themselves before Damon's eyes, stone reshaping, cracks mending. Coffin alcoves along the walls sealed shut with fresh glyphs, as if honoring the memory of vampire ancestors long forgotten. The floor beneath the altar restructured itself into a radiant mana circuit, illuminating the chamber with eerie red sigils. A few more notifications appeared in front of Damon. Ding! Unlocked features. Sanctuary Nexus allows teleportation to allied vampire bases. Faction missions basic, hunt quests, defense quests, and blood trials are now available. Ding! You have been rewarded 10,000 reputation points with the vampire faction. Ding! You have been rewarded a new title, Founding Pillar of Blood. Ding! New quest unlocked, Sanctifying the Sanctuary, Tier 1 to Tier 2. Quest Sanctifying the Sanctuary, Tier 1 to Tier 2. The Blood Hall breathes once more, but it is hollow, unblessed, and defenseless. To evolve into a true sanctuary worthy of a vampire's presence, it must be sanctified with blood, magic, and relics of the old bloodlines. Quest objective: contribute 1 billion gold coins to the Blood Hall. Activate the Blood Altar core with 1 billion blood essence. Defend the sanctuary during a purification raid. Survive 3 waves. Recover and install 3 vampire relics from lost tombs or hidden dungeons. Defeat a Sanctum Guardian and bind it to the hall. Quest reward: upgrade Blood Hall to Tier 2, Sanctified Stronghold. Unlock Blood Hall Guardian Summon, passive defense feature. Unlock Advanced Faction Missions. Unlock Vampire Relic Crafting Station. Plus 15,000 Vampire Faction Reputation. Title: Blood Sanctifier. Failure condition: if the sanctuary is destroyed during the purification raid. If more than 1 vampire relic is lost permanently. If the Blood Altar core is corrupted. Damon clicked his tongue, his crimson eyes narrowing at the flickering quest panel. Seriously? Not even a Baron badge? He muttered under his breath. After all that grinding and throwing around more gold and mana cores than a mid-tier guild's treasury, he had expected at least a shiny new title in return, something he could wave in other vampire faces. But no, just reputation. The stingy bastards hold on to noble titles like dragons hoarding virgin princesses, he grumbled, tapping his knuckle against the blood altar. Aha, blood god, you are here! Varnix walked over, the timing no doubt related. I have finally prepared all your ritual materials. We can start your body tempering ritual any time now. Damon smiled. He looked like finishing the first part of the Blood Hall rebuild was the secret requirement for him to get the body tempering. Who knew? Of course he did. He smiled wryly and walked with the vampire. Varnix led him further into the Blood Hall. The rebuild was still going on, but now a lot more chambers had popped up, and he even saw some NPC vampires walking around. The deserted Blood Hall now looked more lively than usual. Varnix moved swiftly, his cloak brushing the floor as he led Damon down a spiraling staircase lined with torch sconces that flickered with blood flame instead of fire. At the bottom of the stairwell, a massive double door awaited, sealed shut with intertwining runes of bone and ichor. Varnix raised a hand, and the lock slowly opened and allowed them to enter. "Welcome to the ritual chamber," he intoned. Damon's eyes curiously looked inside, only to see a simple pool of blood and some runes on the wall. Varnix smirked at Damon's underwhelmed expression. "Don't judge it by appearance. This is not a spa. It's a crucible. Once you step in, the ritual will begin, and either you come out stronger, or you don't come out at all." Varnix gestured to the wall. "These runes were carved from bloodstones, from the grave of the last vampire king. The blood pool contains traces of ancient bloodlines. If they deem you worthy, your body will be reforged. If not, well, at least it'll be a pretty corpse." Damon chuckled. "No pressure, huh?" He pulled off his gear one piece at a time, tossing everything into his spatial ring. Then he removed the 3 spatial rings he had, the vampire charm amulet, and even his underwear until only his pale body remained. Then, without hesitation, he stepped into the pool. "There we go." Damon took a deep breath and stepped in. The moment his foot touched the blood, it reacted like a living thing, slithering up his leg in rivulets, fusing with his skin, pulling him deeper. Damon gritted his teeth as the blood invaded his pores, his veins, even his bones. It was not nourishing or welcoming. Instead, it was oppressive, as if it were trying to break him down completely and swallow him whole. Varnix's voice echoed behind him, distant and ceremonial now. "Blood that sleeps, awake. Bone that breaks, forge. Flesh that dies, transcend. He offers his shell. Take it." And then the pain began. The blood ignited inside him like fire beneath his skin. Damon's back arched, his breath catching as something ancient and alien clawed into his very marrow. Every inch of his body was being torn apart and reforged, not with mercy, but with the cold, precise cruelty of a forge hammer. Muscles spasmed, veins pulsed, his skin cracked like dried parchment, sloughing off in flakes only to be instantly rekindled by the living blood pool. Damon could barely hold himself back, but in the end he failed. A raw, guttural scream tore from his throat as the blood surged deeper into his core, boiling his insides and ripping apart every nerve with invisible claws. He writhed in the crimson pool, veins bulging, eyes wide with agony. The pain was beyond anything he had ever imagined, sharp, relentless, primal. It felt like dying over and over again. He had laughed off Varnix's warnings earlier, thinking the old vampire was just being dramatic, throwing in a bit of cultish flair to make the ritual sound grander than it was. But now he knew. This bloody thing was seriously trying to kill him. His screams echoed through the ritual chamber, but no one came. Varnix stood at the edge, silent and watchful, the same way one might observe metal in a forge, impassive, waiting to see if it would crack or hold. Visions slammed into his mind, memories that weren't his, a vampire king draining an army on a battlefield of ash, a queen with hair like fire whispering to a lake of blood, a child being buried alive in a coffin of bone, laughing as darkness embraced him. Through it all, Damon screamed. However, all of a sudden, something unexpected happened. Something even more ancient and primal stirred awake. The chaos and storm in the blood pool abruptly quieted down, leaving both Damon and Varnix completely dumbfounded. One second it was torment incarnate, the next, eerie silence. The blood that had moments ago boiled and surged like a sentient tide went unnaturally still. Damon's body floated motionless at the center of the pool, breath shallow, skin pale, eyes open but unfocused.
Varnix narrowed his eyes. "What?" he muttered, stepping closer, his instincts prickling with unease. The blood didn't reject Damon, nor did it finish absorbing him. Instead, it yielded. It completely submitted. That wasn't how this was supposed to go. Then came the sound. Thump. A deep, resonant heartbeat. Damon's heartbeat. The blood pool instantly surged into action. All the blood that had gathered in the blood pool rushed into his body as if they were afraid to be left out. The blood that had once threatened to unmake him now surged into his body with the desperation of a starving tide meeting its master. Varnix staggered back, nearly tripping. "Impossible," he whispered, his voice dry with awe and fear. "That much blood essence, no vessel can withstand that." But Damon wasn't just enduring it, he was devouring it. His skin darkened to obsidian crimson for a breath, then faded back to pale. His muscles trembled, then stilled. Even his fangs elongated slightly, only to settle into something more refined. The blood wasn't just empowering him, it was rewriting him. Seconds turned into minutes, and finally every single drop of blood was completely licked clean. And then Damon opened his eyes. They weren't red, not anymore. They glowed with a swirling, black-gold hue, like twin eclipses ringed in bleeding starlight. A tremor ran through the chamber. Varnix dropped to one knee instinctively, head bowed. "Blood god! No! Blood primordial! You've returned!" Damon stood, naked and unbothered, crimson steam rising from his body in wisps. I guess the ritual was successful. Bloodrain chimed in happily. "Damon, you did it!" The weapon spirit seemed extremely joyous and happy. Considering everything that happened, Damon couldn't help but think of the obvious. Wait, did I actually do it? Did I get rid of the damned curse? He hurriedly opened his status screen, but the next second, a wry smile formed on his lips. This damned bloodline hadn't stabilized just yet, at least not completely. The guillotine above his head had merely moved from 30 days to 300 days. Damon stared at it for a moment and then let out a sigh. Though the danger wasn't completely gone, at least now it gave him a lot more breathing room. With these many days, he might actually be able to figure something out, something more permanent. Damon put the thought away and decided to check out how much he and his body had changed from this encounter. Ding, you have gained additional stat points in all attributes. Huh? That's it? It felt a bit anticlimactic. Sure, additional stat points in all attributes could actually be considered a big bonus, but it was nothing he couldn't farm by himself. Besides, for all the pain he felt, he really thought that something else would have changed. "Damon, try circulating your mana," Bloodrain reminded him. Damon tried doing it, and immediately his eyes widened in shock. His mana flow was completely transformed. It didn't just circulate, it howled. What once felt like a steady river now surged like a wrathful ocean, crashing through his meridians with terrifying momentum, yet perfect control. His circuits weren't just wider, they were reinforced, almost crystalline in nature. Damon staggered back a step, his breath catching. He quickly pulled up his status screen. Blood God. Class, Primordial Awakening. Class path unavailable. Species, Bloodborne. Race, Blood Initiate. Variant. Bloodline, Fragmented Ancestral Bloodline. ? Status effect, Bloodline Instability. 300 days. Soul weapon, Bloodrain. Locked. Titles, Rabbit Killer. Banana Reaper. First Awakener. Bruman Slayer. Solo Reaper. Founding Pillar of Blood. Bound by Fire and Blood. Level 40. Faction, Dark. Health, 30,000. Mana, 30,000. Vitality, 150. Stamina, 150. Strength, 150, plus 10. Intelligence, 150. Agility, 150, plus 10. Constitution, 150. Luck, 10. Available stat points, 20. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Damon couldn't believe his entire stat sheet had exploded to perfection. Combined with the bonus stats he had gained through the Fire Temple dungeon runs, and this body-tempering ritual, his stats had actually reached the peak limit for a blood initiate when he was only level 40. No, in fact, he had gone above and beyond it. These were typical stats of a level 75 player. That too, his bonus stat points were still available for him. Not to mention his health and his mana reserves had actually straight up doubled. In fact, he had the mana reserves of a level 100 player, and he hadn't even formed a mana core yet. This was absolutely broken.
Damon stared at his unbelievable stat screen for a few more minutes, grinning ear to ear like a little kid. He then closed it up and returned to reality, only to realize that there was still one problem. What was he going to do with Varnix now? Varnix, still on one knee, dared to look up. "You carry the breath of an origin vampire. No, something even older." His voice was reverent, trembling. He had been mumbling similar things for a while now. "I need to wipe his memory," Bloodrain unexpectedly chimed in. Not all vampires would be thrilled to hear about an anomaly like this. They might even make sure you do not grow any further. This information absolutely cannot be allowed to spread. It would be one thing if you were the master of this blood hall. Then this vampire would be bound to loyalty to you, but now he is free to relay whatever happened here to whomever he knows. Damon nodded in agreement. He had already expected this and was about to ask the weapon spirit for help, but the good woman offered it herself. Do what is necessary. Damon couldn't tell if she actually did anything, but a moment later, Varnix stood up and looked around in confusion. "What are you doing here, vampire? Move! Get to work! The glorious blood hall is being rebuilt. Go do your bidding and contribute as much as you can." "Yes, sir." Damon smiled and briskly walked away. "Bloodrain, you did a really good job." He mentally probed, but there was no response from the other end. It looked like this time the weapon spirit was truly weakened. "I will make it up to you." He once again mentally thanked her and walked over to take a look at the available quests on the mission board. These quests were pretty low grade, but if he remembered correctly, there were a few quests that were worth doing. Considering that he needed a shitload of gold coins and blood essence for the next upgrade of the build hall, he had to grab every decently rewarding quest. Otherwise, grinding 1,000,000 gold coins was going to take some effort. There were also some other things he had to take care of. Damon scratched his head as he tried to mentally prioritize what to do next, when he suddenly remembered. "Fuck! I need to log out and meet my parents." He hurriedly touched his tattoo, and the next second he reappeared in the same corridor he had teleported from. Same place, huh? Good to know. He continued to walk through the corridors until he ran into someone. "Hey, do you know where to find my family?" "Yes, sir. Please come this way." The attendant thankfully seemed already briefed about his status. Damon followed him, doing his best to keep his expression neutral even as his nerves twitched. Meeting his parents after everything that had just happened? He wasn't ready. His mom was going to grill him for sure. His dad was going to give him that same dirty look. Maybe he could just go back to the game. He did have a lot of important things to take care of. Damon almost managed to convince himself and even lifted his wrist to take action. However, before he could do anything, a familiar voice yelled through the long, empty corridor. "Don't you dare do it!" Damon turned around to see Mark, standing with a strange expression on his face, along with the rest of his family. His niece, the little girl barely 4 years old, ran up to him with a face full of glee. "Uncle Damon! Uncle Damon!" She launched herself at him like a tiny rocket, arms wide, hair bouncing wildly. He barely had time to brace before she collided with his legs, hugging him tight like he was a life-size teddy bear. He froze for a heartbeat, then slowly lowered himself to her level, resting a hand on her head. "Hey, pumpkin," he said softly, his grin slipping back into place. Mark walked over, hands in his pockets, face unreadable. Behind him were Damon's parents, his mom already wiping tears from her eyes and his dad standing like a statue, expression firm. "Damon, where have you been all this time? I have been worried sick. What is going on? Mark is telling us something." These nice people have graciously invited us to their, base, but I am still not sure what is happening. Couldn't you come sooner? Why are you always irresponsible like this?" I winced at the barrage of questions as I walked over and hugged my mom. "Sorry, Mom. I was inside the game. I had something important to take care of." I shamelessly lied. It was somewhat true, so it couldn't completely be called a lie. Making sure not to look towards Mark, Damon continued, "Mom, this game, it's very special. A lot of things are going on, and it's better for us to stay with them. Everything is available here. It's just for a couple of months. Think of it like a vacation." "Vacation, huh?" Georgiana, his sister-in-law, sneered. "Since when did my little brother become so capable of bringing us to vacation in such extravagant places? You know what I thought at first? You borrowed money from some rich family, got in trouble, and they have now brought us all here for organ farming." I let out a dry chuckle. "Really, Georgiana? Organ farming? That's your first guess?" She folded her arms and raised a perfectly skeptical brow. I looked at my brother to see if he would say anything to support me, but just like always, he kept his mouth shut and let his wife do the talking for him. I sighed. "Typical. You could at least pretend to have my back, you know," I muttered, more disappointed than annoyed. My brother did not reply. Georgina pounced on the silence like a hawk. "See, even your brother doesn't deny it. We're just supposed to sit here, eat mystery food, and smile politely while you waltz around like some big-shot overlord?" "I am a big-shot overlord," I said, completely deadpan. Georgina gave him a death stare, but his niece came to his rescue. "Uncle Damon is a lord of overlords," she burst into giggles. Hearing that, Georgina muttered under her breath, "More like lord of the beggars and the useless." Their mom, clearly overwhelmed, let out a tired sigh and reached up to rub her temples. "Okay, enough. Stop this nonsense. I just want to know, are we really safe here, Damon? Truly?" "Yes, you can trust Artemius," Damon replied. Even though he personally had no trust in that old bastard, he did not want his parents to live in constant fear while they were here. Nothing wrong with a white lie that could give some peace of mind. But his timing was on the mark as he heard a light chuckle coming from the distance. The old man gave Damon a knowing smile as he walked towards the group. "I am assuming everyone is headed to the cafeteria to have some breakfast." Damon's eye twitched. Of course Artemius had to show up right now. "Yes," Damon said through a strained smile. "It's been a long day." "Oh, I'm sure," Artemius said, his tone full of amusement as his gaze briefly drifted over Damon's parents, then to his brother John, then to Georgina, who, for once, kept her mouth shut. Their dad stepped forward and offered a hand. "Thanks for hosting us, Mr. Artemius." Artemius took the hand with a polite nod. "Of course, any friend of Damon's is an honored guest within these walls." Georgina rolled her eyes but did not say anything. Artemius simply continued, "But I must trouble you to have your breakfast without your son Damon. I am afraid I have to borrow him for a moment to talk about something important." "If you want to talk about something important, you should talk to John. He got better grades even back in high school, and he's on track to become a respected senior executive at Bosch & Grader. I'm sure you've heard of the company. It's a very famous pharmaceutical company. If you want something done right, you should be talking to John. He's a lot more trustworthy." Damon's face twitched. John cleared his throat and awkwardly glanced at his shoes. Artemius, to his credit, didn't flinch. He simply offered a warm smile that made Damon's spine itch. "Ah, yes, Bosch & Grader. I believe we have undertaken a few projects together. John is indeed an exceptional young man to have found his way so deep into their hierarchy. But I'm afraid this particular task requires Damon's expertise, so if you'll excuse us—" Yeah, sure. "Mom, Dad, please eat something. You're fine here. Don't worry about anything. I will come back in a bit and talk to you if you are still worried." Georgina muttered something about bad choice under her breath, but Damon ignored it. He watched as the group was led away, his niece waving dramatically over her shoulder.
Mark stayed back this time, and it looked like he was not going to take the fall one more time. Once they turned the corner, Artemius gestured for Damon and Mark to follow, and they began walking down another corridor. The old man led the two of them to what looked like a huge conference room. Damon recognized a couple of faces right off the bat, Silvara and the guy who had fought with him earlier. He smiled at both of them, but only got chilly stares in return. He shrugged it off and sat down casually at the head of the conference table, Mark standing right behind him. His one move immediately created chaos in the room, as obviously the head of the table was reserved for Artemius, but Damon did not care. He wanted to muddy the puddle a little bit to bring out some of the hidden fish. Damon's gaze keenly observed everyone sitting around the table to gauge all of their reactions. Except for one or two, everyone else seemed to be basically against him. This was not really good news. This meant that the cooperation wouldn't be as smooth as he had hoped. But then again, there was nothing a little show of power couldn't correct. Artemius chuckled at his antics and did not seem to care at all as he sat down at the other end of the table, the second head of the table. "Very well then," the Ice Patriarch said smoothly. "Now that we are all here, how about we start talking about the problem at hand?" Damon leaned back in the chair, casually draping one arm over the rest, his crimson eyes locked at Artemius. "Inside the game, or in the real world?" Silvara exhaled sharply. "If you stop interrupting, maybe you will get some answers." Doing a "I surrender" gesture with his two raised hands, Damon chuckled and remained silent. Artemius ignored the two of them and continued. "As we all know, my granddaughter Silvara has managed to get a cosmic vessel quest after a lot of hard work and deliberation." Damon almost spit out the water he was drinking. Did he just say cosmic vessel? His full attention was now on the old man. Artemius smiled and continued. "Unfortunately, the quest itself is arduous to clear. It requires exploring a new hidden territory that is full of level 60 and above creatures. Moreover, the territory is an extreme environment where only those with very high ice affinity might be able to step in. With this in mind, I have put together a task force that can head out and test the waters. Since this matter is of utmost importance, we will give this top priority. Damon, would it be possible for you to join this task force? They are about to set out in a couple of hours." Damon almost spit out the water he was drinking. Did he just say cosmic vessel? The one you can use to travel out of this world, like a space rocket or space shuttle or something that can take you to other planets? Artemius's smile grew ever so faintly. "Yes, I am talking about a spaceship that we can use to travel to other planets. Blood God, what do you truly know about the world you live in?" Damon opened and closed his mouth. Nothing. He knew nothing. Silvara smirked. She then explained on her grandfather's behalf. "What everyone knows and has come to believe is that there are 8 planets in our solar system and 1 moon that orbits Earth. That life evolved here through natural processes, and that humanity's reach has barely extended past its own atmosphere. But that's only what the 9 hidden families want you to believe. Your understanding of outer space is very rudimentary. You are basically a flat earther." Damon scowled. There was no need for name-calling now, was there? Silvara's smirk only deepened. "Don't take it personally. 99% of people on this planet are in the same boat, blindfolded, spoon-fed half-truths. What you call the solar system is a sanitized model, a toy box version of what's really out there. The real truth is that there are at least 100 planets in our star system. It is our theory that these other worlds already have mana in their atmosphere, because of which we are unable to see or detect them with traditional Earth-based technology. Your telescopes, satellites, and even the best scientific minds can only observe what they are allowed to perceive. Anything laced with dense mana signatures remains cloaked from the mundane spectrum." Artemius nodded in approval.
Mana saturation creates spatial distortions, natural cloaking fields, if you will. Some of these planets exist in folded layers of reality, occupying the same orbital space but separated by frequency. Think of them like hidden layers in a music track, inaudible to the average ear, yet always there, humming beneath the surface. Damon stared, processing. So, you're saying there are others a lot more powerful than us out there, super close to us? Artemius shook his head. This we do not believe to be true. The families who have received God's blessings vouch for this. Our world is still the only world where life exists. Damon frowned. This didn't really make sense to him logically. Surely there have to be others. As per the words of the gods, the other planets are what they call resource planets. Usually, when a star system is born, there is a main planet and there are resource planets. It is important for us to take control of these resource planets, which are extremely rich in raw materials. Damon leaned forward, brows furrowed. So, let me get this straight. We're sitting on the main planet in this system, and all the others, the 100 hidden ones, are basically cosmic loot crates. Artemius chuckled. Crude, but not entirely inaccurate. These worlds were seeded with elemental abundance long ago, some by design, others by disaster. They're meant to serve the main world, to support the chosen civilization, in this case, us. Herbs, metals, gems, elemental crystals, even forgotten divine fragments. These small worlds could have any number of invaluable resources. These planets are wild, untamed, and often unstable. They're not meant for civilization. They're meant for cultivation, extraction, conquest. And whoever conquers them first has the real upper hand in the new world. Damon blinked. So, you're saying whoever unlocks the vessel first gets to claim the galaxy's most overpowered mining rights and farming rights? Correct, Artemius said, and right now only we have a lead, thanks to my brilliant granddaughter. The old man praised Silvara with pride in his eyes. Others also know about this, so it won't be too long before everyone gets their hands on a vessel of their own. We need to move fast. Those who have received God's blessings have a lot more advantages than us. If we don't hurry, then we might lose the only edge we've got, Silvara finished grimly. Damon sat silently without saying anything. Artemius and Silvara continued talking about the specific quest inside the game, the group who would be attempting the quest, and what preparations they needed to make, and so on. However, there was only one thing running right now in Damon's mind. This had to be the reason why this Frozen Thorn Guild had ceased to exist in his last life. They had either chewed more than they could swallow, or someone had fed them wrong information, or the cosmic vessel was probably broken and their whole guild went kaboom. He had a strong feeling that one of these things had essentially wiped out this damned guild. I could see the look in everyone's eyes. They were all so proud of their progress and so eager to take the next step forward and explore. But in reality, the very quest they were so proud of, the one they thought would bring glory and supremacy, had instead brought extinction. And now here it was again playing out in front of me like déjà vu. However, this time there was one small detail that was different. They had him. Damon cleared his throat, interrupting the discussion. How about we slow down a little bit? It's good to rush and get the first rights and everything, but it's also good to make sure everything is solid before we proceed to stick our heads in outer space. The room fell silent. Silvara frowned slightly, not used to being interrupted. She crossed her arms, irritated. Are you suggesting we abandon the quest? That we let others take the lead while we sit here wringing our hands like cowards? Artemius, however, simply tilted his head, his pale eyes glinting with curiosity. Naturally, we will not begin until we have all the details. Damon nodded.
Level 200, that should be the goal. Before reaching level 200, we shouldn't even think about doing something ridiculous like this. His words obviously did not sit well with everyone. Silvara's jaw tightened. Level 200, that could take months. By then, others might have already opened the gateway and seized half the system. It is indeed a foolish decision to wait for so long. We would have missed a golden opportunity. Another person added. The entire room erupted into chaos and discussions. Artemius raised a single hand, silencing the brewing murmurs. We don't need to decide everything today. Damon raises a wise point. We shall proceed with caution. Level 200 as a benchmark makes sense if for no other reason than to ensure the entire team can handle what lies ahead. And if we discover something catastrophic in the meantime, well, we'll consider it a fortunate delay. Silvara exhaled through her nose but didn't argue further. For now, we can still work on the quest and get the cosmic vessel first. That is going to take a while. The group discussed some things for a few more minutes, and then everyone dispersed. Damon remained silent for most of the meeting. However, just as they were leaving, he met Artemius's gaze and asked, "Tell me, there's something I don't understand. Why is it that you did not accept one of those God's blessings? Was none offered to you? Or—"
Artemius paused at the door, his hand resting lightly on the frame. "Oh, I was offered one, many times. The gods are generous when they want something." He finally turned, eyes meeting Damon's. "But I am a man who has lived a long life. I have very few years left in these old bones and a lot of pride. Why must I submit to someone else? Of all the people, I think you will understand me perfectly fine." He turned again, the faintest flicker of something bitter in his step. "Be careful, blood god. Power is a seductive chain. It wraps around your neck like a gift, and you wear it gladly until the day you forget what your own voice sounds like." He walked away, footsteps echoing against the polished stone floor, leaving Damon staring after him. "This old guy is not too bad, I guess," Damon smiled. "You have no idea who my grandfather is and just how powerful he is," Silvera said softly behind him, her voice lacking its usual sharpness or arrogance. But she quickly cleared her throat and adjusted her gaze. "Assemble in Trendolin City in 2 hours. Don't be late." She snapped at him and started walking away. "That's not going to work for me. I am pretty sure I'm going to be late," Damon shouted after her, but the woman continued walking away. Damon then turned to look at Mark, who gave him an odd glance. "Are you really going to be late?" "No. Fuck it. I'm way too curious about this quest. I've never heard of anything like this before." Time quickly flew by, and Damon took a short nap during the time to refresh himself. 2 hours later, Damon stood at the edge of Trendolin City's central plaza, gazing at the rising spires of crystal-tipped towers. Trendolin City was the northmost city of the entire continent, surrounded by snow-capped mountains on all sides. Ice affinity mana was thick in this place, coiling in the wind like threads of silken frost. Snowflakes didn't fall here. They shimmered down like drifting shards of magic. Did she start here? She must have one hell of a luck attribute. Damon smiled and started looking around. Sure enough, he found the meeting point, a small pub. Mark and Kate had already arrived before him. It looked like pretty much everyone else from the team had also arrived. "You are 5 minutes late," Silvera snapped. The 7 others from their clan seemed pleased at her reaction. Yeah, I'm late, but now that I'm here, let's get going," Damon shrugged. "We are still waiting for 2 more allies," Silvera calmly replied. "This woman!" Damon's face twitched. If they were still waiting, then how was he late? He silently walked out without saying anything. "Get back here," Silvera called after him, her voice sharp as cracking ice. Damon raised one hand in a lazy wave without turning. "Just walking around the city. Holler at me when the other 2 turn up." Silvera huffed, folding her arms but didn't chase after him. "You know Damon doesn't respond well to being micromanaged. You should maybe try talking to him in a different way." Kate offered a polite smile when someone else cut her off. It was one of the men from their family. "Maybe you need to stop acting like you own the damn place. We're showing you plenty of hospitality. How about you show some gratitude in return? If the patriarch did not—" "That's enough, Mendoza. Stop it." Silvera immediately reined him in. Kate's face changed, but she did not say anything else. Right now, she was dealing with a lot of conflicting emotions, and she was already extremely guilty about piling all of this on Damon. She did not want to add anything more to his plate and burden him even more. Kate quietly excused herself and stepped outside, needing a moment to breathe. The cold air nipped at her cheeks, but it was better than the tension inside. She watched the snow shimmer in the moonlight, thinking of the blood Damon had given her, the life he had saved, and the strange, spiraling world they now stood on the edge of. Everything had changed so fast, and somehow she felt both stronger and more fragile than ever. Mark silently came and stood next to her. "Thank you for not talking back." "I know how to behave, my idiot brother," Kate smiled. The two of them stared in the direction Damon had disappeared. However, the chatter inside hadn't quite died down. "Useless idiots. The patriarch is giving them way too much importance than they deserve. Maybe Blood God has some talent, but I don't understand why these two should be included. They are barely level 10. What? Only level 10? They'll probably die the moment they step into the cold wilderness." Silvera did not say anything, but the young man who had sparred with Damon spoke instead. "There is no point in bad-mouthing like this. It is of poor taste. Soon everyone will know who is worthy and who is not." A few more minutes passed in awkward silence. Soon two unexpected figures stepped into the small pub. One was decked in flashy fire affinity gear from top to bottom. The other was wearing a simple priest gown. However, if one looked closely, this priest gown had a golden sheen to it, implying that it was nowhere near ordinary. There were minute gems stitched all over the gown, and subtle enchantment runes shimmered faintly under the pub's flickering lantern light. Despite their contrasting appearances, both newcomers radiated power, the kind that made people unconsciously straighten their backs and measure their words. Not to mention, the two of them were stunning beauties that many men would lose their minds over. "Sorry for the delay," Mira smiled. "That's fine, Fire Goddess. Don't worry about it. We all just got here." Mendoza was the first to stand up and offer his hand with a big smile on his face. "And this must be the famous healing goddess, Aurora." Damon casually walked around the streets of Trendlein City, hands tucked into his coat pockets, as snowflakes landed silently on his shoulders. The cobbled paths glittered with the thin frost, and the air buzzed with the chilling freeze. To be honest, he did not really remember much about this place. Everything about this place was cold and freezing, and it was a pain to grind monsters or farm special herbs. However, there was a popular mage who came from this place. Coincidentally, he had nothing to do with ice affinity. He ended up unlocking a special monk class, and after 2 years, became an extremely famous independent player. All 10 super guilds were behind that guy for several months to recruit him, but in the end, he remained an independent player. He finally relented and joined one of the Super 10 guilds, but he no longer appeared much in the public scene. Now that Damon thought about it, maybe something was going on behind the scenes that made him subservient. The Super 10 guilds only became the Super 10 guilds at the end of the year, but Damon had a feeling that there was a lot going on even before that. Did the Super 10 guilds already know about his existence? Have they already planned to make a move on him? Or perhaps they hadn't considered him a threat just yet. Damon had engaged in a lot of minor scuffles here and there, but this time it was different. This group would closely monitor his skills and abilities.
He needed to be careful in revealing certain aspects of himself. The achievements he had so far were noteworthy, but they were not nearly enough to stand out too much. However, if his true skills were revealed, then it was going to be an entirely different ballgame. The Super 10 weren't going to remain idle if they knew the explosive growth potential of his bloodline. A clash in the future was inevitable. It was best to prepare as best as possible before everything about him was revealed. Thinking about many things, he walked along the streets of Trendlin City. He accepted a few general quests and asked around about unlocking the monk class here and there. After a few minutes, he made a beeline back to the small pub. He hadn't exactly made any progress on finding out about the monk class, but he did end up getting some interesting quests. Kate and Mark had already sent a bunch of messages, so Damon did not linger and headed back through the frosted lanes. He whistled happily as he arrived at the place in a jiffy. However, just as he neared the small pub, his expression changed a little. He smelled the unbelievable, tantalizing smell of a certain woman's blood. No way. There was no way she was here, right? He walked closer to the pub when everyone inside started coming out. Mark and Kate were already standing outside. Silvara came out first, her blonde hair flowing in the wind. Behind her, a series of cold and arrogant men walked out, all with similar expressions on their faces. And right at the end of the line were two familiar faces, Aurora and the woman who had threatened him on her behalf, Fire Goddess or whatever. Damon blinked in surprise, then let out a soft chuckle. "You've got to be kidding me." Kate noticed his reaction and gave him a sideways glance. "You okay?" "Nope." Damon not taking his eyes off the two women. "But I'm about to be very entertained." Right on cue, the Fire Goddess rushed towards him, her eyes burning in anger. "What are you doing here?" She gritted her teeth, barely controlling herself. "I was invited," Damon said with a shrug. Silvara, who sensed a headache coming on, quickly stepped in. "I did not know that you both knew each other. He's part of the team, Mira. I told you we'd be working with outsiders. I will apologize on his behalf if there were any prior grievances." No, nothing like that. Just a little surprised," Mira muttered, gnashing her teeth. A few of the men threw some glances that way, but no one said anything. Damon was in fact extremely surprised that Aurora hadn't said a single thing. Rather than this Fire Goddess or whatever, it was this tyrannical woman he was terrified of. She might look like a harmless cat, but she was a tigress who had stood at the top of the world in his last life, the fiercest and powerful battle priestess who was impossible to kill. Not to mention, he had already aggroed her several times. The natural reaction was for her to come running to him with a dozen spells ready at her fingertips, but this woman, why was she acting so strangely? She barely even looked at me. And when she did, it was when I wasn't looking at her. It was almost as if she was shy? Was she plotting something truly devious? Damon felt a chill run down his spine at that thought. Women should never be trusted. He snapped out of it and made a mental note to be extra careful around her. The group then quickly set off with Silvara leading the way. They soon left the city outskirts and took the path less traveled towards the mountainous regions. They had barely covered a few miles when the temperature dropped a few more degrees and everyone started feeling the freezing cold of the northern mountains. It was a creeping, soul-numbing cold that soaked through layers of gear and dug claws into bone. Normal players would have already started losing health, but everyone gathered here had one or another way to combat the cold. The group continued forward without their pace affected in the least. These two are still able to continue. Mendoza suddenly turned around and shot a disdainful glare at Kate and Mark. "Mendoza!" Silvara gave a warning shout, but the man only laughed lightly. "I am just checking if they need any health potions." "Shut the fuck up and stand back," Damon growled. "What did you just say, bastard?" Mendoza growled, but an even louder growl drowned his voice. Before anyone could react, a huge pack of snow wolves surrounded them from all directions.
The wolves moved like ghosts through the snow, silent, swift, and with eyes that shimmered like blue ice under moonlight. At least a dozen of them had already emerged from behind the rocks and ridges, their fur blending almost perfectly with the terrain. But it wasn't just their numbers that made the group tense up. These weren't ordinary monsters. They were not the dire wolves' counterpart of the snowy mountains. Each of these wolves was terrifyingly more powerful than the simple dire wolves. More importantly, they were more than capable of using mana and magic. The lead wolf stepped forward, taller than a warhorse, and layered in dense crystalline fur that sparkled like diamond frost. Its breath misted out in a vapor trail, and frost bloomed wherever its paws touched the ground. Frost Fang Alpha, level 55, rare elite. A system notification blinked across everyone's vision, and for a second, the party froze. Damon naturally noticed these beasts even from afar, but he had no plans to interfere. He wanted to see just how the members of this elite group handled themselves when tossed into a difficult situation. It was also a good opportunity for him to get some ice affinity and ice resistance. Why would he let such a golden chance slip by? The group instantly burst into action, and Damon along with them. However, he only revealed his shadow and blood abilities. The current popular theory was that he was a rogue-class vampire, and he decided to go with that. His shadow flickered across the frozen ground like an ink stain, splitting into two as he activated Shadow Clone. Right off the bat, he went all out and engaged with 4 of the wolves, and his Shadow Clone targeted another couple of wolves. From the looks of it, the Frozen Throne elites also did not hold back. All sorts of ice attacks started raining down on the wolves. Silvara conjured a long ice sword and dashed towards 4 elite wolves of the pack, her swordplay nowhere close to that of a noob's. Damon had to acknowledge her skill after a couple of seconds of observation. However, except for her, the others seemed to be only slightly above average. Damon had already asked Kate and Mark to play it down, so the 2 of them only handled 2 wolves each, and that too only barely. Mira and Aurora, on the other hand, were clearly in a league of their own. The fire goddess had a fiery aura around her that melted the snow around her feet, her staff dancing in circles of flame. Every time she swung it, a burst of fire bloomed outward, searing the wolves' icy hides with blistering heat. She didn't just cast, she commanded the flames like a warlord commanding an army. Aurora, on the other hand, stayed in the back line, but even there she radiated power. Her staff glowed with a soft, celestial light, weaving shields of gold around her allies. When one of the wolves lunged too close, she flicked her staff, and a burst of light seared the wolf's face, sending it yelping back. Her movements were graceful but deliberate, and even Damon felt a chill as he watched her. That woman had the look of a predator in a priest's robe. This part of her definitely hadn't changed. As he watched her, suddenly their gaze met, and the woman's eyes widened in shock. But the next moment, she quickly looked away, her attacks quietly becoming even more powerful. Damon once again felt that same chill run down his spine. He definitely needed to be careful of her. This woman wanted to kill him. He was sure of it. Shaking his head, he finished the wolf currently lunging at him, quickly absorbing its blood essence. Ding! You have successfully extracted the Frost Fang wolf bloodline. Ding! You have gained the new skill Frost Bite. Pun intended. Damon laughed at his own bad joke and continued slaughtering the other 3 wolves, taking his sweet time with them. Soon, the number of wolves started slowly dwindling, and there yet had be a casualty. On the outside, it might look like the team was skilled, but Damon clearly saw that it was only because of Aurora's superior healing skills that everyone was getting by. Was the old man and Silvara the only talented people in the entire damn family? Damon clicked his tongue in disappointment. His gaze then fell on the guy who had fought with him the other day. He was actually not doing that terribly. On second thought, there were a couple of more men who were well above average, though nothing exceptional. In the end, the group ended up ganging up on the Frostfang Alpha and finishing it while barely breaking a sweat. At the most crucial moment, when the rare elite boss started sending out ice spikes like miniature javelins, 3 out of the 8 failed to move in time, and Aurora bailed them out with a divine shield. Damon did not want to miss out on the rare elite, so he made sure to snake his way to the boss, and when its health tanked, he grabbed the beast and absorbed the blood essence, bleeding out the last of its health. The few of them who fought the thing from start to finish glared at him angrily, but Damon immediately reminded them, "What are you looking at me for? We are all in a party anyways. Experience points get divided equally. I am not kill-stealing or some shit." He did not bother them any longer, and even swiped away the loot before moving on to the next wolf. Ding! You have successfully extracted the Frostfang Alpha Wolf bloodline. Ding! You have gained +2 ice element resistance. The cold wind howled through the mountains as the rest of the pack was quickly put down. Silvara cleared her throat, bringing the attention back to herself. "We move in 10 minutes. Everyone get your breath back. This is only the first wave." She swept her gaze over the group, lingering on Damon for just a heartbeat. "Especially you, Blood God. Don't slack off. We don't have all day to waste just because we slaughter a pack of wolves." Damon smirked and gave him a casual salute. "I wouldn't dream of it."
The wind carried a bite of snow, sharp and unrelenting, rattling the edges of Damon's coat as he sat down on a random rock. He calmly watched Mendoza distribute recovery potions to everyone. The man even gave one to him, Kate, and Mark, of course, not hiding the big scowl on his face. Damon did not need it and immediately put it away in his spatial ring. Mendoza grimaced. "This is not for you to hide it in your shitty ring and sell it for gold coins later on. Don't behave so cheaply. Use it to recover now." Damon chuckled. "I did use it. Maybe you need to check your eyes." "Are you calling me a liar?" Mendoza's temper flared up. Damon did not seem to care. He simply shrugged. The guy stared at him for a moment and turned to walk away in a huff. "You are not worth it. Soon everyone will see that." After the guy left, Mark sat beside Damon and slowly asked him, "I get what you're doing, but are you sure about it?" Damon nodded. "As long as I keep playing the role of an arrogant, entitled bastard who lucked into some sort of powerful class, things might probably be easier for a while. Better to take the easier route, no?" Mark only smiled in response. Very few people knew this about Damon, but as opposed to his arrogant mouth, his friend had always been a calm and calculating person deep down. If these people underestimated him based on his behavior, then they had another thing coming for them. Mark and Kate did the same and put away their recovery potions. None of them had gone all out, and none of them needed any potions or recovery. A few minutes later, the group set out again. They encountered a few beasts here and there, but nothing like the first time when they were completely surrounded. To everyone's annoyance, Damon beat them all to it and took down the beasts every single time. He even dug his fangs into the beasts and drank their blood to the last drop with an exaggerated moan. "Vampires need their food." He laughed about it as he pocketed all the drops. Many people had unsightly expressions on their faces, seeing such childish behavior. Silvara's face twitched, but she did not say anything. On the other side, Aurora alone seemed to be blushing more and more, which no one noticed considering that they were all bundled up at the moment. Ignoring Damon's antics, Silvara once again distributed more resources to the group, including a few pieces of ice resistance items and more health and mana potions. The cold had now become a whole lot worse, and just trudging through the snow was taking a lot of effort. The snow creaked underfoot like brittle bones, each step testing their patience and resilience. Damon, with his unbothered smile, kept an easy pace at the back, half-humming some tune he'd picked up somewhere. His breath fogged the air like smoke from a dying campfire. Mark watched him for a moment, then shook his head, unable to decide if Damon was actually enjoying himself or simply messing with everyone. Ahead, Silvara's brows were knit in concentration, her sharp eyes scanning the terrain for threats. She took her role as leader seriously, even if she was secretly exasperated by Damon's behavior. "We're approaching the second checkpoint. There should be a natural cave formation ahead. We'll rest there before proceeding to the summit." She gestured at the icy wind that whipped around them, slicing through their coats. "Everyone stay close. The cold is the real enemy here." Mira's fiery aura flickered even stronger as she muttered a curse under her breath. "I can't believe he's making a mockery of this," she hissed, her eyes darting towards Damon. "Does he really need to do that? Drinking blood like that in front of everyone? It's disgusting!" Aurora, meanwhile, had retreated into herself, her staff held like a lifeline as she walked beside Silvara. Occasionally, her eyes flickered towards Damon with a mixture of confusion and something else. Damon pretended not to notice any of it. He even gave Mendoza a casual wave, which the man answered with a scowl that could have frozen lava. Damon chuckled softly to himself. Another wolf pack would have been better, but these stray beasts were also quite good. The area had a high percentage of elites and rare elites, and these always gave him a good bump in stats or affinity or resistance. He was also now collecting all the basic ice element skills, which broadened his skill repertoire quite a bit. Overall, he was very satisfied with the haul. Damon suddenly stopped walking when his heightened senses picked up something peculiar. "Stop! It's dangerous to go beyond this!" he immediately shouted. Silvara, however, was quick to dismiss him. "We have already scouted out this area many times. There is no danger here." Damon shook his head. "Don't be so sure of it. The landscape is constantly changing, and so is the content of the game. You never know what you can run into. I am sensing some movement in the distance. This is definitely someone else's territory now." Silvara rolled her eyes, exasperation evident in every movement. "Blood God, this is our territory. We've walked this path 100 times. Stop trying to scare people just because you're feeling paranoid." She turned away and started giving out more orders to the others. Mendoza snorted in agreement, his face twisted in disdain. Yeah, we get it. You want to look useful. Can you stop wasting our time?" Unexpectedly, Nevin, the young guy who had fought with Damon before, spoke up for him. "I think I agree with Blood God. I'm getting a bad feeling all of a sudden, as if I'm being watched. Maybe it's not a bad idea to wait and scout the place once again." Surprisingly, Aurora spoke up as well. "I agree with Blood God. We should do whatever he tells us to do." "Huh." Both Silvara and Mira snapped to look at her. What the hell was this girl talking about? Has she gone crazy? That was the same thing both girls were thinking in their minds. Mendoza's face became uglier as he saw all the attention Damon was receiving. He stepped forward, determined to put an end to this bullshit right now and here. However, the moment he stepped forward, an arrow whizzed towards him. It happened so fast that Mendoza couldn't react at all. A flicker of movement, the whine of air splitting, the cold glint of steel. The arrow struck Mendoza's shoulder with a sickening crunch, punching through his armor like paper. Blood splattered across the snow. Mendoza let out a strangled gasp, eyes wide with shock as he staggered backward. Then chaos erupted. "Ambush!" Silvara shouted, her ice sword flashing into her hand in an instant. She scanned the tree line, eyes hard, but it was too late. Tall, thick, and huge ice orcs appeared one after the other around the edges of the clearing, their hulking bodies covered in frost-crusted hide, tusks dripping with icicles. Their eyes glowed a baleful blue as they raised massive war axes, each weapon practically oozing with icy mana. Damon's grin widened, his fangs flashing. Silvara gasped, wide-eyed, unable to believe what she was seeing. Ice orcs? They're not supposed to spawn here, she muttered. Guess the landscape changed after all. Huh. Damon replied lightly, his tone casual as though he were discussing the weather. Silvara's face was pale but determined. Mendoza, get back, she ordered, even as the injured man stumbled towards the rear, clutching his bleeding shoulder. Arrows rained down on them, each one of them extremely difficult to evade in the cold environment. To make matters worse, the background snowstorm became worse. The wind screamed like a banshee through the clearing, whipping the snow into a blinding whiteout. Visibility dropped to mere meters. It was not just Mendoza. Many of the members of the group were starting to get hit like flies left and right. If it were not for their gear, perhaps they might have even been one-shotted. Seeing this, Aurora jumped into action. Her staff glowed with a golden halo as she raised a barrier around the group, a thin but bright dome that flickered under the relentless onslaught of arrows and magic. "Stay inside the barrier!" she shouted, her voice unwavering despite the chaos. Thanks to her, the group somewhat got the situation under control and began their counterattack. Meanwhile, Damon was already busy at work. He and his shadow clone had no problem evading the arrows as they silently appeared on the other side of the battlefield. Damon surveyed the opposition first, 57 ice orcs in total. Most of them seemed to be around level 50, some even level 60. This was bad. This would be a true test for the group. For him, it was a perfect time to test out his skills and extract some new bloodlines. Come on, give me something good. Damon greedily licked his lips as he dashed forward without holding back. He moved like a wraith among the snow, slipping through arrow fire, shadow-stepping past icicle-coated axes and carving through frost-hardened hides with savage precision. His dagger sank into one ice orc, and the huge creature stumbled to react. Before it could twist its torso to land a hit on Damon, a few more slashes landed on its thick body. Finally, Damon plunged his dagger into its chest with a satisfying squelch and quietly absorbed the orc's blood essence. One down, many more to go.
Ding, you have successfully extracted the Ice Orc bloodline. Ding, you have gained the new skill, Frozen Armor, passive, D rank. Oh, hell yes, Damon muttered, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The wind howled around him as he charged towards the next one. Another orc, this one wielding a massive ice-encrusted great axe, lunged at him with a roar that rattled the snow-covered ground. Damon grinned, stepping aside with grace. He was a lot faster than the orcs and was easily able to evade their attacks in close combat. However, getting his attacks through was an entirely different matter. The creatures had thick hides with high physical resistance. He had to pump a lot more mana into his shadow daggers to get his attacks through. Damon cursed under his breath, his eyes darting for a weak spot. Thick hide, huh? Let's see how you like this, he muttered, focusing his mana into a concentrated slash. His dagger glowed with a deep crimson hue, blood magic mixing with the shadow. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp hiss and slammed into the orc's exposed neck. The creature let out a roar of pain, but this time Damon didn't let go. He twisted the blade and absorbed the blood essence, while his shadow clone lunged from the other side to carve through the orc's back. A system notification pinged in his vision. Ding, you have successfully extracted the Ice Orc bloodline. Ding, you have gained the new skill, Frostbite Slash, active, D rank. Dead, Damon hissed, grinning savagely as the beast crumpled, steam rising from its wound. Immediately, another pair of orcs rushed him, their icy axes swinging in deadly arcs. Damon's grin widened. He activated Shadow Step, his form blurring as he danced between them like a phantom, his daggers leaving streaks of frost-tinted blood in his wake. "Come on," he taunted, his voice like a whip crack. "Is that all you've got?" He was now already used to the extra effort he had to put in and was carving up the orcs quite smoothly. The fight was over just like that, thanks to the insane stat difference between them. Ding, you have successfully extracted the Ice Orc bloodline. Ding, you have gained +1 ice affinity. Ding, you have successfully extracted the Ice Orc bloodline. Ding, you have gained +1 ice affinity. Damon raised a brow after seeing the notifications. It had been a while since he gained any new stats. He had only been gaining skills, affinity buffs, or resistance buffs. Coincidence? Probably not. Did he need to evolve his body further before he could gain any more stats? His development had become all wonky because of the secret boosts his bloodline gave him here and there, like the insane buff during the body tempering stage. Now it felt as if he needed to pick up the pace with his mana cultivation and his blood essence forging before his body becomes a dried-up vessel from a lack of enough nourishment. If he attempted evolution before this, then the imbalance would become even worse. Damon also had another plan in his mind. In his last life, there was a mage who had suddenly shot up in power, so much so that he became one of the Super 10 Guild Vice Master. The rumor was that this mage had somehow unlocked a secret Omni-Mage class that allowed him to use various elements freely. Damon had also heard that the quest was a unique quest only given to him by the system, and his evolution had triggered it. There simply was no way for anyone else to replicate it. However, many netizens had their own theories, and one of the popular ones was increasing one's elemental affinity before the second evolution could possibly trigger hidden class quests like this. Shortly after all of this came out, there was a fire mage who popped up on the leaderboard charts. He had refused to answer if he used this kind of method, but the timing was way too coincidental. Damon slashed at another Ice Orc as he mulled over various things in his mind. He needed to plan properly for his evolution. In Earth Online, evolution is an extremely important thing. Every race has an evolution chart that goes hand in hand with gaining levels and stats. Normally, he wouldn't even be able to level up since his stats were locked, but his case was a special case, and this allowed him to collect his stats while he continued to level up simply. But now there was the problem of mana core formation. Vampires typically only had a blood core which they used for all their skills, but his path would be different. He had to think about a dual core situation with both a blood core and a mana core. Otherwise, he would be wasting a lot of his bloodline potential. In this chaotic mix, he had to bring in the concept of multi-elemental body to get the maximum from his evolution and his mana core formation. The second evolution essentially laid the groundwork for forming the blood core, and in theory, his body should also naturally form a groundwork for the mana core just because he can. But was that enough? And was it going to work? He needed more information. He needed to hit up the higher-ups of the vampire base. Otherwise, his second evolution would end up becoming a disastrously missed opportunity. By now, the Sanctuary Nexus for the vampire base should be up and running. Damon decided to go back and use that feature first as soon as he was done here. His status might have been hidden by Blood Rain, but Mark and Kate were still two big shots of the vampire race. With them around, he should have no problem accessing whatever he needed from the base. He might even get ridiculous discounts when it came to certain things. A plan began to form in Damon's mind as he quickly finished off the next two Ice Orcs. The first was a bloodline extraction failure, while the second netted him a bump in ice elemental resistance. Damon took what he got without any complaints and continued grinding, grabbing as many orcs as he possibly could. While Damon happily farmed for skills and buffs, his shadow clone darting among the Ice Orcs like a ravenous ghost, the rest of the group was in full survival mode. The snowstorm howled louder, a swirling vortex of wind and ice that bit through even the thickest armor. Silvara's ice sword danced in the whiteout, but she was panting now, her breath ragged. The constant hail of arrows and frost spikes from the enemy lines was taking a toll. Even the strongest of the Frozen Throne's elites were struggling to keep up. Only Silvara and Nevin had managed to close in and get on the other side of the enemy line, where they faced multiple orcs at the same time, getting utterly crushed.
It was only thanks to Mira coordinating with Silvara that she was able to clear a few and get the upper hand. A few clan members supported Nevin, and he too eventually managed to get the upper hand. However, there were still more than 40 big guys left on the battlefield. Damon had a feeling that these were not the only ones around. There was probably a big tribe somewhere close by, and at any time there could be backup arriving. Damon was happy to be farming at a leisurely pace, but his gut instincts told him that he should be doing the opposite. He took a look around the landscape. He narrowed his eyes, focusing past the swirling snow. There, beyond the clearing, on the closest mountain range, he could see some small flags whipping about. There was unmistakable movement in that area. Damon immediately shadow-stepped next to Silvara. "Are we heading in that direction, or can we bypass that mountain range?" Silvara shook her head with a bitter smile. She forced herself to meet his eyes despite the exhaustion that lined her face. "No, we have to go through there. That's the only path to the dungeon. If we detour, it'll take us days to get back on track." Damon's smile faded, replaced by a cold, calculating gaze. "Movement. Those flags aren't for show. That's an orc encampment, or worse, a rally point for reinforcements. If they're already mobilizing, we're looking at double or even triple the number of orcs on the field." He tilted his head, his fangs catching the faint light. "We either clear them out now or prepare to get swarmed from behind while we're still dealing with this lot." Silvara cursed under her breath, her knuckles whitening around the hilt of her ice sword. "We can't afford to waste time or energy. We're already stretched thin." Damon's expression hardened, but his tone remained casual. "So what's it gonna be, Ice Queen? Do we push forward or find a way to draw them out and thin their numbers?" Silvara's eyes burned with determination. She said through gritted teeth, "We push forward. If we let them regroup, we'll be fighting this battle on their terms, not ours." Damon grinned. "Good answer. But here's the thing, that's not the best plan. The better idea is for me to go there alone. I'll go ahead and stir the nest. While they're busy chasing me, you get your people into the caves. Use that as your advantage." Silvara's brows shot up, surprise mixing with a grudging respect. "You'd do that for us?" Damon's eyes glinted crimson. "You called me for help, didn't you?" Silvara nodded. "Be careful," she shouted as Damon's figure was already disappearing. "You're strong, but even you can't take them all head on." Damon laughed. "Don't worry about me. If I can't handle a few ice orcs, I'd be too embarrassed to call myself the blood god." He paused only once, glancing back over his shoulder. "Stick to the plan. Get your people into those caves. I'll make sure you have the opening you need." Before she could respond, Damon vanished into the whiteout, his shadow melting into the swirling snow. Silvara watched him go, her lips pressed into a tight line. "Blood god, don't die." As Damon raced toward the mountain range, the flags whipping in the wind drew closer. His shadow clone flickered beside him, like a twin born of darkness and purpose. A grin split his face as he felt two more people join him. "What are you guys doing here?" Kate smiled. "Where you go, we go." Mark just gave him a look that said, "Where else would he be?" Damon chuckled. "Well, I guess this works too. Now we don't have to hold back." The three of them quickly scaled the mountain, the whipping ice-cold wind barely bothering them. As they reached the ridge, they could make out the details a lot better now. The encampment was sprawled below them, rows of crude barricades made of frost-bitten timber, watchtowers with snow-caked orcish archers, and a central bonfire around which dozens of warriors milled, sharpening axes and checking armor. The red flags with black sigils snapped in the icy wind. "That's more orcs than I expected," Kate gasped. "The more the merrier," Damon shouted. "Mark, cover the east watchtower. Kate, take out their mages. I'll go for the bonfire and break up the big gang, scatter them. Then we mop up." Kate's eyes gleamed, her lips curling in a confident smirk. "Got it," she said, drawing her staff up in one hand as a blood orb gathered around her palm. Mark gave Damon a nod, power surging through his body and the runes on his body lighting up. The three of them then made their moves simultaneously.
Damon jumped right in the middle of the campfire, the fire not even giving him a sting anymore. The orcs surrounding the fire pit froze in shock and stared at him dumbfoundedly. Damon took this chance and instantly slashed at two of them. Blood spurted across the snow like a crimson blossom. Damon's eyes glinted as he twisted his daggers, his shadow clone appearing behind another orc and carving it open in a single fluid motion. The orcs roared in anger and finally jumped into action. They charged at the lone human who dared to enter their encampment alone. Frost Orc Warlord, level 71. Damon gritted his teeth as he was unexpectedly pushed back by the mass of orcs. The moment he attacked, each of them formed a layer of icy armor on top of their normal armor, and some even had icy spikes protruding from them. The orcs' icy armor glistened like crystalline blades, reflecting the dying embers of the bonfire in a harsh, mesmerizing glow. Damon's smile only widened as he felt the cold bite at his face, his blood pumping with a savage thrill. If he were not careful, he would have already been impaled several times and sent to the graveyard. These guys are going to be tricky, he smiled as he geared up his attack power. The Frost Orc Warlord let out a roar that shook the ground. The snow itself seemed to obey its command, swirling into a jagged, freezing maelstrom around its massive form. More than 3 of them surrounded Damon and lunged forward with crystalline spears in their hand. Chains erupted from the ground, holding Damon in place, and in a moment he was going to get skewered from all directions. However, in the blink of an eye, everything changed. No one was here except for their group of 3, and there was no need for Damon to hold back. A sizzling, red-hot, crimson fire lance appeared in his hand the next moment, forged from the combined power of blood and fire. The lance's heat carved steam into the frozen air, the light reflecting in his eyes like twin infernos. "Nice try," Damon shouted with a flick of his wrist. The fire lance spun in a deadly arc, slicing through the ice chains as if they were paper. The chains shattered, sending shards of frost flying. Before the Frost Warlords could respond, Damon lunged forward, the crimson lance thrusting straight through the chest of the closest Frost Orc Warlord, the searing heat and blood magic combining in a devastating explosion of steam and gore. The orc let out a strangled cry as the fire spread, melting the icy armor and scorching the creature's hide beneath. Damon yanked the lance free, the tip still glowing with a deep red hue. He then followed it up with a series of quick thrusts while dodging the punches from the nearby one. The numbers did not matter, and his movements were a lot faster, combined with shadow step. When the Frost Warlord's health dropped dangerously low, he teleported away from the group. Finally, the first Frost Warlord fell. Damon tossed the corpse after completely absorbing the blood essence. "One down," he muttered, his gaze now fixated on the others. "Ding! You have successfully extracted the Frost Orc Warlord bloodline." "Ding! You have gained +3 Ice Elemental Affinity." The Frost Warlords roared with fire in their eyes and started charging towards Damon and throwing ice spears at him, annoyed that he was planning to escape. However, to their shock, Damon jumped right back into the fray. He targeted another one of the Frost Warlords this time and continuously attacked the big guy popping out in and around him. He had the agility of a rogue and the strength of a warrior, leaving the Frost Warlords completely useless against his antics. They cursed the slippery human who was playing tricks on them and roared in rage, but there was nothing any of them could do. Damon pumped up his power and he was casually taking down one warlord after another. One orc lunged at him, massive axe swinging down like a glacier splitting. Damon ducked under the blow, his body twisting like liquid darkness. His crimson fire lance shot up, sliding between icy ribs with a hiss of steam. The orc howled in pain, its armor melting under the assault. Another warlord lunged with twin ice blades, but Damon was already there, his shadow clone splitting off and slamming into its side. Blood exploded in a crimson arc. The Frost Orc's head snapped back in shock before it collapsed. Ding! You have successfully extracted the Frost Orc Warlord bloodline. Ding! You have gained the new skill, Icebreaker Slash. Active, D rank. Soon, Mark and Kate arrived at his side, their faces set with grim determination. However, there were only small fries left for them to take care of. Kate's staff glowed with crimson light as she fired a searing blood beam that cut through a line of orc archers. Mark's runes flared, his fists glowing with power as he barreled into another group of orcs. "Let's clean house," Damon shouted and laughed as the group started slaughtering their way through the orc encampment. Both Mark and Kate were pulling good numbers, but they couldn't keep up with Damon, who went all out. In one swift motion, he shadow-stepped behind a particularly large Frost Orc warlord, this one bristling with jagged icicles like a frozen hedgehog, and plunged his crimson fire lance deep into its back. The orc let out a savage roar of pain before falling silent, its lifeless eyes glazed over with frost. Damon yanked the lance free with a flourish and twirled it, absorbing the last of blood essence. Ding! You have successfully extracted the Frost Orc Warlord bloodline. The rest of the orcs faltered as they saw their warlords falling one by one, their ranks, once so imposing, now scattered like frightened snowflakes in a windstorm. Damon's grin widened as he surveyed the battlefield. There was loot everywhere, lots and lots of glorious loot for pickup. Considering how he needed 1 billion gold coins for that damned Vampire Hall quest, every little scrap counted, and all of these scraps were high-tier gear that the current player base would go absolute nuts over. His shadow clone obediently went over and started collecting all of the drops, not leaving even a single one behind. Damon's crimson eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he watched the entire space getting emptied out. It had only been a few minutes, but the trio had completely licked clean an entire cavern floor worth of ice orcs and frost warlords. They must have taken down at least 60 big guys in total. Damon's grin widened as he surveyed the wreckage. Dozens of ice orc warlords lay strewn across the battlefield, their icy armor now nothing more than smoldering husks. The air stank of blood, smoke, and victory. "Looks like we've hit the mother lode," Damon muttered and ran a hand through his hair, leaving streaks of blood behind. "The Vampire Hall is gonna get that upgrade soon." Mark came up beside him, cracking his knuckles and grinning, despite the frost clinging to his hair and armor. Kate joined them, her staff still glowing faintly with residual blood magic. She looked out over the battlefield, her expression equal parts proud and amazed. "That was intense," she breathed. "And fun," she added with a grin. "We should do this more often." Damon laughed. "Fun," she says. He started walking out back in the thick of the swirling snowstorm. "This is only the first cavern. There are still 5 more like this. Let's go." He quickly started jumping down the mountain wall, his claws having no problem finding grip in the slippery, frozen hell. The second cavern popped up soon enough, and another group of orcs stared at them with burning anger. Damon responded with a grin, and right away went all out. The rest of the group could show up at any moment now, and then his style would become cramped. It was best to clear out as many orcs as he could before those prying eyes arrived. Mark and Kate soon joined him, and the three once again started their slaughter. This group was also composed mostly of ice orcs and frost warlords, and the 3 of them cleared out the cavern just as before. Damon continued climbing down the mountain, and soon they hit the 3rd base of the ice orcs. This one was a little different. Aside from ice orcs and frost warlords, there were also ice orc shamans. Mark frowned as they approached the new cavern's entrance,
the bitter wind swirling around them in angry gusts. "I hate shamans," he muttered, cracking his knuckles and watching runes dance across his skin. "They're always summoning crap. Straightforward face-smashing and gut-punching is the way to go." Grumbling, he dashed in. However, there was an unmistakable glee in his eyes that said he was definitely going to enjoy this fight. Seeing him, Kate shook her head helplessly and started tossing out blood orbs. "Boys'll be boys," she chuckled, and then she wondered why the other boy hadn't run in yet and started smashing things up. Damon still stood at the cavern's edge, peering into the gloom. There is something interesting here." "What are you talking about?" Kate asked curiously. She followed his gaze and saw the treasure chest that was in the corner of the cavern guarded by 2 warlords. Then Damon shifted his attention back to the shamans who had started mass chanting. "They're getting ready to call something big. Let's break their little ritual before it gets interesting." With a nod, Damon blurred into the cavern, his shadow clone splitting off to flank the shaman circle. He moved like liquid darkness, his dagger carving arcs of crimson and black. The cavern exploded into chaos as the trio fell upon the shamans with ruthless efficiency. Frost spells collided with blood fire, runes shattered in bursts of crimson light, and the air filled with the shrieks of dying orcs. "Too slow," Damon hissed as he drove his dagger into the chest of a shaman, absorbing its blood essence, and instantly feeling a surge of icy mana. "Ding ding! You have successfully extracted the Ice Orc Shaman bloodline. Ding ding! You have gained +3 Ice Elemental Affinity." Soon the last shaman died, but before his death, the orc managed to summon something. A chill, deeper than the cavern's frost, swept through the air as the shaman's last breath left his lips. The dying embers of his life force ignited a rune circle beneath his crumpled form. The icy ground split with a jagged crack as blue lightning arced outward, racing across the cavern walls. Kate's eyes widened. That's a summoning circle, isn't it?" "Looks like we're getting a bonus round," Damon growled, and his shadow clone slipped back to his side, blades dripping with shaman blood. With a grinding of ice and stone, the ground buckled and split. A towering figure rose from the shattered earth, a frost-bound behemoth clad in jagged crystalline armor, its breath steaming like a glacier cracking open. Massive horns curved from its forehead like frozen daggers, and its eyes burned with a malevolent blue glow. Its voice thundered like an avalanche. "Who dares slaughter my children?" "Frost-bound Yeti King, level 80, boss monster." "Perfect. Let's see how much blood essence a boss like this can give me." Damon's shadow stepped forward, and his crimson fire lance appeared in his hand. The frost-bound Yeti King roared, its arms spreading wide as jagged ice spears shot from the ground, threatening to skewer them all. Damon ducked and weaved like a phantom, his shadow clone splitting off to harry the monster's flanks. Mark barreled in, fists blazing, meeting the Yeti King's swing with a crushing blow of his own. Kate was completely unaffected as she stood on the side and kept tossing chunky blood orbs at the boss. She had only 1 attack skill and 1 barrier skill, and she used that extremely well, maximizing the output. Under the combined assault of all 3 of them, the Yeti's health rapidly dropped. The big guy's roar deepened, and ice chains erupted from the floor, wrapping around Damon's legs. For a moment, the beast loomed over him, its icy breath steaming like a glacier cracking open. Then the Yeti swung his club, a huge torrent of icy wind following behind it like a frozen hurricane. Damon shifted into a blur of shadows. The ice chains shattered like glass under the force of his movement, shards spraying across the cavern. He reappeared just behind the Yeti King's massive head. His crimson fire lance ignited like a miniature sun. With a devastating thrust, he plunged the burning weapon into the back of the beast's neck, the impact sending a shockwave through the cavern. The Yeti King let out a thunderous roar of agony as the fire seared through his thick hide, cracks forming in its icy armor. Mark's runes blazed, his fists glowing white-hot as he slammed them into the Yeti King's side. The impact caused a web of fractures to spread, chunks of ice flying as the monster's armor began to crumble. Kate's staff glowed brighter, and with a determined expression, she sent a series of blood orbs converging on the beast's chest, the crimson spheres hammering into it like a relentless storm. The Yeti King's eyes widened with pain and rage. It roared, but the sound cut off abruptly as Damon twisted the fire lance deeper, carving through muscle and bone. The colossal creature shuddered, its massive body trembling as the last of its health bar disappeared. It did not get another chance to attack and collapsed limply on the ground as Damon absorbed all of its blood essence. Ding! You have defeated the Frostbound Yeti King. Ding! You have successfully extracted the Frostbound Yeti King bloodline. Ding! You have gained the new skill Frostbane Maelstrom, active C rank. Ding! You have gained +5 Ice Elemental Affinity. Ding! You have gained experience points. Ding! You have leveled up. Damn, I got 2 levels from that guy. Kate grinned and walked over to pick up the drops. There was an armor and a club. The Yeti King's weapon had dropped. Mark let out a low whistle as he admired the massive club lying among the pile of loot. Its shaft was thick and ridged with jagged ice, and the head glowed faintly blue with frost energy that pulsed like a heartbeat. That thing could flatten a fortress wall, he muttered, cracking his knuckles. Nice haul. Damon's crimson eyes glowed as he approached the Yeti King's corpse. He examined the 2 items, but then simply put them away. This is not the good stuff. The good stuff is hiding here. He walked over to the treasure chest beside the wall. The heavy wooden chest sat amid the wreckage of ice and blood, its iron bands crusted with frost. Damon's boots crunched over scattered shards of frozen bones as he approached it, his eyes narrowing. Even the air around the chest seemed different. It was extra cold, which only confirmed his suspicion. He crouched down in front of the chest, his fingers brushing over the lock. A faint click of hidden mechanisms sounded in the cavern air. With a deft twist, the lock clicked open. A soft glow spilled from the chest, illuminating Damon's face in a chilling, freezing light. Pearls. Small, deathly cold pearls. The entire chest was full of the little pearls, each one radiating a cold so intense that it burned his skin when he picked them up. Damon's breath fogged in the icy air, his fangs glinting as he examined the treasure. Frost pearls, he muttered, his crimson eyes sharp. A rare alchemical ingredient, could be used for crafting ice-resistant armor, cold-based weapons, or even for forging potions that can boost your ice element affinity. Mark walked up behind him, looking over Damon's shoulder. "You sure those are safe to pick up?" he asked, seeing that Damon's skin cracked and dried on the spot where he held the pearl. "They're safe," he replied with a grin, "just extremely valuable." He dumped a handful of the pearls into his spatial ring, the chill nipping at his fingertips. "These'll go for a fortune on the market, but we should be using this ourselves. These pearls are a pretty straightforward method to increase ice affinity, and there are not a lot of resources like this." Mark nodded. He inched closer to pick up one of the pearls, but then he decided against it. It was simply too freaking cold. "Hey, over here, there is another treasure chest," Kate called. Damon quickly opened the smaller chest, and there were a few more pearls inside, same as before. He inspected one and was about to swipe it all into his spatial ring when a voice interrupted him. "It's best you step away from the treasure chest, you stinking bastard," Mendoza shouted across the cavern. Damon's smile vanished, replaced with a cold, dangerous glint in his crimson eyes. Mendoza stood with a small group of survivors from Silvar's team, his face contorted with rage and jealousy. Behind him, a few of his teammates shifted nervously, their eyes flicking between Damon and the loot pile like hungry wolves. Mira and Aurora were also with the group, but every single one of them looked dead tired and haggard. Their gears and armor were in shambles, and some of them had wounds lining their bodies. Clearly, Aurora had overexerted herself so much so that she was completely out of mana to heal anyone else. Their gears and armor were in shambles, and some of them had wounds lining their bodies. Clearly, Aurora had overexerted herself so much so that she was completely out of mana to heal anyone else. Damon straightened up, his expression calm and unimpressed. "Didn't know you were still alive, Mendoza," he said coolly. Mendoza's face reddened with anger. "Don't play dumb with me, you bastard. We all know what you have been up to all this time." "Huh?" Damon looked at Silvara, who also seemed to glare at him. "What are you looking at her for? Even she won't come to defend your bitch ass this time, you fucking coward." Damon let out an annoyed sigh. "Can you first tell me what the hell happened and then continue your stupid monologue?" Mendoza bellowed in anger. "Bastard, you come here, run and hide like a little rat while leaving all of us out there to defend ourselves. Now you dare to ask what happened? What, did you take a good rest while we all fought and bled with our lives on the line?"
Damon's expression barely changed, except for the slight arch of his eyebrow, which conveyed pure disdain. "You know," he drawled, his tone dripping with mock amusement, "it's not my fault if your ass is too weak to handle a few work spears." He tilted his head, crimson eyes narrowing like twin embers. "I was the one cleaning out entire caverns of frost orcs. What exactly were you doing besides getting your ass handed to you?" Mendoza's face contorted in fury. "Don't lie to us," he shouted. "We all know the truth already. There is no point in lying. You're a coward who abandoned the team for your own gains." Damon's grin was cold and sharp. Abandoned the team? He looked at Silvara, who seemed conflicted. She took a deep breath and responded, "I understand this is just a coincidence. You probably did not know there weren't many orcs in the mountain before heading out here. But you could have always come back to us sooner." Kate's message flashed on Damon's screen. Should we show them all the loot? Surely the mountain of loot would be enough to convince these idiots. However, Damon did not respond to that. He simply gave an arrogant smile. "Oh, so now it's my responsibility to babysit the entire group." Silvara's lips pressed into a tight line, her ice sword trembling in her grip. "You—" she began, but the words caught in her throat. Damon's gaze cut to Mendoza, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Coward, you say? You want to talk cowardice? You couldn't even dodge a single fucking arrow the last time I saw you. Where was your big hero moment then?" He laughed. "You want to stand here and call me out? Fine, but what are you going to do about it? What are you really going to do about it?" Seeing that things were about to escalate without being beneficial to anyone, Silvara stepped forward between the two of them. "Let's not fight. Mendoza, we should really give Damon the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he truly did not expect the caverns to be empty. It was just a coincidence." She then turned to Damon. "Damon, you should also know that we checked the bottommost cavern and it was empty. We rushed here thinking you were in danger. Everyone was just worried. And to see you here casually sitting around, let's just leave this and finish what we came here to do." Silvara let out another sigh and asked again, "So, all the caverns are empty? There is no threat here? Can we continue to proceed forward?" Damon nodded. He did not bother explaining anything to anyone. Besides, these bastards might even ask for a share of the loot. And talking about the loot, Damon noticed that everyone's eyes were now on the chest. "So, what is that?" Silvara asked.
Mendoza had already started walking closer to the chest. He hurriedly bent down and picked up a pearl, only to let out a painful yelp the next second, dropping the pearl back in the chest. "This is definitely a precious item, a rare material," he shouted. "Silvara, come here and see if you can take it." Silvara approached the chest cautiously. Her icy blue eyes narrowed as she examined the frosty pearls glistening inside. Her breath fogged the air as she reached out and hovered her hand above them, but she flinched back, feeling the biting chill radiating from the small spheres. "It's incredibly cold," she murmured, her fingers trembling from the proximity alone. "It's definitely a rare resource, something that holds concentrated elemental ice." She looked at Damon, suspicion in her eyes. "You found all this by yourself?" Damon's smirk widened. "Of course, it's mine by right of conquest, unless you think you can pry it from me." He was deliberately provoking them. "You selfish bastard," he spat. "You think because you got here first, you can keep it all? We fought too. We suffered too." His voice rose to a shriek. Damon's laughter was cold. "Suffered?" he echoed. "Your suffering doesn't earn you the right to loot you didn't bleed for. You want to share? Then come and take it. But you'd better be prepared to pay the price." Silvara again stepped in between them. "Damon, clearly these pearls are extremely valuable for our family, and we did contribute to the fight. Do you mind if I take these now? Patriarch will discuss the compensation with you a bit later." She then directly placed all the pearls in her spatial ring without further discussion. A cold glint flashed past Damon's eyes, but he did not say anything. Kate's and Mark's faces also darkened. At the end of the day, this was what their cooperation had come to. They knew then and there that this partnership was probably not going to last long, or even for the next 5 minutes. They quietly prepared for a battle. However, the next moment, Damon silently started walking out. "Where are you going?" Silvara called after him. "Isn't it obvious?" Damon answered vaguely, and then disappeared. "This bastard," Mendoza growled in anger. The next moment, everyone quickly ran out, trying to follow him. It took them a couple of minutes, but finally, after seeing Aurora head back into the first cavern at the base of the mountain, the others also followed. "What the hell is he doing here?" Mendoza shouted in annoyance. "Nevin, can you shut up? You're making things difficult for everyone." "Am I, kid?" Mendoza growled again, and only shut up when another man from the group gave him a stare. Robert was a quiet figure in the group, so Mark hadn't noticed him before, but now he made a mental note of the guy. Mark did not know why, but for some reason he had a bad feeling about the guy. He was calm and quiet at first glance, there was nothing special about him, and yet it was oddly weird. Interrupting his thoughts, Mendoza once again shouted, "I found that bastard! See, he went this way!" He pointed to a hole in the wall of the base cavern. The group quickly went inside to take a look, only to instantly regret their decision. It was a literal freezing hell inside. The party stepped into a narrow, dimly lit cavern, the walls glistening with jagged ice that shimmered like the teeth of a hungry beast. The air bit at their skin with a cold that went straight to the bone, far worse than the snowstorm outside. A thick mist curled around their feet, rising from the cavern floor like a living thing. Each breath crystallized in the air. Mendoza shivered and clenched his jaw. "What the hell is this place?" he muttered, his voice quivering with more than just cold. Even Silvara couldn't handle the cold inside the small space. Aurora's staff glowed faintly, casting a weak light that barely pushed back the unholy cold. "It's some kind of ice elemental chamber," she whispered. "I can sense the mana swirling through the walls. It's strong. This place is a node of pure ice mana. I can't stay inside any longer." Mira was the first to get the hell out. After a couple of minutes, Mendoza and a few others also gritted their teeth and ran outside. They wanted to stick it out to preserve their dignity, but when their health started dropping, they couldn't linger anymore. Even for big guilds, potions were precious at the moment, and without proper planning, one simply couldn't use a health potion just to take a look around. Silvara, pale and shivering, forced herself to remain. "Damn it," she hissed, her breath a ragged fog. "What the hell is this place?" Now only she, Nevin, and a couple more from the main party remained, including Aurora. Of course, Mark and Kate were still standing as if nothing was bothering them. Silvara could only give a bitter smile, looking at their casual stance. "Where did he go? Do you both know what place this is?" she tried asking, but both of them simply remained mute and shook their heads. She knew the three were extremely close, but they couldn't even talk without Damon? Silvara let out a sigh. She herself was reaching her limit and prepared to head out when suddenly a splashing sound came from a corner. Everyone immediately turned to look, and only now did they notice a small opening on the ground, like the sort that formed when the top layer of ice on a frozen lake was broken, except this thing was pitch black. A sickening chill crawled up their spines as the gaping hole in the ice yawned open, revealing a small pool of water so black it seemed to absorb the faint light from Aurora's staff. The mist curled around the edges like a living serpent, and the air grew even colder. Silvara's heart thudded. What is that?" she breathed, every word forming a delicate frost that hovered before her lips. Nevin, his eyes wide, stepped closer, his breath ragged. "Something's moving down there." Just as he spoke, the water's surface shuddered, and a man casually pulled himself up. Damon was dripping wet from head to toe as he stepped out of the pool of water like he was just getting out of a local swimming hole. Water dripped from his black hair and ran down his pale skin in rivulets, steaming faintly in the frigid air. His crimson eyes glowed like dying embers, locking onto Silvara and Nevin with an intensity that made them both freeze. Damon grinned. "Aren't you guys diving in? The water feels amazing. Check it out." Silvara shivered, half from the cold and half from the look in his eyes. What did you find?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Nothing much. Definitely not related to the mission you asked me for help with." Damon shrugged. "If you don't believe me, feel free to take a dive and check it out for yourself." Seeing that he had no intention of sharing any information, Silvara kept quiet and did not ask him any more. Damon as well simply ignored her and turned to Mark. "Come on, it's your turn. You too, Kate. Go ahead and take a dip, both of you." Mark's eyes widened slightly, his runes flaring momentarily before he grinned and cracked his knuckles. "Hell yeah," he muttered, clearly unfazed by the sinister pool. He walked over to the edge, gave Damon a thumbs up, and then jumped in without a second thought. The water hissed around his body as he dove deeper and deeper. Kate's crimson eyes sparkled with mischief as she followed suit. She twirled her staff, conjuring a protective blood barrier around her skin. "No use," Damon chuckled. Kate pouted, and jumped in anyways with the barrier to test things out for herself. The water churned as if alive, swallowing them both in a swirl of black and frost. Silvara watched them go, her lips pressed into a tight line. The cold was so intense that her teeth chattered, even while she tried to keep her composure. "You're really not going to tell us what's down there?" she asked Damon again. Damon pretended as if he didn't hear her. Then he turned on his heel and vanished into the shadows, leaving Silvara and her team standing alone, the cavern's cold seeping deeper into their bones. Nevin shifted uncomfortably. "What now, Silvara? Do we follow them?" Silvara stared at the black water. "No," she said at last, her voice hard. "We came for the mission. Whatever that bastard is up to, it's not our concern, for now." She then walked out of the horrific cavern, not wanting to stay there even for a moment longer. Outside, the others had set up a campfire in a cozy and comfortable place and were resting their body and mind. Silvara settled near the fire, wrapping her cloak tighter around her shivering frame. Her mind replayed Damon's casual smile, the cold arrogance in his crimson eyes, and the cryptic way he had spoken. What the hell was he hiding down there? Everyone clearly had the same question in their minds as they looked at her for answers. She closed her eyes, exhaling a frosty breath. "Rest up, everyone," she said. "We're not done here yet. We still need to finish the mission. Whatever he's doing can wait."
A couple of minutes later, Mark and Kate emerged from the black pool, looking like drowned rats, soaked to the bone and shivering uncontrollably. Yet, despite the cold, both of them were grinning from ear to ear, their eyes alight with an almost feverish excitement. Mark's teeth chattered as he muttered, "Holy hell, that was insane." Kate's crimson eyes sparkled mischievously even as her lips turned blue. "We have to do that again," she gasped, laughing breathlessly. Damon also returned from outside, though he seemed to have an annoyed expression on his face. All the eyes were on them, and yet no one bothered asking anything. Clearly, they were not willing to share the information. After a while later, Robert and Mendoza seemed to discuss something. Immediately after that, Mendoza stood up with a proud expression. "I got this." He nodded at Silvara and the others and walked inside the cavern with his head held high and chest jutted out. The cold instantly hit him like a truck, but he opened up a potion bottle and downed it. The next second, he sprinted straight into the weird-ass, suspiciously black pool with eyes full of determination. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then an unholy shriek filled the cavern, echoing off the ice-crusted walls. Mendoza shot out of the black pool like a cannonball, eyes wide and mouth gaping in horror, his entire body a shivering mess. "It's cold! It's cold! It's fucking freezing down there!" he screamed, flailing wildly. Without a shred of dignity, he launched himself straight into the campfire, shattering the logs and scattering embers like fireworks, completely destroying the whole thing. Only after Aurora cast a few spells on him, the man seemed to settle down, shivering like a drenched kitten, but at least no longer screaming his head off. Thank you, goddess. It's horrible down there. I can't even begin to describe the cold you will face down there. I have somehow braved it and endured it, but if it was someone else, then even death is a real possibility." Looking at him go on and on as if he had done a great deed, even Nevin rolled his eyes. "Didn't you chug a potion before? Are you telling me even with cold resistance potion you faced so much difficulty?" Mendoza's face changed a little, but he maintained his composure. "Yes. Trust me, it is very cold down there, and there is a reason for it. I put my life on the line for all of you, and finally found the secret of that black pool. It is a secret trial," Mendoza exclaimed loudly. Silvara's brow furrowed. "A secret trial?" Mendoza puffed his chest and continued. "A trial only the bravest of the brave can endure. It tests your willpower, your strength, your everything." Nevin crossed his arms, unimpressed. "So, you're saying this black pool is some kind of secret challenge? What does it do exactly?" Mendoza cleared his throat awkwardly. "That I cannot say just yet. I braved it, barely survived, mind you, and emerged with the knowledge that it's not for the weak." He jabbed a finger at Silvara. "We must prepare ourselves before we even think of attempting it again." Damon, who had been leaning against the cavern wall with an unreadable expression, let out a quiet snort and a chuckle. Mendoza's face turned crimson. "Shut up," he spat. "What?
You couldn't hide such a good place from us, could you? See, I found out everything. Now what are you going to do? Damon shrugged. I didn't exactly plan on hiding anything. If you have the capability, dive in and take a dip. In fact, I am going to do so right now. Anyone else care to join me? His gaze landed on Silvara, Aurora, and Mira. Ladies, a little tip. I think skinny dipping might give the best benefits. Don't say I never shared anything. He winked and went right back into the black water, jumping in like it was nothing. Damon disappeared for an entire 10 minutes before emerging once again, completely drenched and carefree. Cade and Mark looked at him with awe as they too stood up and did the same, though both of them only managed to stay in for a couple of minutes. Clearly, the three of them had figured out something, or at least knew more about this trial than the rest of them. But from the looks of it, they had no plans of sharing any details. Finally, Silvara decided to take a look for herself. "Do you have any more of the cold resistance potion?" she asked Robert, who shook his head helplessly. "It's fine." Silvara took a deep breath and walked into the pool. Even though her ice affinity was high and she had been living in the freezing cold ever since she was born, this cold was completely different. It filled her with unimaginable pain. It was as if every drop of water was a dagger, each one sharper than the last, piercing her skin and biting into her bones. Her breath caught in her throat, and she fought the instinct to thrash and surface. She forced herself to sink deeper, determined to discover what had drawn Damon and the others back again and again. The next second, a system message flashed in front of her. "Ding! You have entered the trial of the frozen abyss." Silvara's eyes widened, her breath a ragged mist in the icy water. A powerful force pulled her deeper, and the darkness seemed to fold around her, wrapping her in a chilling embrace. Trial of the frozen abyss. The secrets of the ice are only revealed to those who dare to embrace the cold, endure the freezing darkness, survive the pain, and unlock the legacy hidden beneath the abyss. Failure will result in severe injury or death. The cold intensified. She felt her bones creak under the weight of the pressure. Her mana trembled, the icy currents draining her strength faster than she could channel it. Her vision blurred, but through sheer will she pushed forward. Then another system message flashed in front of her. "Ding, you have gained +1 ice affinity." Silvara could not hold on any longer, her health dropping at a ridiculous rate. She instantly resurfaced and jumped out of the pool, gasping and wheezing. Her energy reserves were dwindling at an extremely fast pace, and if no one helped her, she would be dead within a couple of seconds. Thankfully, Aurora rushed to her aid and helped her out, stabilizing her condition. Even then, Silvara was simply too mentally drained. "Let's log out," she announced to the party. "We need to have a clan meeting. Mira, Aurora, I am sorry for this time out. You can also log out for a while and come back refreshed." What she discovered was simply too huge to carry on without altering their plans. This place was life-changing for them. Everyone politely bid farewell to each other, of course excluding the problematic 3 vampires, who were completely ignored. Once the decision was made, the entire group disappeared in the blink of an eye, no one wanting to stay back even a second longer. Damon leaned against the icy wall, his crimson eyes following Silvara's retreating form with a flicker of amusement. A thin smirk played at his lips, his fangs glinting in the dim light. Kate sighed, stretching her arms dramatically. "Looks like we finally got some breathing room now." "Damon, what do you think about this trial?" Mark asked. "I discovered something interesting." Damon asked, his curiosity piqued. "I entered the black pool, and my body sort of rejected the ice affinity and the icy elemental energy that wanted to enter my body. I had this resistance until I reached the first break point." Damon nodded. The others hadn't noticed yet, but the black pool was actually a lot deeper than they could have ever imagined. There were many break points under the water, pockets of air, and a small cave here and there where one can come up for air. After the first break point, I couldn't hold on anymore. The elemental energy crashed into my body and sort of started wrecking everything. I can still keep going a little bit, but I have a feeling I will reach my limit soon, Mark explained. "So how much did you gain in total?" "I gained 10 stats in total, 5 in strength and 5 in vitality." "I figured as much," Damon grinned. Right from the beginning, he had a feeling that this trial was not just about ice affinity. It tested so much more. If he was right, then they should be able to gain a lot from this trial, whether or not they were associated with ice affinity. "Looks like this trial has multiple layers of benefits." Kate's eyes sparkled with interest. "So you think it's not just about elemental affinity?" Damon's gaze turned thoughtful. "Exactly. The trial's cold is just a shell. What it's really testing is your endurance, your mental strength, and maybe even how well you can adapt under pressure. The elemental affinity is just the bonus prize if you're aligned with ice, but the real treasure? It's probably the stat gains, and maybe even something even deeper if you're brave enough to reach the bottom." Mark nodded, his expression grim but determined. "Yeah, I figured as much too. That's why I'm going back in. I don't care how cold it gets. Every stat point counts, and who knows what else we might find." The two of them then looked at Kate. "What did you get?" Kate stuck her tongue out, mischief dancing in her eyes. "That's a surprise, boys. I'll tell you when I win this whole damn thing." She stripped off her robe and most of her gear until she was left in just her underwear, eliciting a raised eyebrow from Damon, and dove headfirst into the pool. Damon opened his mouth to remind her he'd been joking about the skinny dipping, but a mental image of Kate punching his lights out stopped him cold. He chuckled helplessly and shot Mark a resigned look. "Hey, maybe she's onto something," he muttered, ignoring Mark's suspicious glare. He, too, then dove back into the pool once again. At first, he had planned to head out and grind some beasts to increase his affinity before attempting the trial again, but then he decided to take the hard route. Taking the shortcut was not always the best thing to do, and his guts told him that this was one such situation. Also, there weren't that many beasts around, and to look for beasts or other monsters in the thick of this heavy snowstorm would be extremely time-consuming and painful. He might as well simply to do the cold water plunge and reap the benefits. There was also something else. Damon couldn't exactly place his finger on it, but the freezing cold actually seemed to trigger something in his blood. He wasn't sure yet, but he could feel his blood energy a little louder down there. It felt more vibrant, more alive, as if the cold itself was awakening something primal in him. Well, whatever it was down there, Damon was not getting out of here before taking a good look at it. This was the closest he had come to stabilizing his blood or bloodline, and he was not going to take a loss for an answer. He sucked in a deep breath and dove in, the excruciating cold immediately assaulting him. His vision blurred as frost rimmed his lashes, every nerve screaming in protest. He ignored it and continued to head down. He pressed deeper, the black water folding around him like the embrace of the abyss itself. "Ding! You have entered the Trial of the Frozen Abyss." Trial of the Frozen Abyss. The secrets of the ice are only revealed to those who dare to embrace the cold, endure the freezing darkness, survive the pain, and unlock the legacy hidden beneath the abyss. Failure will result in severe injury or death. Ding! You have gained +1 ice affinity. Patriarch. Silvara rushed to her grandfather as soon as she teleported back to the real world. Sometimes they could bring some items out of the game, but it looked like they couldn't really bring these frost pearls out of the game. She could only explain it to her grandfather to make him understand how truly game-changing their last encounter had been. That small lake could take their entire family to whole new heights, to places they could have never even imagined to be possible. Something that could increase their innate ice affinity. This was unbelievable. "Grandfather!" she shouted with urgency and barged into the room, ignoring the surprised faces of the guards stationed outside. For the first time, Silvara actually felt warm inside their compound after facing the insanity that was the small black pool. Her grandfather, long white hair cascading like a waterfall over his dark robes, looked up from his desk, his cold blue eyes narrowing with curiosity. "Silvara," he said, his voice calm, "what is it that has you so riled up?" She rushed to his side, barely containing the words that tumbled from her lips. "Grandfather, I've found something that could change everything for our family. A small black lake in the frozen caverns, something that can increase our innate ice affinity. It's beyond anything we've ever seen before." His brows furrowed, the lines on his face deepening as he leaned forward. Increase our affinity. Explain yourself. Tell me everything, child. Leave nothing out." Silvara's breath came in quick gasps, her mind still buzzing with the memory of that cold, that power. "The lake is more than just water. It's an elemental node, a pure ice mana vortex that tests you, breaks you, but rewards you. The system itself has classified it as a test. There is a legacy if someone manages to pass the trial. But even if we don't, there is so much to gain from it. If we can harness it, even for a short time, we could raise the entire family's strength to a level that would put us on par with the best guilds, maybe even surpass them." Silvara's heart raced as she began to recount every detail, from the first tremor of frost to the final desperate scramble out of the black water. The future of her clan and her own destiny might, in fact, be decided by this small black pool. Artemius calmly listened to everything. His eyes widened in shock as he processed her words. "A pure ice mana vortex that can enhance our affinity. A trial that rewards not just those with ice affinity, but anyone with enough determination to endure it. And you say there is also a system legacy." Silvara nodded, her breath ragged. "Yes, grandfather, but it is not easy. I barely survived. It's like the cold itself comes alive and tries to consume you. But those who can withstand it, those who can embrace it, will be reborn stronger." Artemius's expression darkened with a fierce hunger, his fingers curling slightly as if grasping at the promise of power. "This changes everything," he whispered. "If we can master this, our clan will no longer be at the mercy of those so-called best guilds." He turned his icy gaze back to his granddaughter. "Silvara, you have done well. You have given us a chance. No, a destiny. We will begin preparations immediately. I will summon the Council of Elders and lay out a plan for mobilization. Every able-bodied member will be tested. We will forge our strength in the cold, and the frozen abyss will become the crucible that shapes our future. Go now. We have a lot to do." Silvara nodded. She hurriedly prepared to leave to alert the other Council of Elders, but she abruptly stopped. "Grandfather, there is one other thing." At first she did not plan to, but knowing that the man wouldn't let this go simply, she decided to talk about this matter as well. "Grandfather, about Blood God." She hesitantly told everything, not leaving a single detail. In the light of what they had discovered, Silvara did not think that the old man would care, but she immediately regretted her decision. Artemius did not look pleased at all. In fact, he seemed to have completely forgotten about the whole Black Pool matter. He only looked at Silvara with his stern blue eyes, disappointment clearly etched within them. "What have you done, you stupid child? How could you be so blind? The truth might not always be what it seems to be." His voice thundered through the chamber. "What happens when a creature dies in the game? tell me." "Grandfather, but—" "Tell me," Silvara answered, biting her lips. "And what happens after that?" After what? Does the corpse disappear or not?" Silvara's eyes widened. "It does." "Then is it not possible that Blood God already fought several enemies before your party arrived at the cavern?" "But he did not tell anything about—" "It doesn't matter, child. That man is arrogant and prideful. Why do you think he would take the initiative to explain anything? You should have had the state of mind to analyze something from all angles calmly. You should not have jumped to conclusions. You, of all people, know his importance to our clan, yet you dared to behave in this manner? Do you not trust my words, child?" Silvara's eyes widened. "But I thought—" "You thought wrong," Artemis snapped, his eyes narrowing. He lifted his right hand from within his robe and then removed the thin skin-colored glove covering it. Underneath, his actual right hand was revealed, and shockingly, an intense aura of death reeked from it. The entire hand was black, covered by putrid boils and pustules. His dark, corrupted hand glistened under the chamber's pale light, each boil oozing a vile liquid that hissed when it touched the cold marble floor. Silvara's breath caught in her throat, her eyes widening in horror and disbelief. "Grandfather, your hand!" His cold blue eyes blazed with a mixture of fury and pain. "This is the price I paid, child," he growled, his voice low and trembling. "While others received their blessings, I received their curse for seeing what must not be seen." Tears welled in Silvara's eyes, a mix of fear, guilt, and awe. "Grandfather, I didn't know. I didn't understand." "No, you did not, and that is why you will learn." His hand clenched, the corrupted flesh splitting and dripping black ichor. "Blood God is not just a threat or a pawn. He is the one and only hope for our entire world. There is a war coming, and he is the only one who can protect us. Under no circumstances should you betray him, challenge him, or stand in his way." Silvara's tears fell freely now, each drop freezing on her cheeks like tiny daggers. I didn't know," she whispered. Artemius's gaze bored into her, cold and unrelenting. "Good, because if you fail, if you act out of pride or fear again, then the curse upon this hand," he raised his corrupted limb with a trembling snarl, "will be the least of our worries." He turned back to his desk, the air around him growing even colder. "Go now! We have a lot to do, and so little time." Silvara emerged from the patriarch's chamber with conflicting emotions raging inside her. It was not that she did not respect or believe her grandfather. Ever since her parents died, her grandfather was her everything. But that bastard, he just doesn't deserve any of this. Just the mere thought of the arrogant bastard and his conceited smirk sent her on a downward spiral of rage. Blood God. The name itself was enough to sour her mood. Even now, after everything she had learned, after the power she'd seen him wield and the terrifying importance her grandfather had placed on him, she couldn't bring herself to trust him. But even as her heart burned with anger, her grandfather's words echoed in her mind. Blood God is not just a threat or a pawn, Silvara. He is the one and only hope for our entire world. She gritted her teeth. That bastard, he didn't deserve to hold our future in his hands. Fine, she would go along with everything. She would take the bow and apologize. She would let go of her pride. For now. But once she manages to obtain the legacy at the bottom of that black pool, everything will change. With that thought hardening her resolve, she quickened her steps. She informed the Council of Elders as fast as she could, and every single member of their family immediately found themselves teleporting to Trendolin City. They made sure to stagger their timings and calmly mobilize the whole faction without attracting any unwanted attention. This should be the first time a natural treasure like this was discovered inside the game, one that could single-handedly change the entire power dynamic of the server. There was no way they would let such a huge secret be spread around. Silvara spent the time and carefully arranged for everything, overseeing every little detail. There were people standing guard every other mile on the path to the Black Pool. They were not just there to guide the family to the right spot. They were also there to cull anyone who dared to trespass in this territory. This was their chance to claim something truly monumental, a legacy that would transform their clan from one of many to the one everyone else feared. And the entire family was determined to safeguard every drop of that hellish water. Soon, the first group arrived at the small cavern with Silvara leading the way. "Listen up," Silvara called, her voice slicing through the cold wind. "This is no ordinary dungeon. It's no mere raid boss or hidden treasure chest. It's a trial that tests more than your strength. It tests your will, your spirit, and your ability to endure. We will not fail. We will claim this treasure and show every guild and every player what it means to stand at the top." The clan roared their agreement, eyes blazing with determination. Silvara felt a dark satisfaction deep in her chest. "Blood God," she thought. "You might have stumbled across this first, but in the end, it will be our name, not yours, that echoes through this world's history." It doesn't matter what her grandfather saw about the future. This legacy and power will be theirs, and their fate will change for the better. With that thought, she led the charge toward the icy black pool, her steps steady and resolute, the legacy of her clan burning bright in her heart. And that was when she suddenly came to an abrupt stop. Silvara's entire body went stiff with shock. Her eyes reddened, her lips trembled, and her rage rocketed to outer space when she saw the madness that was unfolding right in front of her. Their holy grail, their sacred place, was utterly desecrated. Clothes were strewn about here and there, with even underwear lying around casually. Some of the underwear suspiciously looked like they were orc underwear. But that was not the worst part. There were beer bottles, wine bottles, and coffee mugs thrown around. Pieces of roasted meat were chewed up and spit out. And right next to all of this, nonsense. A tall, lean, muscular figure casually lounged without a care in the world. More importantly, he did not have a single piece of clothing on his body. Everything, including his male dignity, was on full display. Damon, that bastard, was sprawled across a rock like he owned the entire cavern, a lazy grin stretching his lips as he toyed with a frost pearl in one hand. His crimson eyes glowed with amusement, seemingly oblivious to, or perhaps delighting in, the utter chaos his presence had caused. Silvara's jaw nearly hit the icy ground. Her entire clan, behind her, stood in stunned silence. Here they were, barely trying to keep up with the freezing cold. Many of them had even used a couple of health potions and recovery potions already, and they knew they were not going to last long. But this man in front of them was casually lounging on the icy floor as if he were sunbathing on a beach? What the... Silvara's rage erupted like a geyser. "Gaiman!" she shrieked, her voice echoing through the cavern with enough fury to make even the ice walls tremble. "What in the name of the gods do you think you're doing? This place is sacred!" Damon cracked open one crimson eye, rolling his head lazily to look at her. His grin widened, all teeth and fangs. "Oh, hey, Ice Princess. You're here. Took you long enough. I was starting to think you'd chickened out." Silvara's hands balled up into fists at her sides, her breath coming out in steaming puffs of indignation. "Chicken?" She nearly choked on the word. Can you please cover yourself up?" Damon arched an eyebrow. "You call this a sacred place? Looks like a pretty good spot for a pool party to me. And why would I cover myself up at a pool party? This is adult only. If you can't handle it, please feel free to go to the children's section." He laughed. Silvara's teeth ground together audibly. "Put some clothes on, you degenerate!" She finally spat, her voice trembling with fury. "Why? I like the cold." Before Silvara could argue, another figure emerged from the water. This time it was Mark, and naturally he was also stark naked. Mark's Titan figure was extremely intimidating, which made many men subconsciously back away. Mark shook the water from his hair like a giant dog and calmly went and sat next to Damon. Silvara's face turned red, her fury reaching new heights as Mark flexed his muscles shamelessly, oblivious to the gaping eyes around him. "You two? Put on some clothes, you barbarian!" she screamed, her voice cracking under the strain of her rage. Damon laughed. "I really don't understand why you are so bent out of shape. It's best to go skinny dipping. I'm not lying." He shrugged. The two of them then stopped paying attention to the group and seemed to be talking privately about something. After a while, Mark put his clothes back on and left the place. Damon, on the other hand, once again dove into the black pool. A second later, he unexpectedly resurfaced and casually floated around. "I won't be seeing you for a while, so stay good." With that, he completely disappeared. Silvara could only stare, jaw hanging open in disbelief, as Damon vanished beneath the black water, leaving only ripples that quickly settled into an eerie stillness. His final words lingered in the frozen air, as if mocking her with their casual farewell. Around her, the rest of the clan exchanged uncertain glances, their expressions a mix of confusion, embarrassment, and seething rage. Some muttered under their breath, others simply stared at the pool, as though a monster might suddenly jump out from within it. Silvara's hands trembled at her sides, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails bit into her palms. The sheer arrogance of that man. Even after everything, after her grandfather's warning, after her own grudging acceptance of his importance, he'd found a way to spit on their legacy, to mock their every effort. And yet, she couldn't deny the way he moved in the cold water, the casual ease with which he shrugged off its bone-chilling bite. He was undeniably powerful. Silvara ground her teeth and straightened her back. "Listen up," she barked, her voice sharp enough to snap everyone's attention back to her. "Damon may think this place belongs to him, but he's wrong. This is our trial, our legacy, and we are going to claim every last piece of it, no matter what that arrogant bastard says." Her clan rallied around her, their eyes hard and determined. "Prepare yourselves," she continued. "Every one of you will attempt this trial. We will not rest until every member of this family has claimed their place in the legacy. Damon can play his games all he wants, but the future will belong to us." Silvara felt the rage inside her solidify into a cold determination, stronger and sharper than the ice beneath her feet. Let Damon laugh and flaunt his power. She would be the one standing at the top in the end. She turned her gaze back to the black pool, its surface still as glass. "Blood god," she muttered under her breath, her eyes narrowed. "Enjoy your swim while you can. I'm coming for you." She then dove straight into the pool without any hesitation. As Silvara's body hit the water, an explosion of cold struck her like 1,000 icy needles, piercing her flesh. Her breath caught, and her lungs convulsed in protest. The world blurred around her, white and black merging into a haze of pain and determination. She forced her limbs to move, refusing to let herself be swept away by the frigid currents. Every inch she descended felt like a test, 1,000 trials compressed into a single unending moment. The darkness of the abyss pressed around her, but she refused to yield. Damon might have breezed through this challenge with his infernal smirk, but she could not. "That was fine. I will endure this trial," she thought fiercely, her teeth gritted against the pain. "For my clan, for our legacy, for myself." As the cold seared through her veins and her health bar dropped faster than a stone in water, she reached the first breakpoint and gasped as a new wave of elemental energy crashed into her body. It felt like her very soul was being ripped apart, but she refused to falter. "Ding! You have gained +1 ice affinity." Her vision blurred with tears she refused to acknowledge. She clawed for another breath, her stamina bar flashing red. "I will not let him be the only one to claim this power. I will surpass him. I will—" Unexpectedly, she felt a hand pull her out of the madness. Silvara gasped as she saw the same arrogant face she loathed. He was still casually sitting, completely stark naked, of course. But now they were in some sort of underground cave, a pocket of air. For some reason, the hellish cold water did not enter this space. "Where am I?" Silvara deliriously murmured. "You did good. Why don't you rest a little?" Damon smiled and placed her on the side, even helping her chug a health potion down. "You bastard! What are you going to do? Are you going to drink my blood again?" Silvara half-consciously blabbered. Damon froze for a moment, and then his smile became bigger. Now he understood why the woman had always been against him right from the beginning. It turned out that she remembered after all. Well, it was not his problem anymore. He took a deep breath and dove deeper once again. The first breakpoint was pretty much not a big deal for him anymore. He needed to delve deeper to reap more benefits. After about an hour, Silvara stirred awake to find 2 more notifications waiting for her. "Ding ding, you have gained +1 intelligence." "Ding ding, you have gained +1 ice affinity." But she couldn't be bothered about this right now. She hurriedly stood up and checked herself for signs of injury. That bastard had already used her as a blood bag once. There was no reason why he wouldn't do it again. Only after she was absolutely certain she did not find anything odd, she slumped with a big sigh. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." She punched the icy floor in frustration. She knew she probably had to thank that bastard for still being alive and having come so far. Still, she just couldn't help hating him. She absolutely loathed him. She hated everything about that damned brute. Clutching her head in frustration, she turned to her right when she unexpectedly saw 3 names carved on the wall. Blood God was here, K8 was here, and 0 was here. She lifted her hand, her fingers casually tracing the name Blood God on the wall. A complicated feeling welled up from within her. What a hateful, hateful person! Silvara shook her head and let out another sigh. She took a break for a few more minutes as she walked around and explored the small underground space. There was nothing really special about it. Taking one final look, she decided to head down deeper into the water when a splash echoed and another person crawled out of the black pool into the small cave space. "Nevin!" Silvara quickly hurried over to help him and offered him a health potion, supporting him and laying him against the wall. She couldn't help but feel a little guilty as she did so, considering it was the same thing Blood God had done for her. However, she quickly put that thought away. "Congrats!" Silvara smiled at the guy. She had always had a good relationship with Nevin. He was pretty much a younger brother to her, and she was happy to see him succeed. Nevin's face was pale, and his lips were tinged blue, but he managed a weak smile, his teeth chattering. "Thanks, Silvara. That was insane. I didn't think I'd make it." Silvara carefully helped him drink the potion. "I know," she murmured, her voice low.
It's brutal, but it's worth it. Every drop of pain in this abyss makes us stronger." Nevin closed his eyes for a moment, letting the potion work its magic. His breath steadied, though he still trembled from the residual cold. "I know." And then he suddenly snapped his eyes open. "Syl, we messed up. We made a huge, foolish mistake." "What are you talking about? Can you explain calmly?" Silvara was confused. Her heart rate increased, and she hoped that they did not screw up something terribly important. Nevin took a few deep breaths, his expression still grave. Then he spoke slowly. "Open the auction house page and take a look at the items on display." "Auction house?" Silvara became even more confused. Did someone find a legendary item or something? She hurriedly pulled up the system screen to take a look. In Earth Online, anyone can take a look at the items for auction anywhere in the world. However, to sell or buy something, or even place a bid, they had to be physically present near one of the branches of the auction house. Silvara's blue eyes flicked quickly through the usual list of items. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary at first, just the typical mix of rare and semi-rare items, standard ones farmed by lower-level players. But then, all of a sudden, her eyes widened in shock. "This," she gasped, her chest heaving. In front of her, on the system screen, blinked at least 100, maybe even more items, all tagged Ice Orc gear. Every single one suitable for players level 40 and above, and every single one of them boasting decent stat boosts. "We need to buy this, all of it." Silvara shot to her feet, eyes bright with determination. If they could get their hands on this gear, their mission further north would be that much easier. It would boost their entire team's strength by a few levels. This was invaluable to their guild. However, Nevin let out a sigh and shook his head. "I'm not talking about that." "Hmm?" Silvara turned, puzzled. "Then what are you talking about?" "Take a look at who's selling all that gear," Nevin said quietly. Silvara's eyes darted back to the screen, and only then did she notice the seller's name, and her heart nearly stopped. "Zero?" she whispered, staring at the name before whipping her gaze back to Nevin. "Isn't that Mark?" Nevin gave a bitter smile as the realization began to dawn on her. These many items, did that mean they came across some sort of hidden treasury full of Ice Orc gear? She wondered aloud, still trying to make sense of it. Nevin's face twitched and he facepalmed, exasperated. "Do you really not see what's happening right in front of you? Are you that determined to stay blind just to keep hating him?" Silvara opened her mouth, then shut it again, stunned into silence. Her eyes darted back to the auction screen, then back to Nevin. Her mouth opened and closed a few times, but the words wouldn't come. "Zero is Mark's in-game name," Nevin said quietly. "But the real seller here is Damon. Don't you get it? Damon's the one who cleared all those ice orcs in the Frost Caverns. He's the one who single-handedly cleared out the place and saved our asses." Silvara's breath caught in her throat. "No, but that's exactly what happened," Nevin snapped, his eyes flashing. "He went in there alone and took down dozens and dozens of these orcs while we were still trying to fight a handful. While you were bad-mouthing him, he cleared everything out like it was nothing." His tone was almost odd, even if he hated admitting it. "Maybe the other two also helped, but without the three of them, we would be long dead and completely wiped out. Heck, it would have taken a couple of months to get through these mountains. We wouldn't have discovered the Black Pool either, or that trial ground." Silvara's heart sank. Her hands trembled as she gripped the edge of her wet robe. Nevin slammed his palm on the ice floor, making her jump. "Wake up, Silvara! Stop believing the words of some idiots and stop sabotaging Grandfather's preparations. I wish I had your position, but I do not. You are the one in the driver's seat. You are the acting guild leader. Our clan will live or die based on your actions. You need to wake the fuck up!" Silvara's mind reeled.
Her chest ached with a mix of fury, shame, and grudging respect. That arrogant bastard, why was he torturing her like this? A man who could do that to an unconscious woman was not a good, virtuous man. I should be a fool to trust him. I knew this deep down in my heart, and yet... Salvara closed her eyes and let out a sigh. She was not willing, but she knew she simply did not have a choice. He hadn't done anything wrong until now. There was nothing she could hold against him. Her grandfather had also scolded her to get everything straight. There was no point in fighting it any longer. She might hate him personally, but for the sake of her clan, she needed to swallow her pride and make amends with that man. I will take care of this. You can trust me. She patted Nevin and allowed him to recover. Instead of heading further down, she then swam up to the surface once again. Even though the conditions improved as she reached closer to the surface, it was still quite taxing on her body. In the end, she gained a stat point in stamina. Putting the thought of Damon aside, she decided to focus on training for the time being. Besides, that man had already gone further down. She wouldn't be able to follow him down there straight away, even if she wanted to. Salvara picked herself from the black pool and sat down on the side to take a breather. Even staying for a few seconds in that water made her feel completely drained and exhausted. All around her, Frost Throne Guild members were essentially doing the same thing. By now, a huge crowd had gathered around the pool, and even though every single one of them looked like wet dogs, they still trained meticulously by enduring the hellish cold. Salvara's mind, however, remained stuck on Nevin's words. Damon, that bastard, had cleared the way for all of them. The realization bit deeper than any frost could. She glanced around, watching her clan struggle against the cold water, gritting their teeth and clutching at each other's shoulders. Even the strongest among them looked like they'd been through a battlefield, with red faces, trembling hands, and eyes that shone with desperate determination. Yet they all pressed on, just like she had to. Salvara's eyes hardened. She didn't have the luxury of giving in to her personal grudges anymore. If this place was going to forge them into something stronger, then she'd take every advantage, no matter how bitter. Damon's success here didn't erase his sins in her eyes, but it didn't erase his contributions either. Begrudgingly, she sent a message to their representative who was stationed near the auction house. This time, to make up for the wrongs, they would have to buy everything the hard way. It was going to cost more gold coins, but it was nothing they couldn't handle. With this as an apology, she would also be able to smooth things between Damon and their family. With this, everything should be taken care of. Salvara did not linger on it too long. Her entire focus was completely on the trial in front of her. Only as long as she was helpless and incompetent, she needed to cower in front of others like this. No, that will not do. This legacy will be hers, no matter what. She then squared her shoulders and dove back into the black pool without hesitation, determined to rise stronger than ever. For the next few days, the entire Frost Throne Guild focused solely on the black pool. All thoughts of dungeons, raids, and other quests cast aside. The Blackwater trial had become an obsession, one that refused to let go of anyone who tasted its chilling embrace. Guild members competed fiercely, some using potions, others relying solely on raw willpower. Every hour, the cavern buzzed with anxious shouts, cries of triumph, and the occasional agonized scream as another brave soul reached their limit and had to be hauled out before death claimed them. Salvara herself was fully immersed in the challenge. Her pride and determination burned brighter than ever, fueled by the knowledge that Damon had already passed this test with casual ease. She would not be left behind, no matter how much her body protested. Every time she dove in, the cold gnawed at her bones, whispering temptations of surrender. But she refused to yield. Every breath she took in that abyss felt like a victory. Every second endured was a declaration that she would not be broken. At the end of 3 days, her limbs trembling and her health bar flashing dangerously low, Silvara finally reached the second breakpoint. She gasped as she broke through the final icy barrier, the water parting to reveal a small air pocket like the one she'd stumbled upon before. She clambered onto the ledge, her teeth chattering, expecting to see Damon's arrogant smirk and maybe even Mark's awkward smile. But to her surprise, the small space was completely empty. The 3 vampires, Damon, Mark, and Kate, were nowhere to be found. Of course, the same 3 sentences were scribbled childishly on the icy walls. Blood God was here first, Kate 8 was here second, 0 was here. Meanwhile, Damon finally reached the 6th breakpoint and felt like he was on the verge of collapse. His entire body ached, his head was spinning, and his health was dropping like a stone. Each breath in that freezing water was killing him by almost half. Even with all his blood reserves and regeneration, he couldn't go any further. If he tried to push just a little more, he'd die instantly. He knew it. Frustration and exhaustion hit him all at once. He prided himself on being strong, on always pushing the limits, but this place was on a whole different level. It was like the abyss itself was trying to crush his very soul. He knew he might be able to push a bit more if he risked everything, but that would be suicide. He needed to be smarter than that. If he wanted to reach the bottom, he'd need a better plan. His ice affinity had already reached rank B, and it was not going to be easy to increase it further. He needed to step outside of this cold to come up with a plan. Mulling over it, he swam back up to the surface when he noticed the big crowd gathered around. All Frozen Throne Guild members. Coincidentally, a big system display screen now flashed on the side of the black pool with various names and rankings. Did this happen because the number of people taking this trial increased? Damon pondered silently. He had never seen anything like this before, even in his last lifetime. These kinds of places would never be made open to the general public, so this was his first time experiencing this in person. While Damon was calmly observing, a few tongues wagged about. "Look who's first on the rankings," Mendoza sneered. "I guess the frost pearls weren't the only treasure you pocketed. At least tell us about it. What is this godly item that shot you to the top? What did you eat this time?" Damon's lips curled into a small, amused smirk as he scanned the ranking board. Sure enough, his name was glowing right at the top. His score was miles ahead of the second-placed player. It wasn't that surprising, though. He'd been diving deeper than anyone else, collecting ice affinity points and pushing himself far beyond what most could handle. He turned to face the guy, his crimson eyes glinting with that same casual arrogance that always seemed to drive Silvara and her people mad. "Ah, so there's a leaderboard now," he said lazily. "Didn't even know that was a thing. Guess I'm just that good." "But you could have at least shared what you found, Damon," another player from the Frozen Throne Guild pressed. "We're all in this together, aren't we?" I raised an eyebrow. "Are we? I thought this was every man or woman for themselves. Besides, I'm not stopping any of you from diving in and finding the same treasures. If you think you've got the guts to reach the 6th breakpoint, go ahead. I'll be cheering from the top." I shrugged and flashed that infuriating grin again. Several glares immediately landed on him, but Damon did not care. He turned his attention back to the ranking board, studying the names that appeared beneath his. Silvara was climbing fast. No surprise there, but she was still at least 4 levels behind him. Others were even worse. Most were still stuck at level 1. Damon laughed lightly, returning the Mendoza glare with a mocking smile. Then he showed the guy a thumbs up and prepared to leave the cavern. "You fucking bastard! Do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" Mendoza growled. Damon suddenly paused. Unexpectedly, he turned around and smiled. "Why not? I have some time now." Mendoza's face instantly changed. He was about to say something when another voice interrupted the two of them. "It is not wise to bite the hand that feeds you," a calm and composed voice rang out, and Robert casually walked into the cavern. He was a tall and lean man in his 30s, and he had a presence in the clan that commanded respect. He looked at Damon and cleared his throat. "Patriarch expended a lot of effort to clear your name after that murder spree. It is best that you show some respect to the clan members and not create scenes like this." Robert further did not let Damon respond to his remark. He continued talking to Mendoza. "You too, Mendoza. Without Blood God, it is not possible for us to get here and find this place. Let's all get along smoothly and leave this childish behavior outside the game." Everyone immediately nodded at Robert with approval. Robert did not seem to be bothered by these things at all. "Everyone, keep your focus on the trial. We're here to train, not to start fights," he indifferently spoke as he calmly walked to the black pool. Then he directly dove into the freezing water without further hesitation. To everyone's surprise, his name straightaway appeared on the leaderboard as he instantly reached the first breakpoint. Everyone immediately let out amazed gasps. "Robert's talent is amazing. This is not a small feat, and he easily achieved it. He is the Patriarch's grandson, after all. This is to be expected." Damon raised a brow. He did not know this. He had always thought Silvara was that old guy's direct granddaughter. Either way, he did not want to get involved in their clan politics. He also did not care about others' rankings on the leaderboard. If someone actually managed to reach the 9th breakpoint, then he would pay attention. He silently turned around and started walking out of the small cavern. Behind him, the crowd was going rowdy. "What? Robert already reached the 2nd breakpoint? What a genius! He is a 1-in-a-million talent for sure. Patriarch should really pay more attention to his own blood and flesh instead of that random girl. Robert should have been the acting guild leader." These people were discussing things that he should probably not know, thinking he was already out of earshot, but Damon clearly heard everything. He was now understanding more and more why the Ice Queen was the way she was. Putting these things away from his mind, he opened his system interface to message a certain someone. "Little alchemist, it's time for us to meet again." "I am here," Damon hollered at the timid little girl waiting for him by the poison dungeon. Even before he arrived, Arya looked like a total mess, nervously fidgeting about with some sort of herbs in her hands. As soon as she saw him, she instantly dropped everything and waved awkwardly. Damon laughed at the clumsy girl and patted her head. "Sorry, I got held up somewhere and was late to our meeting. I will make it up to you." No problem." Arya quickly shook her head. "You are too nice." Damon patted her head. "You need the drops from this dungeon, right? Or also the dungeon clear achievement?" Both. I would have gone in myself. It's just that there are snakes." The girl's face changed even at the mention of the word. Damon could only laugh at the little idiot. "All right, let's go." He invited the girl to a party, and the two of them stepped inside the dungeon. Once inside, Damon immediately took the lead, clearing out poison creatures with casual ease. Every swing of his weapon sent monsters flying, while Arya did her best to keep up. She was an earth mage, and it helped her tag a lot of creatures with a single ground-shaking skill. After her tag, Damon swept up the poisonous spiders, worms, snakes, and everything else that came that way. In the blink of an eye, the entire dungeon was cleared, even the hidden boss, 2 mini-bosses, and 1 final boss taken down. Damon grinned as he sheathed his weapon, dusting off his hands as though the whole affair had been just another stroll in the park. Arya, on the other hand, looked stunned, her eyes wide as she tried to process what had just happened. She'd never seen anyone clear a dungeon so fast or so thoroughly. "Wow," she breathed, her voice trembling a little. "That was amazing." Damon chuckled, tilting his head and giving her a playful smirk. What, you thought I'd let those little bugs slow us down? Please, I'd be embarrassed if I couldn't clear a place like this before lunch. Arya blushed, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. Yeah, but even the hidden boss? I didn't even know there was a hidden boss in this dungeon. There's always a hidden boss, Damon replied with a knowing look. You just have to know where to look. It's a good way to farm extra loot and get some hidden achievements. Arya's eye sparkled at the mention of hidden achievements, and she clutched her staff a little tighter. Thanks, Blood God. I really appreciate you helping me out like this. Damon waved her thanks away, his grin widening. Hey, don't mention it. You're one of the good ones. Besides, he said, I still owe you one from the last time, right? Consider this my way of paying you back. Arya giggled, her nervousness fading. Okay. Damon laughed. Deal. Let's get out of here. I have something important to talk to you about. The girl clumsily placed everything in her spatial ring, mainly collecting all the poison sacs from the beasts and their liver, and some more organs. It took a while, but Damon did not mind waiting. He joined in and helped her extract everything. After an hour, the two of them stepped outside the dungeon. What did you want to talk to me about? Arya nervously asked. It looked like she had been anxious about this for a while now. Damon did not judge her for that. He knew her true form after all, the Meistermind this girl would become in just a few weeks. He simply took out one of the frost pearls and handed it over to her. The young girl's face instantly changed. All traces of nervousness were gone. Instead, her entire focus was now on the small, snow-white pearl that exuded an intense, hellish chill. Not in the least caring about the frost wreaking havoc on her fingers, she examined the material with utmost concentration. Damon smiled. He could finally see the other face of the clumsy girl. This was the master alchemist from his last life, who stood at peak popularity. This is incredible, she whispered, turning the pearl over in her hands, studying its every detail. The mana density is insane. Pure ice mana. I've never seen anything like this. Damon nodded. I knew you'd appreciate it. Do you think you can make something from it? Maybe a potion, maybe a pill, anything that can boost ice affinity even higher? Arya's brows furrowed in thought, her mind already racing. An affinity enhancer. It's possible, but it'll be tricky, she murmured half to herself. With something this potent, I'd need a stabilizer, maybe frost root, or cold iron filings. But that might dilute the effect, she trailed off, lost in her own world. Damon couldn't help but laugh, enjoying the sight of the girl completely immersed in her craft. Do you always get like this when you find a new project? He teased, but the girl was far too engrossed to even hear him. That's why I'm counting on you. He chuckled and let her do the thinking for a while. Arya looked up, her eyes bright. I'll do it, Blood God. I'll make something incredible for you. Just give me a bit of time, okay? Sure, take your time, Damon nodded. He had a feeling that the girl would be obsessed over this, whether he wanted her to or not, and would probably be working as fast as possible anyway, so he did not pressure her too much. He was about to leave when suddenly he turned around. I remembered something. I don't know any ice affinity-related recipes, but I do know a recipe that can slightly increase a player's blood affinity. This potion was in fact quite popular in Damon's last life. It was one of the shortcut methods of directly getting a vampire race change. The raw materials for the potion were extremely sought after, and each one was quite pricey. I had personally spent a lot of time farming for the herbs, not to make the potion, but just to farm gold coins. Arya's eyes widened even more. A potion that increases blood affinity? That sounds incredibly valuable. Are you sure you want to share something like that with me? No, please, don't change your mind. I will give you lots of free potions, the girl started blurting out. Damon laughed. Don't worry, I am not changing anything. I want to help you do this. It's just some knowledge I picked up along the way, and I thought you'd make better use of it than most. Consider it an investment. Arya's cheeks turned pink. Thank you, Blood God. I promise I won't disappoint you. Damon nodded, his grin returning. I know you won't, he said with an approving smile. "You're the best alchemist I know. Now go do your thing and make something that'll shake this world." He spent the next few minutes talking to her about the blood affinity potion. He also gave her a few additional frost pearls for use and then waved goodbye. By the time he left, Arya was practically giddy with joy. The excited alchemist was bouncing on her toes, hugging the frost pearls like they were precious gems. He knew she'd dive straight into research the second he was gone, and he had no doubt she'd surprise him with something incredible. Damon did not think too much about it. If something comes out of it, then fine. Otherwise, he was still fine with it. He had a couple of backup plans of his own. He was walking towards his next plan when he received a new message from Kate. "Robert has reached the 5th break point. Do you want me to do something?" Damon smiled. He had to admit he was mildly surprised by this development. He didn't think anyone would reach so far in so little time, but it was fine. "Don't do anything," he messaged her back, and continued walking. He soon reached his next destination, the PvP building. The PvP building was a small, inconspicuous building with no extravagant rewards. At least not yet. When most of the players reached level 50, the real rewards would begin to show. But there was something Damon needed from the PvP building right now. Damon walked into the building and first registered his name at the main reception. The clerk was happy to take his gold coin and gave Damon a polite nod, handing him a thin, rune-etched token. "Thank you, Blood God. You are now registered for the Open Challenge Board. Matches start every half hour. Good luck." Damon pocketed the token, his lips curling into a small smile. Now all he had to do was wait for the show to begin.
Damon only had to wait for a second before challenge requests started popping up crazily. His screen filled with flashing notifications, each one carrying a name. Most of them were low-level players, eager to make a name for themselves by fighting the famous Blood God. He skimmed the requests, his grin widening with each one. "Tch, everyone wants a piece of me today," he muttered, amused. Damon did not care. The more the merrier. The next second, he did something that no one would have expected. His fingers moved rapidly as he accepted every single notification that flashed in front of him. He only stopped when he finished accepting the 1,000th challenge. "This will do," Damon grinned. It was time to let loose some pent-up frustrations. The name of the first opponent flashed on the system screen in front of him. Valtherin. Damon's grin widened, his crimson eyes glinting with anticipation. The next moment, his surroundings blurred as the system whisked him away to one of the many PvP arenas. The teleportation light faded, and Damon found himself standing on a circular stone platform floating in an endless void. Cracks ran through the stone like lightning, and a ring of torches flickered around the edges. The ambience of these arenas had always been top-notch, but Damon was already used to this. He rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck, feeling that familiar rush of adrenaline surge through his veins. He glanced across the arena just as his opponent appeared in a flash of blue light. Valtherin, a tall, broad-shouldered warrior clad in heavy black armor that clanked with every movement. A massive great axe rested on his shoulder, its blade shimmering with a wicked edge. "Not bad. You got some rare gear." Damon whistled. Valtherin smirked, his eyes hidden behind a thick visor. "So, you're the so-called blood god everyone's been talking about. Let's see if you live up to the hype." Damon let out a low chuckle. "Oh, I don't know about that. I don't have that much time to waste." Valtherin's eyes narrowed, and the system's notification rang loudly. "Ding! Duel begins." "Today I will teach you a lesson you won't forget!" Valtherin's voice thundered, but before he could make a move, a dagger was already at his throat, cleanly slicing his neck. Damon absorbed the blood essence of the warrior before the man's lifeless body fell with a thud. And just like that, the match ended before it even began. Ding! Duel concluded. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Ding! You have extracted the skill Heavy Cleave, rank D. Damon cracked his neck, a slow smile curling his lips. Nice. I was not sure if this would, but I guess it works after all. The system screen lit up again, displaying the next name, Kyle. Kyle stepped onto the arena, taller than Damon, lean but strong, with short black hair and a scar running down his left cheek. He carried a long spear that hummed with energy, the tip crackling with faint blue sparks. Kyle spun the spear easily, confidence radiating from him. "Blood god, huh?" he said, his voice calm but firm. "I've been waiting for this." Damon did not even bother to respond this time around. The system chimed. Ding! Duel begins. Kyle lunged forward, his spear a blur as it shot straight at Damon's chest. However, Damon's figure had already disappeared. In the fraction of a second, he once again appeared right behind his opponent, his dagger slicing the guy's throat and his palm absorbing the blood essence. Ding! Duel concluded. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Ding! You have extracted the skill Lightning Strike, rank D. Damon chuckled. He had 1,000 fights lined up. His extraction efficiency was pretty high. He should at least get 300 skills or 300 upgrades from this. Maybe he needed to spend more time in the PvP building from now on. Next! The system screen flickered, bringing up the next name, Jackson. This time it was a mage. However, the guy looked completely flabbergasted. It was almost as if he didn't expect his challenge to be accepted. Just like Damon expected, the guy spoke nervously. "Can I forfeit?" Damon laughed. The system chimed. Ding! Duel begins. In the blink of an eye, the guy was swiftly dispatched. In the PvP arena, every time a player lost a match, they had to cough up a gold coin, and additionally, they also lost a level. Despite this, so many people had sent challenges to him. Damon wasn't sure something like this would happen again, so while he had the chance, he had to use it well. This was going to be the easiest 1,000 gold coins he had ever earned. Soon the next one appeared before him, and just like the others, he too had a constipated look on his face, as if he had made the worst mistake of his life. Damon shook his head helplessly. "I guess you also want to forfeit?" The guy's face immediately bloomed with hope. "Yes, please. Sorry, I didn't mean to actually challenge you," he hurriedly tried to explain. However, Damon stood indifferently in front of him. "No." Ding! Duel begins. The next player was disposed with a scream. Time ticked by slowly as Damon continued to dispatch one player after another. Soon enough, the system screen flickered again with the name Eric. Damon barely glanced at it. Another easy target. The teleportation light glowed, and Eric appeared, a skinny guy with messy brown hair and a staff clutched in trembling hands. He looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. "Blood god," Eric stammered, his voice cracking. "Look, I didn't think you'd actually—" "I sighed," Damon sighed, rolling his shoulders. "Spare me the excuses." His eyes glowed crimson. "Let's get this over with." The system chimed. Ding! Duel begins. Eric tried to raise his staff, but Damon was already in front of him. One swift motion, one clean cut, and the match was over. Ding! Duel concluded. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Ding! Your skill, Mana Bolt, has been upgraded to level 2. Damon grinned. The teleportation light flashed again, and the next opponent appeared, a tall guy with a sword and shield. He looked terrified. "Can I—" the guy started. "No," Damon cut him off, stepping forward with a smirk. Ding! Duel begins. In the single step, a single slash, and the guy hit the ground. Ding! Duel concluded. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Ding! Your skill Shield Bash has been upgraded. Damon continued to grind slowly, one player after another, until finally an interesting name popped up. Necro God. Damon raised a brow. This can't be right. The next moment, the teleportation light faded, and from within stepped out the player
who was soon to be the terror of the entire game, a name that was going to shake even the top 10 super guilds.
Damon was low-key extremely nervous right now. There were other powerful players in the game, but this one was different. He was a personal fan of the Necro God. In his last life, 2 Necromancer players stood at the top. One was the deviant king Mo Cheng from the Chinese Super Guild, and the other was the Necro God. Even with all the support from a super guild, ultimately Mo Cheng could only barely come to Necro God's level. But Necro God was different. The man was cool, indifferent, and he had a vibe that made people want to admire him. Single-handedly, he made an army of thousands of undead and claimed an entire kingdom for himself. Damon had no shame in admitting that he was a huge fan of the guy. Necro God wasn't just another skilled player, he was a legend. Damon had spent hours watching videos of Necro God's fights. He remembered the forums buzzing with rumors about his tactics, how he'd take down entire guilds by himself, commanding an army of the dead like some unstoppable force. Deviant King Mo Cheng, with all the resources of a super guild behind him, had tried to challenge Necro God's throne, only to fail repeatedly. But Necro God? He didn't need a guild. He didn't need flashy titles or a horde of supporters. He was just him. Cool, calm, collected. The type of player you wanted to be. Someone whose name alone could make people tremble. And now, Damon was going to face him, one-on-one. Damon's heart rate quickened. He was actually going to fight with Necro God. Even though it was still very early in the game, and he probably wouldn't have grown into the man he would eventually be, it still gave him the chills. How was he going to fare against this godlike player with godlike skills? Damon took a deep breath, steadying himself. "This is it," he muttered, and even prepared himself by conjuring the daggers beforehand. He was fully prepared to go all out in this fight. He wanted to win no matter the cost. The next moment, the teleportation light faded, and a person stepped onto the arena. Damon froze. His jaw dropped to the ground as he stared at the person in front of him. Or should he say, kid in front of him? "You have got to be kidding me! How old are you? 8? What the fuck?" Damon blurted out in shock. The kid was maybe 8 or 9, with a mop of messy black hair that half covered his eyes. He clutched the staff that looked way too big for him, and his robes were so long they dragged on the ground. He looked at Damon with rage filling his eyes. From the looks of it, Damon's little comment had triggered him or something. The kid's small hands clenched around the staff, his knuckles white. He glared at Damon with all the fury an 8-year-old face could muster. "I'm 15!" he shouted, his voice cracking a little. Damon blinked. "Are you sure about that?" But before he could say anything else, the system chimed. Ding! Duel begins. The kid's staff glowed with dark energy, and shadows started swirling around his feet. Damon's eyes widened. A sudden surge of necrotic energy exploded outward, forcing Damon to leap back as the arena shook. Bones sprouted from the ground, forming a skeletal hands that clawed at the air. This guy was unmistakably a necromancer, and a good one at that. Damon's face fell. There went his hopes of some nickname confusion or perhaps some other type of weird coincidence down the drain. This guy was probably the Necro God. The kid's eyes glowed an eerie purple as he raised his staff. "Blood God, huh?" he sneered, his voice dripping with hatred. "Prepare to be crushed." Damon smiled bitterly. Why? Why of all people his idol had to be like this? First it was Arya, and now it was Necro God. The game had already banned changing identities and shit like that, and despite that, these two were catfishing big time. "Move, loser," the kid hissed, his eyes gleaming with a fierce purple light. "Start the fight. Don't disappoint me, or I'm going to turn you into one of my minions." I sighed dramatically.
Maybe you have a growth spurt later, and maybe even get some sort of character growth, he thought out loud, absent-mindedly sidestepping the attack of the skeletons. The kid's face twisted into a snarl. "Shut up, loser!" he spat, his staff pulsing with even more dark energy. The shadows around his feet writhed like living things, their skeletal hands grabbing at Damon's ankles. The kid's eyes glowed brighter. "Don't underestimate me, blood god," he snapped. "I'm gonna make you regret ever stepping into this arena." Damon sighed dramatically. Yeah, he muttered. A low growl escaped the kid's throat. "You talk too much." Bones burst from the ground, forming a massive skeletal warrior that swung a rusted sword at Damon's head. Damon ducked under the swing. He no longer had any interest in this fight. His situation had become like the guy who unknowingly pushed his girlfriend into the swimming pool, only to discover that an ugly hag was hiding behind his sexy girlfriend. Except his situation was so much worse. Fuck it. It doesn't matter. Damon activated Shadow Step and appeared behind Necrogod. However, unlike the opponents before, this time there was a surprise waiting for him. Before Damon's dagger could strike, a sudden pulse of dark energy exploded around the kid, like a shield made of shadows. Damon's blade clanged off it, sending a shock up his arm. The kid turned his head slowly, a wicked grin splitting his face. "Did you really think it'd be that easy, blood god?" he sneered. The shadows coiled tighter around the kid's staff, forming a jagged, glowing blade that pulsed with necrotic energy. "You think you're the only one with fancy moves?" he spat. Bones burst from the ground, forming a ring of skeletal warriors that blocked Damon's retreat with some sort of force field. The kid raised his staff, and the skeletal blade gleamed. "Now it's my turn," the kid declared, his grin stretching wider. "I'm going to show you what a real necromancer can do." Meanwhile, back in the frozen caverns, the entire Frozen Throne Guild was busily jumping in and out of the black pool. While they were not getting frozen to near death, they calmly meditated and focused on recovery. At first, they had been a little more unruly, but Silvara had let slip that the Patriarch might actually log into the game, which made everyone quiet down and focus on their progress. "This is how it should be." Silvara nodded in satisfaction. She was just about to close her eyes and get into her personal training when suddenly Nevin slumped next to her, wet and cold. "Did you check the world chat?" "Why? What happened? Did the governments go all in already?" Silvara's face instantly turned serious. Nevin shook his head. "No, it's Blood God." Silvara let out an exasperated sigh. "What the hell did he do now?" "Why do you hate him so much?" Nevin clicked his tongue. "He didn't do anything to us. He's killing it in PvP. Take a look." Silvara rolled her eyes but opened her status screen anyway, flipping to the world chat feed. Her eyes scanned the lines of text, her fingers pausing as she read the flood of messages about the Blood God. "Blood God just one-shotted Valtherin." "That bastard one-shotted me too. Don't challenge him. He's acting like a little bitch and not accepting forfeits. I lost my 1 gold coin. If I see that bastard anywhere, I'm going to kill him on the spot." "Dude, are you high? He one-shotted your ass. How are you going to kill him? Don't be a sore loser." "Jackass, are you sucking his balls? What blood god? He has a fucking legendary item, so he's strong. Without the item, even my weak ass could slaughter him 10 times straight. Blood god just claimed 10 consecutive kills. Fuck! He just claimed 15 kills." Silvara's eyes narrowed as she scrolled through the messages, her thumb pausing on each rant, each bit of chaos that Blood God had left behind. 15 consecutive kills, she muttered. "That's impressive. I'll give him that." Smirk. Nevin leaned over her shoulder. "Told you, the guy's a monster." Silvara shot him a sideways glance. "Yeah, he is something all right." Nevin grinned. "Think he's cheating?" Silvara's lips twitched, almost a smile, but not quite. No, that's pure skill, she admitted, although begrudgingly. Skilled? Who are you both talking about in such a hush-hush tone? Mendoza walked over with a sneer. His eyes lingered longer on Silvara's chest than was acceptable. A lecherous look flashed in his eyes as he saw the wet clothes tightly clinging to her figure. It was only for a moment, but Silvara caught it. "Do you need something?" Her expression turned cold. Her actions further spurred him on. "Huh? Why? Am I bothering you when you're talking about your new boyfriend? I heard the patriarch offered you to him on a golden platter. Say, if I managed to clear this trial and grab the legacy, do you think I would get such a good deal? I don't need marriage or anything, just a single night would do." "Mendoza, you are going too far," Nevin shot up, despite being extremely tired and drained. Mendoza, however, did not even give him face. He simply looked at Silvara again from top to bottom and laughed before leaving the area. "I am a little too buzzed. Don't take whatever I blabber to your heart. It's a joke. It's a joke." Nevin clenched his fists and stepped forward, but Silvara stopped him. "Don't do it. He's not worth it." Nevin let out a sigh and slumped back on the cold floor. What the hell is going on? How did he suddenly get the courage to act so brash and bold in front of you? Just a few days ago, he used to flatter you and kiss your ass every time he met you. And now he is bold enough to speak so vulgarly? Something is not right. Silvara nodded. She too had noticed it. Something was definitely not right. She watched Mendoza's back as he strutted away like he owned the place, the leering grin still plastered on his face. Nevin rubbed his face with a tired hand. "Do you think someone's pulling strings behind the scenes?" Silvara nodded slowly. His attitude changed way too fast, like he knows he can get away with anything. Nevin's eyes narrowed. Or he's banking on someone's support. He probably thinks no one would dare to stand up to him if he's on that person's side. His gaze fell on Robert, and Silvara knew what he meant. Robert's popularity had suddenly shot up in the clan. He was the biological heir to the frozen throne. That alone was enough to give him a high standing, but lately it was more than that. Silvara's gaze flicked to the system screen. Robert was still on the 5th breakpoint, but that was 2 whole breakpoints away from her current standing. As it was, she was already at her limits. She wasn't even confident that she could go further, but this man's talent had exploded exponentially since this trial started. This is why everything in the clan had now turned upside down. She wouldn't be too surprised if tomorrow she was kicked out of her position. Not that she cared. As long as the clan was powerful and whole, that was all that mattered. At least this way, she would finally have the time to solely focus on her class and her quest. "Do you think he had help from outside? You know, from that man?" Nevin slowly asked. Silvara immediately snapped to look at him. "No. I know Robert. He would never do that. He has always been against me, but he would never betray the family like that. Grandpa is his own flesh and blood. He wouldn't do that." Nevin nodded. "I think so too." Neither of them said it out loud, but at this moment, they couldn't convince themselves with their own words. Damon's lips twisted into a smirk. "Well, look at you," he drawled, his crimson eyes flashing. The kid's grin widened, eyes glowing with that eerie purple light. "Your trash talk won't save you," he sneered. "Surrender now, and maybe I'll let your corpse keep its head." Damon barked out a laugh. "Surrender?" he repeated, rolling his shoulders as if he were just warming up. "Sorry, kid, but that's not really my style." The skeletal warriors tightened their formation, rattling their rusty blades as they closed in. Damon's grin widened as he saw their slow mechanical movements. "Do you really plan to attack me with these dummies? Really?" Before the kid could react, Damon's hands moved. His daggers struck the 5 skeletons, and in the blink of an eye, each of them exploded outwards into bone fragments. The explosion even managed to damage Necrogod, making the little guy extremely impatient.
He started casting another skill, and Damon shook his head. "Nope, sorry kid, I just don't have the time today." He looked at the little boy and let out a sigh once again. What a disappointment. He then dashed forward, directly overwhelming the guy in close combat. Against Damon's vast combat experience, the kid could barely let out a breath and was done for before he could realize what happened. Once his formation and force field were broken, his strength completely crumbled, and he was simply unprepared for further attacks. Damon smoothly absorbed his blood essence, letting the little kid fall to his death. Next came the part Damon was most excited about. For a kid like him to have risen to the top of the world, he definitely needed some serious juice, which meant some sort of special class or hidden class. Come on, give it to me. Give me a good one. Damon anxiously waited for the system notification, and it finally arrived. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Ding! You have extracted the skill Bone Shatter, rank E. Damon shook his head. Once again, he was disappointed. But he was fine with it. From the way the kid talked and his edgy little attitude, it was pretty sure this wouldn't be the last time he was going to see him. The next time, he could always farm for better skills for the Necro God, the OG god of necromancy. No matter the kid's appearance, Damon would never underestimate the little guy. He knew better than to behave foolishly like that. Damon's next opponent arrived silently while he was still deep in his thoughts. He even tried a sneak attack, but at the last moment, Damon pulled a reverse card on him and flipped the guy's plan. The rest of the fights went by pretty quickly, and no more surprises were waiting for him. Of course, there were more talented players sending in challenges constantly, but Damon decisively ignored all of them. He only needed 1,000 wins, and that was that. At the same time, the world chat and the local chat were exploding. Everyone was now excitedly keeping count of Damon's wins. There was no official display of the record just yet, but as more and more players raged about the cold-blooded villain, the wagging tongues suddenly turned, and now everyone had somehow started to count the wins. There was even a theory floating around that Blood God was after some sort of achievement in the PvP arenas, which was technically not far off from the truth. Blood God's at 80 wins already! That's insane! Dude, he's a demon. Who even is this guy? Bro, I challenged him and died before I even hit the ground. I didn't even see him move. Is he after some achievement or title or something? There's gotta be a reason for this massacre. Maybe he's upgrading his legendary item. What do you guys think it is? Did anyone manage to catch a glimpse of it? That bastard! I wish I had a legendary weapon too. Sigh, this game is fucking unfair. And I wish I had a DD girlfriend. Bitch, please, life is unfair. Announcement! Golden Dragons Guild is offering a huge reward for any details on the legendary item. Fuck, it's the big shots. I heard Daddy Brutal, GD's leader, has unlocked some sort of secret class. Clean your mouth. These dogs are scum. The other day, they groped my sister and forced her to log out. Scum like this should be taken out of the game. Your wish might just be granted. I heard Daddy Brutal is after Blood God. Who knows? For once, Blood God might do something actually good and not evil. +1. I just got wrecked by that fucker. The chat continued spiraling out of control, and the players were practically foaming at the mouth trying to figure out any little detail about Blood God. Soon, video clips started getting auctioned. All the arena matches were by default recorded and could be shared by the players. This resulted in a huge commotion in the in-game and online groups on the internet. Even a little detail could go a long way in helping someone finally defeat the bastard who was tormenting the whole game, and no guild wanted to let go of such a big opportunity. Soon the players who were cursing Blood God for losing their single gold coin were now singing his praises and celebrating their good luck, and quickly thinking of sending him a challenge.
Each video was able to net at least 100 gold coins in just a short period of time. Every single guild joined in on the information madness. Finally, after an hour, they realized that everything was utterly useless. All their efforts were for nothing, as all Damon did repeatedly in every single fight was use Shadow Step and his 2 daggers. The commotion and chaos that were building up started quietly dying down. Many videos were also leaked online, and no one was able to earn money after that. Right at this time, something unexpected happened. Damon finally finished his 1,000th match. A golden system-wide announcement flashed in front of everyone's eyes. Ding! Blood God has achieved 1,000 consecutive PvP wins. Ding! Blood God has achieved the world record, first player to reach 1,000 consecutive PvP wins. Ding! Blood God has been rewarded a new title, Slaughtermaster. Ding! Blood God has been rewarded 1,000 reputation points and 1,000 gold coins. One after another, notifications flashed brightly, making everyone completely dumbfounded. In the world chat, chaos erupted. Everyone was counting the wins in hundreds, but to think that the total tally actually reached a whopping 1,000? The world chat exploded like a bomb. What? 1,000 wins? There's no way! I thought he'd stall at 500. This guy's unstoppable. Daddy Brutal's crew is going to lose their minds. Blood God's literally broken the game. 1,000 gold coins just like that. Fuck! I should have gotten that achievement. That's like $100,000 right there, mofo. Blood God, how about you slide into my DMs? I'm a high school girl with a curvy body. You can be my big daddy. Blood God, want to meet at the inn and have a meal together and dessert afterwards? Wow, bitches be shameless. At above, I can take you out to dinner and show you a good time. Don't mess with the villain. Go out with a good guy like me. Bish, please. Stop simping and start training, losers. Meanwhile, Damon happily waltzed out of the PvP building. He did not care about any of the other notifications or rewards. The main item he was after was already in his hands, a private reward that wasn't publicized. 5 evolution stones. Apart from triggering world bosses, this was the second surefire method of obtaining evolution stones. Since his body was already at its limits, it was time to break those limits by attempting another evolution. Damon happily walked to the teleportation portal and headed to Nyera City. His next stop was the Blood Hall. He entered the base through the sewer route and quickly arrived at the main entrance. This time he did not look for Varnix. Instead, he headed down the tunnels and picked one of the new chambers that was somewhat deserted. This will do just fine. Damon sat down on the ground and then took out the 5 evolution stones he had received as an additional reward from the PvP building. Along with the other stone, he now had 6 evolution stones in total. Come on, this has to be enough. Damon sucked in a deep breath and plopped 1 stone in his mouth. Ding! Evolution stone consumed. Ding! Race evolution in progress. The moment the stone hit his tongue, it melted like liquid fire. Damon's entire body shuddered as the molten fire slid down his throat, igniting his veins with a searing heat that made him clench his fists. His crimson eyes snapped shut, the pain hitting him like a tidal wave. Gah! He gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body tensing as the transformation began. Ding! Evolution progress. 10%, 20%, 30%. His skin felt like it was tearing apart, his bones grinding and reshaping with every heartbeat. Dan, it's stronger than last time, Damon growled, sweat beading on his forehead as he fought to stay conscious. Ding! Evolution progress. 50%, 70%, 90%. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of torture, Damon felt as if the evolution process was about to come to an end. However, all of a sudden, his expression changed. Something was wrong. He had undergone this type of evolution process at least 5 times in his 2 lives combined. In the end, his mana channels needed to be connected for the process to be successfully completed. But right now, he felt as if half his body was blocked. Damon struggled to sense the condition of his body despite the mind-breaking pain assaulting his body in every single pore. Fuck, I knew this was going to happen. He hurriedly tossed in another evolution stone and then another one just to be sure. Under no circumstances could he actually allow the evolution to become a failure. That was not an option. I have to succeed, Damon roared, his voice cracking under the strain. The pain intensified, lancing through his core like molten steel. Ding, additional evolution stones consumed. Ding, evolution progress, 90%, 92%, 95%. His entire body felt like it was splitting apart. Come on, he growled through gritted teeth, sweat and blood mingling on his face. His vision blurred, the chamber around him dissolving into a haze of darkness and crimson. Ding! Additional evolution stone consumed. Ding! Evolution progress, 98%, 99%. Damon's heart slammed against his ribs, every beat echoing like a war drum. He could feel the darkness clawing at his mind, whispering of power and ruin and glory. I won't fail now, he spat, his voice hoarse and ragged. Ding, evolution progress 100%, race evolution complete. Ding, congratulations, you have evolved into Blood Acolyte. Ding, all stats are increased by 50, new racial abilities unlocked. A shockwave of crimson energy burst from his body, flooding the chamber with a bright glow. Damon's eyes snapped open, glowing a deep, predatory red that seemed to pierce through the darkness itself. His breath came in ragged gasps, but his grin was feral. Fuck! It's over! I actually did it! The pain faded, leaving behind a powerful, almost addictive hum of energy that made him feel like a god. This was not a blood acolyte's power. He was sure of it. He clenched his fists, feeling the raw strength that pulsed beneath his skin. He focused, trying to bring up his new racial abilities. He should be unlocking Blood Surge now, a boosting type ability, and Blood World, a control type ability. However, an unexpected message flashed in front of him. Ding, new racial skill acquired. You have now landed Blood Manipulation. Blood Manipulation? Damon's eyes went wide. Didn't he need at least 2 or 3 more evolutions before he could use a skill like this?
Yeah, baby, I am back. Snapping Damon out of his thoughts, a bright and bubbly voice chimed in his mind. Blood God, you took your sweet time to evolve. Couldn't you have done it sooner? How much drama! How many twists! I have been bursting with excitement, and yet I had to keep my mouth shut and sit silently while you have your fun with your many girls. Little Red continued. The weapon spirit seemed to be in a really good mood with everything going on. Damon, did you tell Kate yet that the woman whom you sucked dry on your first night was none other than Silvara? Come on, you should tell her already. Be the good guy. Be more transparent. Are we adding the Ice Queen to the harem or not? She looks like a real beauty. Her bloodline is so tasty. If I may, this time could you please not convert her into one of us? It would be a pity if her tasty blood is corrupted. Or wait, there is another possibility. You should give her your blessing. Your blessing has the ability to purify her bloodline. Even if she becomes a vampire, her blood could become a lot tastier. Trust me, you want to do this. Damon, how about the Elven Princess? Are you going to tell both the women about your fiancé? I wonder how Kate is going to react. You are going to get beaten up by her. Blood God, Blood God. I almost forgot. That priestess girl. You thick-headed vampiric hog. Do you not see it? That priestess girl with the ridiculously tasty blood is obsessed with you. Let's feed on her. Let's feed on her. Let's make her a thrall, please. A primordial vampire needs at least one yummy blood thrall for the love of everything pure and holy. God, please. And who better to serve us than a filthy priestess? Let's make her a slave. Let's parade our holy thrall to all those filthy divine and holy bastards and make their blood boil. Blood God! Blood God! Blood God! Aren't you going to say something? Aren't you? Aren't you? What are you going to do next?" Damon quietly let out a sigh, feeling a big headache coming on. This weapon spirit was getting out of control. "Say, Blood Rain, why are your innocent remarks always turning evil in the end?" He laughed wryly. "My liege, you are a being born to become a primordial god. There is no such thing as evil and good. Anything is yours and everything is yours. Little Red will make sure of it." Damon pinched the bridge of his nose, his crimson eyes narrowing as Little Red's voice rattled around in his head like a hyperactive goblin. "Little Red," he muttered, his voice low and dangerously calm, "take a breath, or some drugs, or whatever it is you do to calm the hell down." The spirit let out an exaggerated gasp. "But Damon, that's so boring sometimes. I'm just trying to help you get ahead faster, stronger, hungrier. Think of the blood, the power." Damon's eyes flickered with an annoyed spark. I know, but can you stop enlightening me with every little thought swimming in that twisted little mind of yours? Give me a break here. I am trying to focus on something important." Little Red sounded surprised. "But you kissed the elven princess and then revealed nothing about it to your blood witch. Come on, you should tell her already. Be the good guy. Be more transparent." "Are we adding the Ice Queen to the harem or not? She looks like a real beauty. Her bloodline is so tasty. If I may, this time could you please not convert her into one of us? It would be a pity if her tasty blood is corrupted. Or wait, there is another possibility. You should give her your blessing. Your blessing has the ability to purify her bloodline. Even if she becomes a vampire, her blood could become a lot tastier. Trust me, you want to do this." "Damon, how about the elven princess? Are you going to tell both the women about your fiancé? I wonder how Kate is going to react. You are going to get beaten up by her." Damon quietly let out a sigh, feeling a big headache coming on. This weapon spirit was getting out of control. "Oh, you know me. Talk to an 18-year-old about colors, and they think they are an expert on fashion." But Damon could still hardly believe that Kate had done what she planned all along. That night in August. Yes, self-destruction. I dice it among my mistakes. Where had the years been living behind your ashen grave? Rest then. Please, for the love of God, keep your mouth shut while resting, all right? I almost forgot what I was about to do thanks to your nonsense." Little Red let out a drawn-out, dramatic sigh. "So be it, my lord. I shall rest. For now. But remember, your fate is bound to mine. You can't keep me silent forever." A mischievous chuckle echoed through his head, fading as the spirit's presence receded. Silence settled over him at last. Finally, Damon felt a momentary calm settle over his mind. He flexed his fingers, feeling the lingering hum of power beneath his skin. "Blood acolyte rank," he murmured, his crimson eyes glinting. "It's time to see just how strong I've really become." He was about to activate blood manipulation when he was interrupted for a second time. Kate's messages chimed in back to back. Ding. "Damon, hurry back. Robert has already crossed the 6th breakpoint. Everybody is talking about how he's going to power through all the breakpoints today." Damon's eyes narrowed. He had to admit he had never actually expected that guy to come this far, but it was still nothing to worry about. After all, he was now a whole new man, a new and upgraded version. It was time to test out the limits of his new body and skill, and he might as well do it in the depths of that frozen hell. Ding. "I am on my way." He shot a reply and casually walked out of the blood hall. Varnix cast a glance his way, a strange look flickering in his eyes, but the next second he continued ignoring Damon. It looked like the non-stop talker box and drama queen had done her job well, despite all the other nonsense her mind seemed to be thinking about. Should I tell her something encouraging? I had a feeling that might only result in the weapon spirit becoming even more mischievous, but she did help me a lot,
So I decided to do it anyways. Thanks, Little Red. Instantly, a faint giggle danced through his mind. Oh, my lord, don't make me blush, Little Red squealed, the sound echoing like a playful chime. No need to thank me. I live to serve you. Damon rolled his eyes, but his smirk lingered. Sure, sure, he muttered, stepping out into the warm afternoon air. The streets of Nara City were as usual chaotic, with everyone discussing about his recent achievement. He ignored the chatter and the crowd, activated stealth, and quietly arrived at the teleportation circles. Trendlin City, he informed the attendant, and paid the coins. The next second, he arrived at the small city. The biting wind of the north hit his face. Without wasting a second, he headed out in the cold, but he did not immediately go to the frozen caverns, which was previously the Ice Orc base. Instead, he made a detour as he sensed a big mana signature nearby. He only had to cover a couple of miles when he saw the gigantic beast lumbering by. A gigantic polar bear with a purple title, a fricking world boss.